Good morning and welcome back to another beautiful day of Dota. Here we are in the Western European Regionals for TI11, and I'm joined by Sheepo as always as we get ourselves into this upper bracket again. We've had a little delve into the lower bracket, back up top with Team Liquid against Goon Squad starting things off, and we've got the bracket and schedule, of course, to show you. And Sheepo, looking into the series and looking back to where we've come from, just tell us a little story, can you?
A little story. There once was a team who was bald. Did you watch that series? Did you stay up for it?
I watched game one and then I was like, I have to go to sleep because I'm going to wake up early. Went to bed, fell asleep, woke up this morning and I was like, oh. I popped into Pablo's stream a couple of minutes ago and I was like, nice job, dude.
Yeah, okay. I stayed up for the whole thing because I was like, okay, I really need to go to bed, but like I feel like I'm gonna miss something great. And oh my god, it was the best series I've ever watched in my entire life. Like every moment was a gem. Like this game 3, Team Bold just like leave a refresher shot in the roach pit for
What?
yeah, they just forget to pick it up. It even gets pinged and then like I think Alliance then find the refresher shot. So they got a refresher for free and they still lost the game. It was so hard to watch. Just like no, actually, it wasn't hard to watch. Oh, it was very fun. It was one of the most entertaining series I've ever seen in my life. I had such a good time. If anyone missed that, I highly recommend going back to watch it. It's just I don't know. It's fun Dota. It's like Pablo playing as Hoodwink. He was literally just the next carry. He was like a higher net worth than the enemy PL. It's like insane performance.
Yeah, and it gives us a match of ITB versus TB, which is going to be interesting down in that lower bracket. As you can see Nigma down there as well against DGG later on. But we're up in the upper bracket for our first two series: Team Liquid against Goon Squad and Secret versus Entity. Maybe a little bit of a surprise that Goon Squad is up here rather than Nigma, but they performed very well in their series.
Yeah, I feel like obviously I love watching a bracket progress because you really do just get to these bigger, better teams. Everyone is starting to get more even. I think Nigma looked very I don't know. It was very even with Brame. That third game was a lot more reassuring in how I think they can be moving forward. But yeah, I mean, lots of games they've played, lots of things to clean up, lots of things to look forward to. I'm very excited to cover the upper bracket with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a Goon Squad, that faceless void for Aqua, probably going to be first phase banned if not picked. And yeah, we can take a look at the schedule to see what's in store for us today. Team Liquid up
Yeah.
against Goon Squad, our first series, nearly ready to get started. Then Secret against Entity. That's going to be another huge one. And then down into the lower bracket with DGG against Nigma Galaxy and Into the Breach versus Team Bald Reborn. ITB versus TB. Honestly,
I
like
I
that
need them
last
to win.
series, I might stay up for that one.
Yeah, I want to as well. I mean, I want them to win so we can cover Team Bold tomorrow because they're dodging us right now. It's not fair. I wanna cover Team Bold, but that one will go to Odie and Fogged. But yeah, unless they win, and then tomorrow we get them.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm excited though. I'm definitely excited for Goon Squad. Like you said, I mean they were so good in their last series. I loved Aqua's Faces Void. I think the last series I watched yesterday, it was Team Bold banning Faces Void in the first phase versus Alliance because they also lost the Faces Void. I think this hero has like a 75% win rate
Yeah.
in this call. Yeah, it's so this hero is insanely dumb, and I don't think teams have really figured out how to beat it properly yet.
Especially when it's like the Void Chen as well. Like it feels like Chen makes up for a lot of what the Void lacks. It gives you early pressure, early tower push, got that mech to keep him healed up, and of course just laning phase sustain. So I think aiming for getting rid of that duo potentially in the early stages. But yeah, the Goon Squad game they lost was I don't know. I guess a draft issue. They were like lacking damage into Chrono. They had some struggles kind of connecting with their team. So it was that Marana, right, the position 4 that didn't look particularly in
Yeah.
place. And these are the kind of drafting. I don't want to say mistakes, but definitely something that they need to tie up and make sure is going to work against a team like Liquid, right? This is a squad that knows how to draft, and they will make sure they exploit every little thing there.
That's true. I think that they kind of already showed though that they are able to adapt pretty on the fly. I mean, sometimes you see the improvement come from series to series, but within that singular series, they had the Morana idea that they wanted to run and they brought it into that game 3, and this time it was like, okay, we're going to put it on mid this time. We're going to have supports like Clockwork, and we saw that even though Faceless Void had the worst laning of his life, like the hardest time ever, they still were able to make space and play around the map as like a unit of 3 with this Morana Clockwork and just kind of prolong the game and cover the right places of the map to give Aqua that space to come back. It was honestly like an amazing change up from game 2 to 3. So I'm pretty confident in them.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of interesting things I think we've seen a few times now, from Europe East now into Europe West. Some of these teams, they need a bit of a wake up call. They come into these series and like, we're going to play our own. I'm not saying this in like a super negative way, but they're playing their own style, their own drafts. And all of a sudden, like, oh, we have to adapt. Like you say, they've got to on the fly change
Mm.
things up. Liquid, they had a pretty easy first series up against DGG. They 2-0'd that. The shortest game so far in the Western European qualifiers, like 31 minutes, whereas every other game is going like 50 plus. And we're
Yeah,
going,
these
so
games are so long.
well, every other series is 3 games. Goon Squad,
Yeah.
Enigma, Team Secret Into the Breach, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Alliance Entity was the only other one that went 2-0 to Entity. So potentially Entity and Liquid here going to be going into these upper bracket series, maybe feeling decently confident about themselves, but Goon Squad and Secret have already had a kick up the backside from some of these other teams.
Yeah, that is true. I've I feel like Liquid are just so much better online though. That they might just show up here and do really really well. But there's also that kind of factor to consider on Goon Squad's side. They won that whole last series with Faceless Void, and it seemed like the key component of their lineup. Not to put anyone else on that team down, like obviously like S4's Veno and so on was incredibly impactful, and I rate this team highly. But if this Faceless was to start getting banned out in the first phase, how do they adjust from that? What's their next plan? Like, does
Mm,
Aqua step up super hard on other carries? Is something to be explored because it does feel like this Faceless is kind of helping a lot of teams like perform really well. Um, not as a crutch, but just it seems like a very solid win condition.
yeah.
You always know, okay, we have this Faceless Void, we have the Chrono. If it goes late, we will just win. Let's just get that Midas, get that Maelstrom. Like even when Aqua had a horrible game, he still went for that build. We've seen other Faceless Voids go the Mask of Madness because they're like, oh, I have to jungle with this. But no, man's committed. He's like, I'm just gonna stay over here in my lane, and I'm gonna get my Midas and just farm for 25 minutes, and then we'll see what happens.
Right.
So yeah, that's something to be explored. And if it goes that badly again in the early game, how are they gonna adapt? Because they had so much. I mean, obviously they played a lot to give space to him to recover, but a team like Liquid, we saw against DGG when they got ahead, it was just a steamroll.
Yeah, just running all over the map, finding kills, making sure that pressure is on. And yeah, that's a good point you make. If that Void is banned, what do they go back on? Because Faceless Void is a pretty unique hero in the fact that he's survivable. He's got escape mechanism, but he's got massive team fight and late game scaling. What other carry hero can you actually fill his role? You think about Juggernaut doesn't do it. there's no real position one. Like Luna doesn't do it. Medusa doesn't do it.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult to fill that hole in your strategy if it is banned. So we might see some completely different drafts coming out of Goon Squad if that's the case. Fall back on maybe the Jug, or come back in with a Chaos Knight or something like Gork was showing off last night.
Dude, that was so funny. He got Ags. Like, what a build. And it worked out. It did well. But that's definitely a build I haven't seen in forever on CK.
I think it was like second item, right? He pretty much rushed it.
Yeah. I think maybe he memed on his stream he was going to do it. I don't know. I feel like some people were talking about it a lot, though. Yeah, I mean, Aqua has a big hero pool. Like, looking just even back to Tour 3 of the DPC, he was playing loads of different heroes, like at least like double the pool of Limp. So he's definitely got the pool there. He's not gonna feel like, oh, I only have Faceless Void. Like, he should be fine.
Yeah, and then you've got a lot of room in your support. Pexus pick up like Chen Enchantress, Hanskins, Snapfire, Marana, some of these kind of fringe heroes that we don't see too commonly nowadays. They can absolutely grab and feel comfortable on. And I think, yeah, Limp, like Limp's hero pool has improved recently, but you're right, it is still pretty small.
Yeah. It's also, looking at these drafts, he's kind of deviated a little bit from like the heroes he was playing last tour. This Puck was super highly prioritized by every team, including Goon Squad, and now it feels like the hero is pretty, ugly. No one's really looking for him. Sometimes it gets banned in the second phase, sometimes it gets banned in the third phase. If you're like, well, there's nothing really else to ban, but it definitely seems like the hero doesn't.
It's like his mid Puck, mid Tiny was another one as well, right? Where that was one of his classics. Mid DK, we don't really see much play from him anymore. So yeah, he's definitely had to expand out. Zeus, I think, has been one of his best go-to options from that mid lane, just to get that raw damage out there into team fights. And then on the
I like the Zeus. What do you think of that hero?
I really like him as well. Like I still think Heavenly Jump is imbalanced. I don't think every hero needs an escape mechanism. Like the fact it's not just a jump, right? It's got so many little things in the tooltip. Like, yeah, you do this, you do that, you slow them down, you slow their cast speed and all this stuff. It's like, come on. Is that necessary?
It's not necessary. Let him die. I want him to die when
get jumped and die.
Exactly.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the E-Blade Rush build I think we've seen on it a couple times has been pretty powerful.
Yeah, just blowing up supports. It looks like we are ready. All the players are in the lobby connected. Goon Squad against Team Liquid is here and ready to start as Game 1 draft does get underway. And Sheepo, we can see it. Stream can't see it just yet, but the Faceless Void and the Chen have already been banned.
And so goes the DP. Who has first pick? Team Liquid. Alright, so we might see Undying ban here from Goon Squad. I think the kind of hierarchy of heroes is Undying, DP, or this Faceless Void. Usually doesn't get first pick though, but it's still highly contested and getting picked up in first phase, either just with the second pick, double pick, or at the end of the phase for the first pick team. So yeah, Enigma also a hero too. So we might see just the Undying come out right now, and then that would get responded to. Probably there's like an Enchantress. I think like Chen Enchantress are a little bit interchangeable. That we've been seeing as a response pick.
Lena's out there.
Yeah, Lena too. That is a hero that we've seen loads against Undying first pick.
I mean, who else is left in the pool of these big ones? Like Bat Rider is always one that comes to mind nowadays. But I guess with Queen of Pain in the pool, and they've got Team Liquid have like the counter pick to go Undying Quap here. I guess Bat Rider first phase maybe not ideal. That might be a good spot for Liquid to grab Bat. In fact,
Bat's weird because When you think of the Bat Rider, is there a team for you that comes to mind as like, yeah, this team loves Bat? Because for me, it was Entity.
Hmm. I don't know if there's like any one team. It's just like everyone can play Bat. You know, it's not. It feels like it's not a difficult hero. Just like get your travels, get your BKB, run around and do stuff. But yeah, I think Storm is probably the guy that comes to mind. It's like, yeah, give him Bat.
Right, but here's the thing, and we're covering them later, so I will make this point again later for all the new viewers, shamelessly. But he stopped picking it in first phase, even though the buffs came out and it was he was no longer caring about stuff like Storm Spirit as a counter. He's totally gone off it, and the team is highly prioritizing Visage instead. I think like when we covered Europe East, looking at Bet Boom 2, they kind of showed that they cared more about Visage than like the Nature's Prophet that they had previously loved. So this hero seems to be rising in stock. I don't know, it's very team dependent. You need someone that likes to play Visage, of course.
It just keeps rising and rising, right? It's like a little bit of rise and a plateau. Arlington saw a fair amount of play. Now just seems to, like, even with the Wraith Pact nerfs previously, still kept getting picked.
Yeah. So anyway, we're looking at a team with their own comfort, a team with their own style. The Mirana, we saw how much Goon Squad liked it in their last series. This can go on your pause 4 and also mid. I think Limp played a really good Mirana. I think the biggest issue I had with them playing that Mirana on the pause 4 during the game they lost was just this lack of damage. It felt like all the stun offlaners kind of got banned out, so they had this Centaur that wasn't that great. I think DK is a lot better and more well-rounded. He's able to help push those towers. He's able to do that blink instant stun, so there's no real chance for a BKB reaction.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's just a nice combination. Stun into arrow. It doesn't get better than that.
No, pretty straightforward. And there's that second phase ban of Puck you were talking about. Just get rid of that, don't allow Limp to have it. That gives them that extra bit of damage and mobility. You've got Blink DK, Leaping Mirana, Blinking Puck. If you get jumped, you can get blown up pretty quickly. And when I see something like DK Mirana, I don't know, I always think of an Invoker, Exalt Invoker with Sunstrike to launch the big nuke damage to kill them off. I mean, Limp was never really an Invoker player, but I know he did kind of spread his wings a little bit during the DPC and started picking it up from time to time. But it might be an option here for them.
Dire team back.
Yeah, that hero is kind of, it feels like I've only seen people playing Invoker that love Invoker. So I'm not sure if we'll see it, but I wouldn't be against it. Any kind of magic nuke to kind of pile on top of this stun is going to be effective. I think you're playing into Team Liquid right now, who are piling pretty hard on team fight. So I think Goon Squad either need to just play more for this pick-off type style, like the poke, force some spells, BKBs, whatever, and get out, or just play really hard for the pickoffs with your Bat Rider and stuff like that, or play really hard instead just to crush your lanes and dominate Team Liquid before they get their level 6s and 12s, and where they really rely on those spells.
Well, this opener from Liquid is something they did in Game 2 against DGG. The next couple of picks, though, were more responsive. They had Avenge and a Queen of Pain because DGG had Enigma and Bat Rider. So they've definitely still got openings here to adapt and see what comes in terms of bans from Goon Squad. I mean, Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend, getting rid of some of these really pesky heroes. Troll Warlord as well. Those are probably three of the big ones nowadays. Lone Druid for Liquid in particular. But SF and Troll from the safe lane have looked pretty damn good recently.
I've loved the Troll. I just think he looks so much stronger now.
Team pick.
Omni Knight.
Ooh,
And
Omni.
the support here makes the most sense. It also means that you're leaving this Mirana open to being... I mean, the DK already is red as a core, I think.
Yeah.
And then they can go forward and say, do we want to put this Mirana mid? Do we want to put it as forward? Just pick a 5 here, and that should be good.
Remaining.
The Mirana as well, another nice thing I like about it, A, they're comfortable on it, but
5
B,
seconds
it's something that deals with the tombstone, so that is one less thing you have to consider going into the rest of your draft. Like, you're not thinking, oh, we don't have someone that hits the tombstone, we have to address this, we have to address this.
Oh, the hard counter. Shadow
Oh.
Demon into Omni Knight. That's going to be a nasty one for Omni. Like, they've picked Omni here into the Undying because you get that kind of weird interaction with the zombie buffs and the repel. Heavenly Grace. Jeez, just went back in time like 5 years. Because like you get bonuses for every debuff on you, and the zombies all have like individual debuffs, so you end up giving like a ton of strength with your Heavenly Grace. And then Demonic Purge says, nope, None of that. Get rid of it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like that should be fixed. That sounds like a bug, or maybe
It's-
not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's pretty ridiculous. It's like when 6-7 zombies hit you, you're getting a lot of bonus strength. Because what is it? 6 bonus strength and HP regen per level per debuff. So it's like if 6 zombies hit you, it's 36 strength. On top of the base that it gives you already of 38.
That is nice. And getting a nice counter pick like that also synergizes with your own teams feels really good. This lane, anytime you just catch someone with disruption, it's just a pretty free follow-up for a spear.
Right.
Like back in the day, do you remember when Marses were just buying Yules?
Yeah.
And you would just use the Yules into the spear, and it was like pretty much guaranteed to land if they didn't have a BKB, just because as long as the spear is passing through the Yules as it ends, you get the stun. Same thing applies for disruption. It's very easy and simple combo. And it's just, yeah, it's a nice save here as well for the Mirana DK combo. If you're just sitting, like, the Shadow Demon is just going to play behind his core pretty much constantly, and whenever they get arrowed with this combo, you just pop him in disruption.
God, you're right. It's like the perfect pick, isn't it?
It's really
Yeah,
nice, yeah.
This one hero counters all 3 of Goon Squad's heroes. Oh, that's nasty. I mean, so this 4th pick now, is this where you just grab your carry?
You see probably the off lane, so you could pick it, yeah.
Yeah.
The draft is always just hard from this point when you have first pick, because everything you pick is getting it countered.
Yeah.
Zeus.
Well, I get what they made instead. Zeus gonna bring you the damage from Mickey. Nice bit of magic burst there. So they've got the 2 gods, Mars and Zeus.
Makes the most sense to me just because they don't have damage within
10
the 2
seconds
supports. It's a
remaining.
lot of save, a lot of control, and your Mars as
5
well. I
seconds
mean, I don't know what
remaining.
build he wants to go. We've seen this Mars start to play more of a scaling build, less Blink Rush, more BKB into Ags and Deso and what have you, whatever you can get away with. So he might go that, but still, that takes quite a while to get to. So Zeus until then kind of supplements your lack of damage. And Goon Squad now, I think maybe if they could have some natural jump, it would be nice, like some playmaking to kind of go around these lanes. If they want to like fight into Liquid pretty hard, they could do something like that. Because you have a Mirana, if you give her multiple lanes to play around, that would be ideal. Because you could have a DK top and you can just go there for some attempt to a kill, and you could run mid and do some attempt to a kill. Something like a Kunkka works in that regard. However, it is a little bit hard to fight as a Kunkka into Shadow Demon and Undying.
Right.
I do want them to just have a way to get on this back line and kill the SD, kill the Zeus, threaten them, make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a nice spot to pick that Zeus as well. Very few heroes that kind of hard counter him in lane, just sits back and zaps creeps. I'm looking at Liquid's draft and wondering what the Matu hero is going to be now, though, because, like you said, they've got a lot of control, save, lots of magical nuke damage now, but nobody really that kind of stands forward and hits towers. I wonder if there's like a Matu Lycan or something like that coming towards the end as Goon Squad pick up a Weaver.
This pretty much matches what I wanted. Yeah, the Weaver is going to be looking for that back line, looking to apply pressure to Shadow Demon. I think the matchup into Mars is a tiny, just like a tiny bit rough. Obviously, if you are trapped in that arena, your point of being elusive and running in and out of fights becomes very difficult. But you could just buy a BKB, it's fine. It's not a problem. You're also playing with an Omni Knight who will save you if you get speared in that arena. So yeah, I'm not against it. I like it a lot.
This feels like an ALK game for Liquid. Like, there's not that much magic burst from Goon Squad. Doesn't feel like they've got a great way to like deal with him. And he's like one of the perfect heroes to pair with guys like Undying and Shadow Demon. You've got the bubble to save him, you've got illusions coming out with that radiance on you, heal from Soul Rip.
10 seconds remaining.
And it gives you a bit of catch and jump, and obviously very fast scaling.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think when you're playing into a lineup that wants to sort of be cheeky like this, you want DK and Mirana to get a pick off when you're on a side lane alone or whatever. You want the team fights to be super spread apart,
Radiant
so
team
Weaver can go on your back line without problem, right? If Team Liquid just pick a carry that can ball up really hard, then they pretty much completely mitigate Goon Squad's game plan. You can't do that. I mean, like if they group up as 5 with some carry that can just push tower, how is Goon Squad meant to defend their towers? They don't really
10
have
seconds
ways to shove
remaining.
lanes right now and shove waves. They don't have good tower defense.
5
Like
seconds remaining.
there's no real like repositioning tool if you're trying to go high ground that we've seen with Tiny and stuff like that. I think it becomes very hard
Yeah.
if Liquid just go all in right now with some really strong tower pushing hero.
And they don't even have overwhelming team fight, right? They don't have any big AoE spells. They have single target, and then a bit of chip damage.
Yeah.
And last pick for Liquid, Bloodseeker Luna Band.
This is where you could see the
Radiant team
Matubaman Bristleback or
Ooh.
the Slock. Okay, that's a different idea. That's different direction than I was expecting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, is this like knowing you're against DK, you're just gonna have a decent lane there? What's the plan with Slock? I guess pounce against Yakuchi's pretty
10
nice.
seconds remaining.
And yeah, it wins his lane. They have no
5
lockdown.
seconds
So it's-
remaining.
Right now Goon Squad's final pick needs to super hard address this Slock. And they banned Bloodseeker themselves, rough time, even though they
Oof.
don't really have space for a carry, but
And it's from
They
the mid
need
lane
a-
as well. This is Limp's
Yeah.
hero last.
and that's where maybe a Lestrak could be something, and you just play like that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it's not really good lockdown for him, but it does apply pressure even if he is, ulted.
Queen of Pain
Choose
gonna be the
your
option.
hero.
Still a lot of AoE spill damage.
Yeah, AoE spells is just how you deal with Slock. Yeah, I think this becomes a really difficult game potentially later into Slock. Just when he has BKB, when he doesn't care about that AoE spell damage anymore. If he can live through Queen of Pain's ult, where does the burst damage really come from to kill him? It would need to be kind of a prolonged fight where they're able to have Liquid on the back foot and chase them down, and Slock will be trying to get away. He'll use his Purge, and that's when you come in with this follow-up Dragon Eye stun type thing. I can see it playing out in my mind, but at the same time, you look at everything that Liquid have in their arsenal, and it's just hard. You're playing into these Tombstone team fights. Your heroes are definitely gonna get like arenaed at some point. You have Zeus giving vision for him to be able to jump with perfect clarity of where everyone is. You have two levels of save on top of Slock's own like purges to keep him safe from any of this. If you want to get an Orchid on your Queen of Pain, if you want to just have that stun and arrow, it looks like a really nice Slock game. I'll say that.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, like you can imagine it in your mind the way the Goon Squad want to play, but it's so difficult to get into these scenarios when the opponent is trying to make sure you don't, right? It's like, on the one case you can okay, I can imagine that it's all going to work out. You're imagining the jigsaw puzzle all completed in your head, and then you're like, okay, right, go and actually do it. You put a blindfold on Goon Squad and say, yeah, good luck getting these arrow initiations, the DK stuns. It's going to be a challenging one for them, especially against the Shadow Demon Undying support duo. It's going to control the lanes and make sure their cores are having a good time. But here we go, game one in this best of three. We're up in the upper bracket, the TI-11 qualifiers for Western Europe. We've got a Matu Slark as Liquid take on Goon Squad. Aqua changing things up, of course, his Faceless Void banned means he's on the Weaver today. Being focused quite heavily by Liquid.
Nailed it.
Oh, that's very nice.
Let's go. Will that be skirmishing around the runes? I think Goon Squad definitely want to take a fight. Liquid's not bad either. They actually all have pretty strong level 1 spells. You can also do this disruption into a spear at level 1, potentially.
Yeah, let's have the 5v5 in the river.
Yeah.
Get into the match with a bang.
30 seconds.
Looks like Matu's just going to be scouting for any vision in that mid lane. Nothing got placed. I'll just Limp there, spotting out the Slark on his way across. And it's like Radiant Observer Ward will be kept hidden for now. Liquid are going to have to spread out and look for these bounty runes. As for, we started with a stick on this DK, as has the Mirana. I guess that makes sense against Undying and Shadow Demon. No matter which laning support you're against, they're going to be spamming spells.
Yeah, the stick's a big value. Big value for Goon Squad. It even looks like they're going for trying on First Blood top. I mean, they're bringing Omni. He's not exactly the strongest skirmisher, but any extra little damage helps with that Hammer of Purity if they're able to land an arrow.
Hey, I'm so glad they added Hammer of Purity rather than Degen Aura. I remember playing POS 5 Omni and I and just be like, I just don't want to level this skill. It's so bad.
Just you wait till they add an actual shard to Omni Knight.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Undying, chain stunned, and there's your first blood. Early tip from Hansken. As Goon Squad claim the life of the Undying. And then quickly TP the Omni Knight back down bottom because Aqua is taking a lot of damage from Zai. Chipped down to sub 100 HP. And that was that disruption into Spear you were mentioning.
Yeah, heads up from Liquid to just do that, knowing that Omni's not there. They forced the... I think the salve came from Pexu, so it wasn't that effective, but still enough to let him be able to lane. The Shikuchi cooldown is so long that you're just feeling... You're going to be feeling a lot at threat. This is scary. I think Pexu might have to get the Heavenly Grace at level 2 just to be able to make sure that this combo doesn't... You know...
Doesn't
ruin
pop
your
off
lane.
in the lane, yeah.
Yeah.
That definitely can be a challenge. A lot there for Pexi to do. Keep his Aqua Weaver alive. And that mid lane, I mean, my God, I remember the days. I'm an old man now, but I remember the days when Zeus wasn't allowed to last hit. He wasn't allowed to right-click creeps. All he could do was zap with lightning. But now he's got better base attack time, better base damage, all these buffs over the past year or so. And Mickey is 7-5 against the Queen of Pain, which would have been like unheard of. Zeus is now such a solid laner.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I don't remember the last time Zeus was in meta. So it was kind of bound to happen eventually. But the lane should kind of even out, I think, in terms like just the more levels you get. There's these water runes. I think Limp will be fine, not get super worn down. He went for his bottle. He's not doing any Falcon Blade shenanigans like we've seen DP do. The only thing I'll say that kind of sucks for Goon Squad is their ability to rotate on mid is a bit rough. Zeus is a hero that is, even though he has that jump, if you have any way to jump him or stun him, you know, tank the tower and kind of run him down, it's pretty good. But you have a Mirana with no setup on mid. You have an Omni Knight. Your rotation is very weak compared to... Well, Liquid don't really have the best either, to be fair. But if they were to force the blink on Limp and then come from behind with a tombstone or something, that could be really powerful.
Yeah,
Just have a lot of nuke.
There's also like no stuns bottom, so Shadow Demon can always TP mid and help out with a TP save. They did have another attempt on Aqua there, disruption into the spear, but Aqua and Pexu fighting back real hard. Every time they get gone on, they're turning, they're battling back into Zai, focusing onto that one individual hero. They brought him down pretty low. Zai is playing with fire here a little bit, as top lane Hanskin will leap away from the aggression of Matu and Insania.
Laning into Weaver's never fun. On one hand, you always feel like you want the armor, and you're like, okay, I want a ring of protection for my soul ring, I want the chainmail from my phase boots, I want to be able to just lane. But in reality, now it feels like Mars just go double bracer, sometimes triple bracer.
Oh, Pexu
dies.
Yeah, step too far forward. Just broke his way out of those trees and spotted Boxy. Yeah, his eye's gone from being on like 100 HP to tangoing back up and staying in the lane.
Yeah, you're so sustainable with two braces. They keep nuffing it, but they can never nuff it enough.
He's so tanky, do so much damage. Every time they go on you, you've got the potential to turn. When Boxy's nearby, anyway.
Weaver's such a rough lane usually for offlaners. If you're ever able to win the lane or go even, I think you're pretty happy.
Look at him, he's just closing the gap so quickly. Couple of hits in. But here comes that disruption. Zai gotta be wary of the bugs, and he whiffs his spear. He was too scared of the swarm on him. Gets taken down by Pexu. Boxy not gonna be able to finish the job either. He's got that Heavenly Grace up, while top lane, oh, Insania, close to death, but he turns around, soul rips. And they've managed to recover after that first blood death of the Undying, and they've got Slark up at the top of the last hit board.
I felt that panic deep in my soul on the bot lane with that spear. Where you're just like, I am rapidly losing health. I regret going. Yeah, it's the kind of thing where you think it's a good idea to go, but then the damage starts to come out and you realize it was a bad idea, but you still want to half commit to the player. And then you just throw the spell out and it all whiffs and you feel terrible and you just go to your support. Let's not do that again.
Yeah. Let's just play the lane. Let's chill. I want to hit some creeps. Got my double braces, get my phase boots up. I'll take this slowly and surely.
top lane's looking like a right disaster for Goon Squad right now. Luckily, the lane is under the tower, and I think this is best case scenario for S4 to just recover a little bit. But the Slark is having a really good time. This 32 CS, 8 denies, kind of trouncing the 17 loss it's on DK. He should just get these 2 waves right now, though, for kind of free.
Yeah, they nearly had that Dragon Tail into Arrow as well, but Matu, nice little sidestep, gets away from it. Now dragging the wave back towards his own tower. As Insania, of course, with all these mangoes, plenty of heals. And we've started to see this more, the laning build from Undyings, the 1-2-0 build, then back into the Tombstone. Maybe a 3rd point in Soul Rip, depending how he feels. But you do want that Tombstone up pretty quickly for your team fight capabilities out of Undying.
Yeah.
Boxy going to get some... Go for it.
That's
It's
good.
it's
Yeah,
kind of a little career snipe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Undying's such an obnoxious support. I think even what DK has so far is pretty, like, you're pretty okay with this given how hard the lane is. They pick not only the Undying and you're playing a strength offlane melee hero, but you're playing into a core like counter as well.
I mean, they
So I
caught
see a Dove.
Yeah, they caught Aqua again, but then he just turns. He's got this backup of the Omni Knight. And so quickly, things turn disastrous for Liquid. Boxy now in trouble, as it looks like Aqua and Pexu are going to take them both down.
Dire's middle tower
Maybe life is good for S4. At least he's not being dove under his tower and killed.
Yeah, no stacks on the Slark yet, right? He hasn't got any kills, no Essence shift up.
Dire's
S4 going to be feeling pretty happy about himself.
Mars is getting more net worth in general from his lane though. But yeah, the deaths,
Dire's middle
you're giving a lot to that carry.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get any moves from Mickey. You know, he has hit level 6 now, so he's got the Thunder God's Wrath. Maybe the next time they make a go on this Aqua Weaver, they find the kill. But he's got Raindrops and 1, so pretty survivable with the Omni Knight sitting in behind him. Can be a difficult task.
Kill threat with Mars ult, I want to say, is when you might feel like that's when you want to commit your Zeus ult.
Okay.
So I don't think Top is gonna. I mean, Top could maybe get Machu low enough. Actually, no, sorry, they're on the same team. Top could maybe get S4 or Hanskin low enough if they commit hard.
Yeah, feels like Marta just wants to be farming away though.
Yeah, but they have the Tombstone now, like you talked about, the threat from it. So now he's level 4 and he has it. If the wave is ever kind of up and S4's a better position, they could 100% make a go on him.
Well, they're roaming towards mid to make sure the active rune is taken. Paxu grabs the arcane, no bottle refill for Mickey. And this is the second time he's had to kind of walk back to base in the past 2 minutes. Making that long walk home and then TPing back out to lane. So it has been a bit more difficult for him now against this Queen of Pain. Oh man, they tried to catch Aqua and they don't have him. He's actually still alive, even through the Thunder God's Wrath.
The Heavenly Grace is just, I mean, way too strong. You're getting 22 strength from that. It's just all this extra health makes it so hard to kill.
Yeah, 1400 HP Weaver with strength treads. And they also had a crack up top, but Mato and Insania with no stuns or slows can't really keep up with the Mirana or the DK.
They're just trying to play up aggressive and keep S4 off the wave. Like when he walked up earlier, they don't even commit Tombstone. They just run at him as a 2, as a pair.
Limp. And he just blinks away.
Radiant's middle tower
Boxy came in with a bit of a poke, a D-ward. Try and get Mickey back into a comfortable spot while they go back up top. Dragon Tail, but no arrow, and Insania thinking about the tomb. Knowing the Mirana has leaps, though, not an option. As bottom, another dive onto Zai. Get the Mars away from his lane. Everywhere you look, it's just people charging towards enemy heroes.
He's under his tier 2. This is where you're just saying, this is illegal. Please don't let this happen. And now Boxy in danger?
Yeah, he's walked straight into them. Aqua has that Shikuchi to close the gap. Hexu already threw the hammer at him, and it looks like Boxy's straight up dead. A 5-1 start here. Oh, maybe with the stick charges. Boxy into the tree line. Aqua speared against the trees. He's dived too far.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
But nailed it from his own teammate.
He didn't. I don't think he saw the Mars TP. He probably should have been thinking about it. I guess they underestimated how quickly it would be for Mars to just regen. And they're going on S4 top as well. Lots
Essence
of dives to
shift.
the offlaners.
Give me a stack, says Matu. Undying tanking the tower as Mika kills off Hansken over towards the Radiant Triangle. And Insania survives to the tower. Limp. He throws a dagger at the back of Mickey. Just comes in to destroy the tombstone, get that bit of bonus gold on his way through. Yeah, lots of poking, lots of reactions coming in from both these teams. Laning stage pretty even, all things considered, though.
It's like these side lanes have a lot of diving and poking and pressuring, but really it's not as big of a bloodbath as it feels like it is. The game does feel a bit passive, and I think that's just a result of these two mid laners really sitting in mid for 10 minutes. No one's going hardcore for these. They have the SD on bot.
Yeah, Demonic Purge onto Pexu. These full ones, though, allowing them to stay alive that little bit longer, allowing for Limp's rotation. Hands content to the Thunder God's Wrath, but 2 quick kills bottom for Goon Squad with Limp's movement. Does give them a nice little play to get that Weaver involved.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's been no big brawls for these mid ruins, which is where we usually see a lot of fighting and starting to move around the map, but everyone's been so devoted to their side lanes, and Limp and Mickey have just been happy to trade farm mid as a result. Now we're starting to see the reactions coming out from Limp, going to these side lanes, trying to make a move, running to top, TPing bot. This is not the kind of moves that a Zeus will make. He's been using his ult where he can, but it's not having like the massive effect that maybe a Quap ult might get on killing a carry or an offlane. I think S4's been sitting kind of pretty for quite some time now, recovering his game. They're just going to wait and try and get that Blink Dagger on him if they can. Yeah,
that's when the game really starts for him, isn't it? Get Blink, roam around with a Mirana, you got your hero pairings, or even the trio with the Queen of Pain as well. And DD Rune bottled up by Limp. Attempt to deny from Boxy with those illusions. I don't know, how comfortable do you feel as both teams when this lane... This is a long laning stage, right? Usually we see laning stage break down. Well, if Enigma Galaxy's playing 5 minutes into the game when they're pushing tier 1s. I don't know, 7, 8 minutes, people are really moving out the side lanes, getting into the jungle warding and rotating. This is a very static early game. Who does this favor? Both?
It favors both teams.
Both.
Yeah, I think it does just favor both teams because both teams know that they want items or levels and things that they can do, because you look at Liquid and you don't have a straight up tower hitter really. So these early rotations that something like a DP would give you is not quite there. So you're pretty happy to just chill in your lane and farm. And for Goon Squad, like I said, they're waiting for DK's blink. That's when they can start to make moves and plays. And you could, like, Aqua had a great lane. He's strong. You could rotate him top and commit, 3 to 4 heroes to try and take this top tower with DK ult on top of that. But you don't have to. He's happy farming bot. He's pressuring Xayah and not letting him just free farm bot lane by being bot. He's not giving up his tower by staying bot. So they're keeping their tier 1 tower, which gives them the map control. Right? So, like, both teams are kind of okay just keeping things as they are for now. And there'll be a shift eventually. It's just maybe a little bit faster for Goon Squad because we've seen that Mars build. He doesn't go blink anymore.
Yeah, true. There's also a S4 purged up under the tombstone. That's going to feel pretty rough. He's tanky with raindrops, but 4 heroes from Liquid are brought up top to destroy him and delay that Blink Dagger timing. That is so desired by Goon Squad. But yeah, it feels like kind of a symptom of these drafts not having any real push heroes. Outside of Elder Dragon form, no one's a quote-unquote tower hitter. There's no DP, no lone druid, so we haven't had that pressure into tier 1s yet. That's why we've got a 14-minute laning stage, basically.
Yeah, but I'm honestly surprised we didn't see Slot go for a Midas, given how kind of peaceful the game's been.
So you got Echo Saber, yeah.
Yeah, but that means he can get involved, like now.
Arena bottom. Sonic Wave's going to try and push Xayah away. The spear connects on Pexu. Already got a lot of his spells out, but not the Guardian Angel. They will bring the Omni Knight down, and a good disruption. Weaver, he's got 20 stick charges, so he's going to time-lapse back to the right-hand side. Shikuchi into the trees. Lacking mana for the TP, though. And if Liquid knew that and kept tabs on it, they probably could have chased him down to his death.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think they saw the 1 pop off, and they just assumed he had enough mana. I don't even know where his mana went after that. A nice rotation. This is 14 minutes into the game. We've done it. The lanes have broken down. S4 is finally taking top tower. With Matu's rotation to the bot tower, I think they will be taking that. They don't have Queen of Pain ult, so I don't think they can really defend this bot tower. I think they just give it up. Looks like Aqua will just move back bot, though, to keep farming that area. I mean, they're glyphing it. Can they do it? S4 doesn't have a TP. So I think it's pretty hard.
Yeah, pinging it out as well. The Dire Observer Ward's going to see them coming, though. They spot Limp. They know Queen of Pain's on her way. And they don't really have any catch with these 3 heroes. Yeah, super reliant on the DK and the Mirana to be your catch and kill heroes. But with the lack of heroes to actually hit tower, the push will stop.
I like a lot that they've been giving Hanskin farm mid. So he has his urn, he has levels, like max Starfall. So now this timing with S4's Blink Dagger means that they're going to have a lot more kill threat.
Oh, they spot Matu, who just leaps right into them. Gets his ulti off as well. As the arena from Zai on the left side, 2 heroes inside, getting the spear on them and blowing up the supports. Mickey comes out with a double kill, and they're still chasing in towards Aqua and S4. Pounce lands, and Matu gonna get another Essence Shift stack for himself. 4 permanent Agi now on your slog. And Mickey with a tick-tock time. Potentially starting to run out for Goon Squad.
That's definitely the worst case scenario for Goon Squad. This was their moment, right? They got the smoke, they came together for this. Aqua's gonna be okay or dead?
Nah, he's dead.
Dead.
He is straight up dead.
Yep. Pretty worst case scenario. When you get your blink timing like that, the smoke is pretty monumental. It's your reveal. You want to get a good kill off it. I think they went to do it bot because they wanted to maybe invade that triangle. It's a very difficult jump onto someone like Matu Slark just because if he sees you at all and he has that improved night vision, right, he can get that Dark Pact off and it makes your initiation so rough. Maybe they were kind of angling for bot. I'm not sure. Maybe they were waiting for Liquid to want to keep going there to push that tower and they wanted to try and punish that. Either way, it didn't work. They broke the smoke on the Slark. Probably the only person that it feels really bad to break onto. And as a result, I mean, Zai, despite having queued up the BKB, he did go for a Blink Dagger. So I think with Matu and how active he's getting with this Echo Saber build, they definitely feel like they can up the tempo beyond what they were originally planning.
Yeah, it feels pretty nice being able to get in on top of the Weaver, the Mirana, even the Queen of Pain to stick him in the arena, spear him up to the side. But it looks like Limp has a very fast BKB. 18 minutes in, Falcon Blade treads BKB, so the Queen of Pain has that safety now and a bit of free reign in the team fights. But we see them go on S4. They jump in, the pounce across, Ags on Matu as he disassembled his Echo Saber to give him that extra range to chase in onto the DK.
Oh, and Matu has disassembled his Echo Saber for an Ags.
Yeah.
He just has an 18-minute Ags. I'm assuming he'll go back for the Echo Saber or turn that Oblivion... I don't even know what
Orchid?
this builds into anymore.
I mean, it goes into Bloodthorn, not the actual Orchid itself, but
Yeah.
the Bloodthorn later on. And he's going to go for a solo kill on Pexu. Nothing stopping him. Speared up and blown up by Mickey.
Tower is under attack.
And you can see the rest of Goon Squad, they're kind of angling towards top jungle, looking to connect with Aqua. They're getting picked off one by one, losing towers now quickly as well to Liquid. This is starting to snowball out of control.
It feels a little bit like the game they had with Mirana previously with the Centaur, where there wasn't a playmaker outside of the offlaner. So every time that DK was, or Centaur or DK were farming or not being able to make moves or things get thwarted, suddenly everyone kind of feels like they don't have playmake on the side lanes and everyone just sort of splits up and tries to farm, and you don't have that problem on Liquid in comparison. You have a Mars with Link, he can set up with Arena Spear. You have a Shadow Demon who can use his Disruption to set up as well. This Slark is playing absolutely aggressive out of
Yes.
his mind. Like he's setting up his own kills.
That's the thing, like Slark is just like leaping in 1v4, 1v5, not seeming to care. Incredibly tanky.
Yep.
Has that Shadow Dance as a backup plan.
Good Squad need this kill right now. They've smoked again. They're committing for their next attempt at a play with this Blink Dagger. And every moment they're doing this, Liquid is just farming. Like this whole time, Zai has Arena up. He could be forcing a move too, but he's not. He's farming. He's hitting creeps. Slark hitting creeps. And Goon Squad are top right now, getting nothing.
Yeah, much better position on the map for Liquid. Now, Aqua's farming Ancients. He's got himself Dragonlance Maelstrom, so I think you're right in the fact that they want to get him involved. He's kind of ready. He's strong. Try and make some plays around him.
Yeah, you do, and it's hard to play into a Slark when you're behind as well. Just thinking about the vision advantage alone, Matu went to go play in this bot side of the map, And Goon Squad, they like top. They want to play top. It's kind of the natural progression of map movement. And you tend, as a pro team, to leave a ward in the bot side of the map if you can, just so you can see where the enemy's farming, so to know if you're under any threat. If you see sort of kill potential there, you can smoke to the ward. But that doesn't happen with Slark because of the passive from Shadow Dance. Knowing you're under vision, being able to deward that, it pretty much gives full safety to Liquid when they playing bottom, and it makes Goon Squad's kind of one real play make with this DK dagger much harder. Like their play has to kind of come from instead maybe walking into this area and with a smoke, and when smoke breaks, you put a ward down or put the ward down on the cliff, and as soon as someone shows on it, you jump. Otherwise, you just avoid that situation altogether because it is scary. You're playing into a Zai Mars with Blink. You're playing into a Tombstone. One wrong
Zeus.
move, it's just awfully hard.
That's the thing. Life must be so easy for Insania this game. Usually he's the one spamming sentries, buying wards, running around in this dewarding battle against the opponent pos 5. But yeah, you're right. He's got Slark to spot vision. They've got Zeus to deward. There's not much that that Insania actually needs to spend money on, so he can just go straight into Holy Locket. We even saw Matu queuing up sentry. Yeah, Matu has his Aghanim Shard and a sentry coming to him. So now they're going to have this Depth Shroud, another saving tool, Disruption and Death Shroud along with the Soul Rip. So the hero that does get jumped by this DK stun can just immediately be saved. You know, the initiation, the soul initiation from Goon Squad can be mitigated completely.
Right? This is the really nice thing that I like about Liquid's draft and itemization. They're just removing Goon Squad's plays. They're not even straight up countering them or going, we're just going to go full out aggression and try and kill them all. It's just, yeah, we're going to limit everything that they can do. And they're smoking up right now. Super aggressive.
Yeah, Matu's smoke breaks. Oh, they catch a glimpse of Aqua. They've got the pounce in towards him. They don't even need it. Quick little burst there. And Peksu, he came in here to try and save his Weaver. Dies straight after. And Mickey Zeus now 7-0-2. Has his Kaya Sanj working on Ether Lens. Scaling incredibly quickly on the Zeus and the Slark. And Liquid is straight into enemy triangle. And get the jump with S4 and Hanskin. Good stun, but there's the Depth Shroud. Matu saves his teammate, and the Arena gonna keep Hanskin locked inside. Matu keeps tabs on the Mirana. Another stack for him, up to 9 now. And Liquid emerge with a 5k net worth lead. And something that I guess Goon Squad are a little happy about is there's no Ursa, there's no like Roche hero there, because that easily could have been Liquid waltzing into the pit and getting Aegis.
Yeah, everything that I want Goon Squad to do, they're trying to do. I'm thinking, yeah, they get a blink on S4, I want them to smoke, and they did. But it was thwarted by Slark. I'm like, okay, well that's fine. Kind of regroup yourselves and try and smoke again. And they did, but they didn't find anyone top. Then they're playing top and there's no one there, and I'm thinking, well, you kind of want a play to happen at some point. You're not going to outscale this Slark Mars Zeus, I don't think. Especially playing into a Shadow Demon who's going to be able to just kind of remove everything your Omni can give your core. Like, things become very scary. I don't feel confident in their late game, so I'm like, okay, go make another move. And they do. They smoke at the same time that Liquid smoke. And when they leave that top area, their carry dies. Just because it so happened that Liquid made a play at the same time. It's just kind of like a constant series just of sad things happening that is...
Yeah.
It's just kind of unlucky. It feels like.
It also feels like Liquid just have a soul read. Like they know what Goon Squad want to do, and they are countering everything. Like from draft, you know, through the laning stage into 25 minutes in, they're just deep inside the heads of Goon Squad. Yeah. Like now, you know, they see Peksu, they know that S4's up here trying to shove out this wave, so they come up with 4 heroes. And while this is happening, you see on the minimap, Zai is like running away behind his tier 2, making sure that they don't lose heroes elsewhere on the map as they pick up 2 kills quickly top.
Liquid have 2 really nice wards top that allows that play to happen. They just know exactly how many heroes are playing behind the top. Like, oh, there's a DK there. Is he baiting for his entire team? No, because we have a ward in the lane behind him that shows us that there's no one like no one has passed through here other than Omni Knight. So yes, this is a completely free play for us. And the play that I talked about, the Goon Squad kind of struggle with, like leaving that ward in areas of the map that they're no longer playing in. You know, whilst Goon Squad can't do that, Liquid can as well. They have that ward bot in that jungle showing heroes passing through. They know, they just kind of have Goon Squad's number completely, and it's so much comes down to this vision game that we talked about between Slark and Zeus.
But yeah, Goon Squad have no vision out there at all now. Zeus has just removed the final observer ward. Get one up on the high ground themselves in that triangle area, and they swing into Roche. The amplified damage from Flesh Golem helping them out. Zai tanking Roche. And yeah, Goon Squad just kind of waiting for that next item to make them feel a bit more comfortable about taking a fight. Now, BKB on Weaver is going to be a big one.
It's always that BKB. You gotta prey on. They have. They can potentially burst the Aegis down if he pushes high ground and you wait for him to use Dark Pact or feel that he hasn't used it. You get that stun up from DK. I mean, Boxy will be there with the save, but if you can kind of force that, maybe you could rejump. I don't know. You have burst with Limp. I'm just running through the simulations of how could they execute this, and I just see so many solutions from Liquid. It's so rough.
It kind of feels like Limp has to see the Shadow Demon. Like if Limp sees Shadow Demon, then they've got the Blink Orchid, BKB, kill off Boxy. And that's step one, right? Then you're thinking, right, what's the Slark doing? He's pouncing on my Weaver, he's killing my DK, Zeus is blasting people. I think that's the way it's got to be done. You know, multiple angles of attack from Goon Squad. Orchid immediately dispelled off by Matu, pouncing forward aggressively. Limp is going to BKB up and turn to face Zai. Gets arrowed, but there's the disruption save. And a high ground tombstone means Goon Squad don't want to fight around this area anymore. Pexu just being removed all of his stats. Matu clears through the Omni Knight quickly. Another 4 minutes left on this Aegis. Catapult wave arriving means Liquid want to push this tier 2. Feeling so very strong now.
I know. And even there, like I love the Orchid pickup from Limp. I think that is itemization that gives them options, right? We're talking about how Liquid's removing so many of their options, but Orchid helps give you one, but you're playing into a Shadow Demon who can still, he hasn't even bought his shard. He can buy a shard that just helps remove that instantly. And Slark as well, poking and using his Dark Pact to kind of bait these items and stuff as well is it's just so precarious.
Yeah, he's got Blink on Boxy as well, right? So he can play tree line, hide in fog, wait to see what happens in these fights. Matu, yeah, just 1v3. Why not? Run towards your enemy. Get in on top of the Omni Knight. Already forced out the Guardian Angel, and he's still going to get the kill. Aqua focusing Insania, but with the Soul Rip and this Tombstone down, it's Liquid cleaning up. Aqua. BKB Chikuchiing back towards Fountain. Gonna get a bit of distance, but Matu closes the gap quickly. Aegis still in hand, so no fear from the Slark. And Liquid rallying around that mid lane again to pressure tier 2. Yeah, I mean, it's only like a 5-6k net worth lead, but because of the lopsided draft, the way that Liquid have played out the end of the laning stage, it feels like it's 20k lead for Liquid. They're so dominant right now.
It does feel like that, yeah. But it's not the kind of net worth lead that just is shown in damage. You know, the way that if there was some Lina versus Terrorblade and the Lina has no items and Terrorblade has a Skadi Daedalus or something, you know? It's not kind of shown in that way. It's just shown in the absolute boldness of being able to stand your ground, knowing that you have so many things that cover you and keep you safe.
It's shown in the fact 3 Radiant heroes are hiding at their tier 3.
Yeah. They're
sitting in their base waiting for Liquid to come. Zai, not going to catch Limp, but Matu up top is going to catch S4. It's just this multi-pronged attack. You're defending yourself against bot. Matu is just pouncing in towards the enemy base up at top lane. Has lost all of his mana, but again, he has 2 lives. And Goon Squad needs something drastic to happen. Wait out this Aegis, and then think about the plays you can make. And time that belongs to Liquid right now. Oh, Matu.
Yeah.
Oof.
He's playing so bravely. Usually when you play, you know that there's a hero that threatens you. You know that there's someone that you have to wait to see on the map before you can make a play. You know, there's you know, this hero needs to be doing this, or I need to be careful of this. And for Matu, with Aegis, it just doesn't exist. Especially with DK dead. That's why he's happy to just dive into 3 to 4 heroes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I can't die. They don't have the stun.
And even when DK does jump, he's got Dark Pact, he's got Disruption, he pounces back in onto S4. Shadow Dance there, keeping him invisible, and Mickey blowing up the DK. A move into the backlines from Aqua, though. He's focusing into Boxy, but the Depth Shroud, there we go, hiding under the little smoke screen of the Slug. And Aegis still in hand, while Queen of Pain brought back. Defense made over this mid lane barracks, but they lost the tier 3 already.
Yeah, they just need... They need this perfect jump for Goon Squad with when Aegis is gone, where Weaver is on the Shadow Demon and Slark is getting gone on at the same time. You kind of need... I've seen some really nice plays in the past by teams where they coordinate going at the same time. If you can force the Shadow Demon to disrupt himself, right, with the Weaver using his BKB on that, so the Mars can't really touch him and the Zeus can't stop him, you know, and then you're also at the same time going with DK onto Slark, then maybe you could have a fight like that. Because he doesn't have a BKB, he is playing very greedy on the Slark. In that regard, obviously, when Liquid are playing together and have like everything ready, he doesn't need the BKB, like 100%. But it does give that little opening.
You're telling me a Slark buying Moonshard's second item is greedy? No, surely not. That's when you know you got the freest game in your life. But here we have Goon Squad trying to make a move. Hanskin, Peksu, S4 smoked up. Let's see what they can do.
You have the damage and the lockdown to kill a Slug when he's alone, or when you've done this like multi-prong attack, as you said. You have an Orchid, you have Queen of Pain ult, you have a Weaver who does have items, right? The Slug can die. You just need the right conditions.
Oh, Boxy. Oh, he blinks away just in time. Got the disruption out on the DK and TP's away. And he was cutting wave. And again, this is another difficulty they're having as Goon Squad, that vision game you talked about 10 minutes ago or so. They've got 2 observer wards up in their triangle. But that doesn't spot Matu leaping onto Aqua and forcing an early time lapse. BKB needed to come out from Aqua too. They're spending so much just to play defensively. Looks like S4's looking for an angle. But yeah, Boxy was just hiding in the tree line, spamming poison on the creep wave, and they struggled to go on him. And Liquid now find themselves in a nice spot back towards that mid lane again. Think about this potential final team fight. Yeah, 16k net worth to the good now. They've really ramped up that lead after taking Aegis and taking control of the map. Zai even going for a Scythe of Ice now. Additional bit of lockdown against the Queen of Pain and the Weaver. If they can find them pre-BKB, that's going to be glorious for Liquid.
You've seen your Slark's damage. You know what you need to do is stun.
Yeah. Oh, Matu, smoke breaks on him. I'm trying to find out who it was. The perpetrator was Aqua. And he's already got himself back towards his creep camps. And there's the Scythe done. Oh, yeah, it's already completed for Zai. TPing top. Try and help out Matu. Dark Pact already used, though, so gets away from the DK stun. Disruption comes and actually saves him from the Sonic Wave. Mickey, where is he? TPing back up to top. Need a bit more assistance here with the Nimbus and the long-range global nuke damage. It's all over for Goon Squad here. They just cannot do a damn thing. They don't have the team fight. They don't have the ways to play around Liquid's answers to the questions Goon Squad's are posing are just like completely answered.
Do you ever have that kind of image in your mind where you can see a play that's made but it goes well? And I feel like at least 5 of them this game could have gone so good if Matu didn't just get the Dark Pact off at the right moment, at the right second. His reaction and speed, old game. I don't know, I just feel like how many... I saw like an Orchid on like the last tick of a Dark Pact at one point. Stuff like that, you know? It feels so close so many times, and then it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, but I guess this is the problem when you have one hero that does all of the work. You know, S4 must be scratching his head thinking, How do I make this any better for my team? What can I actually do to deal with this?
Not a lot. I mean, I do. The only things I see are those two kind of plays. I see the play where, like I said earlier, like if Weaver can go on Shadow Demon so that he can't save the Slark, and they get Slark at the same time with no Dark Pact, then there's a way.
Or the Queen of Pain Orchids, Boxy.
Or they just get like oh, he's dead. He is dead.
Double pounce into the Hex. And a beyond godlike Slark. 11-0-10 for Matu.
Yeah.
These picks are just like the Shadow Demon pick was exceptional, but the Slark pick is like top notch. You know, they've had such free games together. It's out of this world.
Yeah. I think the move that Gun Squad made was not bad. Not this one, but the one before where they went top, because like previous to Zai getting his Hex, he was a lone bot, and Zeus is global, but Slark was a lone top. I think trying to make the use of that and go for a pick-off or something, you know, anything is the right play, because that was the second thing I see for them. Their way, if they can find Slark alone on that side lane, he's killable.
Yeah. Oh, Matu. He's got the gem. So he sees Aqua. Arrow flies straight overhead. Limp needed to try and guard the Weaver while Peksu dies. Aqua going to time lapse back into the Nimbus, and Matu just chasing him down with the help of Insania and Boxy here. Good Sonic Wave push back though from Limp, guarding the Weaver on his retreat. And Hanskin being eyed up. Got the Scythe on the Mirana. Couple of leaps, but none remaining. Nothing to stop the TP at that point, though. But yeah, I don't know, as a rule of thumb, it feels like single target and magic damage always struggle as the game goes later and later, so I don't see it getting any easier for Goon Squad.
No.
And Aqua, you know, he's got 4 rapiers queued up. That feels like the only way back into the game at this point. Yes. Get rapiers, do big damage.
Get big damage. Yeah, he has a Lincoln's and a BKB. If he has just a big source of damage, then yeah, potentially kill that Shadow Demon and start the fight would be absolutely insane.
And up to high ground they go. S4 onto Boxy. Limp is there, but their Depth Shroud saves them up. They've broken and purged the Queen of Pain. She can blink away in a second and has the Guardian Angel as a bit of backup. The safety net of the Omni Knight working out to keep Goon Squad alive. But Matumba Man, he's still able to fight here. Bubbled up and saved by Boxy and still holds the Aegis. So Matu healed as Insania Soul Rips and heals it back up to full. DK down for 45 seconds, so you've lost your one tool here. Your Sledgehammer's gone. And you're going to lose your mid laner barracks. Oh, Aqua. Oh, he got off his BKB. Matu trying to land the bashes in, but silenced at this point. Boxy and Insania trying to lurk in the shadows, but they've got the Scythe of Ice, hexing up Weaver, chasing to the base to kill off Peksu now as well. And GG is called 32-7. As straightforward as it can get for Liquid here in game number 1.
Super, super clean. Very reminiscent of how they played versus DGG as well. Just have a solid draft, a solid idea of what they want, and they execute it to perfection. Obviously, Goon Squad holding on with that hope that maybe there was just a little play here or there that they might be able to get to come back into the game, but Team Liquid really just didn't give them many chances at all. They were so limited in their plays. They had no vision all game long. It's really hard to play into that. And just the supports and everyone are just covering each other constantly.
Yeah. Everywhere they're on the map from 15 minutes onwards, they were basically as 5. Now, occasionally you'd see Zai going out onto the side lanes to shove waves or try and irritate people. But yeah, just a quick see DK not having the best of times. 0-10 for S4. You know, these... The Queen of Pain, oh my god, the Queen of Pain was 2-1-1. I guess that's more of an indication of how the struggle was for them. Limp just not being involved in anything because there wasn't anything to be involved in.
Yeah, I mean, every time you made a move to try and get Limp involved, like everything revolved around S4 and his Blink Dagger. And because the 3 smokes they made after getting it didn't work out, they just couldn't do anything. I mean, what is Limp really meant to do? You have so many tanky and hard to kill heroes, a lot of saves, heals. every time they went on someone, they kind of just survived through the quaffle, and it made it impossible to finish them off.
Yeah, it was a really rough one. That's a wake-up call for Goon Squad for sure. Getting outdrafted and outplayed by Team Liquid there in game one. We'll take a quick break and return to see if Goon Squad can fight back a little bit or if Liquid are just too good for them. We'll see you after the break.
First blood. It was ours honor.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. Here we are. I mean, Team Liquid single-handedly keeping these average game times short as they get another 30-odd minute victory here up against Goon Squad. Game 2, though, coming up. Sheepo, lots for Goon Squad to think about coming out of Game 1 because that was a one-way street. Liquid handled them.
Look, we're resetting. We're coming back into it. You know, low energy in that Game 1. Just, death after death. No big team fights. No exciting action. This Game 2, I believe is the comeback. I believe in the strength. Good Squad got this in the bag, or at least they're gonna put up a damn good fight. If this is another stomp, I will cry myself to sleep
5
tonight.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I mean, it's starting the same way, though, with the Void and the Chen ban, getting rid of some of those heroes from Goon Squad that they have shown that they can win games on.
Radiant
Aw,
team
DP's through.
Oh,
And
yes.
the Ench it is literally the exact same opening every single game. I'm not even joking. It goes the same way. You can read this like
Oh, yes.
the nicest book in the world. So cleanly presented. Hello, is Undying not banned? If so, pick Undying. If Undying is banned, pick DP. If DP is not banned, pick Enchantress /10. and Enigma.
10 seconds.
Every
remaining.
game. Every game.
Every game. But this is a much better sign for Goon Squad, right? We've enjoyed seeing Pexu on these Chens and Chantresses. Gives them a lot from lane stage and also the ability to actually rotate and do stuff.
I love it, yeah. Like, let's talk about Goon Squad's drafts and compare it to, the last series as well. I think the biggest issue we had with this Morana was the fact that it just struggles when they pick it with a support that can't do anything. Like, how bad does that feel? No one's making
Radiant
plays for you.
team
Your
back.
mid can't set up for you to hit arrows. You're so limited around the map in what you can do. You're relying on this DK. When they took to game 3 and picked this Morana mid, guess what they had as supports? Enchantress and Clockwork. You had something that sets up for you. You had something that can make plays, be aggressive on the map. And Goon Squad felt like
10
a
seconds
completely different
remaining.
team in terms of their
Dire
capabilities.
team ban.
And it paid off.
Yeah, and then you're not fully reliant on your Dragon Knight just jumping in, stunning, and dying. It gives potential here for a bit more scaling from your offlaner as well. Big fan of Enigma. Get some juicy team fights going.
Yeah, love Enigma. Love his map presence as well. Taking the tower early and just taking that jungle.
And Team Liquid do have a response to it with that Vengeful Spirit, though. They'll have the swap against the Black Hole throughout the game.
10 seconds remaining.
And a gyro ban there. It's something we've seen a lot of these teams utilizing against the Enigma to clear out the Eidolons, contend with the Enchantress creeps. So a good solid ban from Goon Squad.
Yeah, and specifically Liquid. They played this Venge gyro lane into the Enigma. It ended up getting lane swapped against them, so that there was Bat Rider instead. But I think they showed that even against Bat, this gyro Venge is a pretty damn strong safe lane. With the minus armor, with the stun, the ability to just
10
keep kind of
seconds
going on you and peeling you off the waves and making it uncomfortable for the offlane to really
5
make any
seconds
moves.
remaining.
Yeah, it becomes much more difficult. And DP here, I don't know, I always want to say it's an offlane hero. They've got the opportunity to flex it into mid, but it definitely feels like more of a Zai hero than it does a Mikke one. So we've got parts of our side lanes. Venge probably going to be the Insania hero, but could swap over to Boxy if they want to go that direction.
Yeah,
Radiant
I'd
team
much
ban.
prefer DP in the offlane. I just think she's stronger there. And I just think it is so nicer for... Obviously, we've seen DPs from mid pop off, but I just think it's nicer having a DP in the offlane because the hero's so strong. She's not going to lose her lane. She's not pressured to have to rotate around the map and be reliant on
10
runes.
seconds
She's just
remaining.
in that lane. You can bring whatever heroes you feel like to her, and she'll get
5
that tower. She
seconds
might even
remaining.
take it alone.
Radiant
It
team
just
pick.
feels like a much more natural place for her, and she's gonna get the items anyway. And you can just put something else on mid, a little bit more
Dire
flavorful.
team pick.
If you want to cover her
There it is.
losses, yeah, there's the clock. Hell yeah, run it back. This is a great sign. They have playmake now. They have ways to play and fight and not rely on a single initiator. This is much stronger draft from Goon Squad in my opinion.
10
Yeah,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
absolutely is. And yeah, the process here, not really showing too much in terms of core heroes. Like, yeah, okay, you've given away the fact you've got offlane Enigma, but you don't know what's coming out of that mid lane or the safe lane or Limp or Aqua. But what did we see last night against Enigma? It was Enigma Galaxy with their Alk sniper, wasn't it? Like, is Alk an option
Yeah.
here for Liquid a bit later on in this draft?
Alka's a carry?
Yeah. Smartu plays it, doesn't he?
I mean, maybe, yeah. It's definitely something that people like just because of the Greevil's Greed 2 versus the Eidolons and accelerating your farming. It goes a little bit both ways, just because Enigma is
Dire team
so
pick.
capable of like killing you within Black Hole, but
Radiant
when
team
you're
pick.
playing with Avenge, you're pretty much completely safe. Just due to that swap, it means that you're never fearful of that Midnight Pulse damage in Black Hole.
And a Marcy to go along with it.
Yeah.
I've got two supports that are pretty good at scaling. Like, we've seen these
10
Vengeful
seconds
Spirits just by Aghanim's Shard, then Aghanim's Scepter. Don't really need too much in the way of other items. How is Marcy against like canceling Black Hole? Can you rebound in on top of Enigma?
No, I don't. I think if you get caught in the radius, it cancels your rebound.
Okay.
I think.
That's what I was thinking
don't
as
know.
well. I know, just one of these little flashes in my brain. I was like, hang on, can you just jump on the Enigma? Maybe it depends on what angle you come from. Like, if you land behind him, maybe you've got the chance to stun him
sounds
and cancel
broken.
Black Hole.
I mean, yeah. If you come from behind, sure. Like if he's black holing in front of him
team back.
and not like around him,
Bloodseeker.
But I don't think that should work. I think more important is that she can dispose you out of it, right? Or did that get fixed? That might have got fixed. You know, I don't know. I'm a bad caster. I'm sorry.
Well, you can dispose out of cogs at the very least. And some really good ways of chasing here. Like
10
DP speedy, you've got
remaining.
swap, you've got this rebound dispose. Lots of ways to catch up
5 seconds
and
remaining.
chase down heroes like Clockwork and Enchantress. And Goon Squad are going to grab themselves an Aqua Bloodseeker. So that's going to be what? Enchantress Bloodseeker against a DP Marcy.
That's a strong lane. I mean, they both are really strong lanes. It can go either way. Bloodseeker tends to just out-sustain, usually, with the heal. But a matchup like DP Marcy are able to output consistent harass and damage, and it does make it scary for Bloodseeker. Especially if they then commit really hard with like Marcy rebound, toss back. I guess if you're able to limit the amount of camps she can access, kind of similar to
Radiant
Chen, if you
team
want to like
back.
block those camps, yeah, she's still going to be a little bit strong because her trading's really good and she has the impetus too. But yeah, limiting her access to creeps would make the lane just that breath easier for
Yeah.
Liquid.
Absolutely would. And coming into these last picks, a couple of bans aimed towards Goon Squad's
10
mid lane.
seconds remaining.
There is the Limp Invoker gone. And Liquid wanting their Mickey
5
hero as well, it
seconds
looks like.
remaining. Team ban.
Oh no, they're banning out a Slardar. So they're considering the mid DP and maybe an option here for Zai to grab up one of these heroes that really shuts down the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, you can't just assume it's going one lane. I think
10
the hero's better in the
seconds
off lane, and I wouldn't be opposed at all to seeing it here, but you can't
5
rule out that
seconds
there's something
remaining.
better that could be picked.
Yeah.
So, nice bans. The Alk and DP are very formidable in terms of how fast their gameplay goes, so this Bloodseeker in that respect is a really nice pick, because Bloodseeker
Radiant
can get
team
involved
back.
very nicely, gets that Maelstrom in BKB, and can fight early. You have the Rupture, which means I think it would be nice if Goon Squad paired this with a nice mid that is able to rotate, because just you're in your lane, DP's there, maybe you Rupture her, and then that follow-up from you have 2 aggressive
10
supports plus a
seconds remaining.
mid rotation, that's a death. Just having that kill threat, and you can bring Bloodseeker
5
mid even
seconds
as well.
remaining.
Yeah, or even the other way, like having global presence. A Zeus or something for Limp wouldn't be out of the ordinary. You know, having Zeus Bloodseeker, having Zeus able to play with these long-range initiators like Clockwork, or even Enigma once he gets his Blink Dagger up. Just that added raw damage, you know, to burst through someone like an Alchemist early on.
Yeah.
Maybe you want a bit more
Weird.
scaling
I
though.
mean-
Like, I look at this and I think Enigma's greedy, Bloodseeker needs his items.
I don't think Bloodseeker's that greedy. I mean, he wants to farm, of course, but I don't think he's that greedy. You know, compared to something like a Terrorblade.
Yeah, sure.
Radiant team pick.
I've definitely seen a lot of Bloodseekers like run over the game.
Oh, Bat was still in the pool. He was left there until the last pick for Liquid.
It's a really good back game.
Oh my
You
god.
have a lot of Rupture targets. Like Bloodseeker wants to kind of Rupture everyone here. You have 3 cores that like to just run
10
through fights
seconds
and
remaining.
fight for a long time and abuse that mobility.
5 seconds remaining.
So this does make it quite hard for him to target select. It's yeah. Goon Squad's way of team fighting is gonna be Clockwork needs to go on Venge and make it hard for Venge to just sit there and wait for the swap. And if they can force swap or kill the Venge, then that gives Enigma the space to go in. You have a lot of, I mean, this lasso is gonna be such an annoyance as BKB peers. It just means that if Batrider's similarly looking for the backline, looking for Enigma and finding him, which he can, it's a Batrider, then Goon Squad's fight becomes very awkward.
I mean, do you pick Queen of Pain again here?
You could. I'm not against it. It's that ganking mid hero with damage.
And lanes against Batrider decently,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Puck's banned. You don't really want to be picking Zeus into this now, especially when Liquid have 2 supports that can rotate into the bat lane. Both Marcy and Venge very adept at guarding water runes, roaming in, giving that additional bit of threat to kill off the mid laner.
I've seen Leshrac sometimes played into Batrider because he just farms with the what's it called?
Lightning Storm?
Yeah, instead of maxing his other spells, and then you just kind of like go from range.
You
Oh,
may
they do
now
still go for the
select your
Zeus.
heroes.
I mean, I
little
liked the
scary.
Zeus before the bat pick, and I was like a bit shaky on
Yeah.
it, but I guess it does still give them that raw damage to, you know, if Hanskin does hook shot the Venge, they just blow her up, get her out of the fight.
I think they can rotate, I guess, with Pexu as well on mid if he goes. Just coming in with that enchant slow could be enough to kill him under tower. Oh wait, Zai's. It's Zai's Bat Rider. It's not even mid.
You're right, so it
Alright.
is. Toss that bat into Bloodseeker Enchantress.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that's a rough one.
It's Bat and Marcy. Oh, that's going to be rough for Aquapexu. Are there any kind of lane swaps or like aggressive tri-lanes or anything that Goon Squad can do here? Do they want to shift things around?
If they moved Bloodseeker versus Alk, yeah, that could be nice for them. But
Then it's Enigma against
then it would
Bat.
become a. I mean, you're fine with that, right? Because he's just gonna pull the wave back. I guess he could get Dove. I guess it kind of sucks no matter what. This is a late pick Bat Rider. It's pretty nice. But if you have, I'm thinking that Liquid might maybe be happy to just tri-lane with the Alk if they put Bloodseeker against him, whereas Goon Squad maybe a little bit more hesitant to just throw out a tri-lane because they need a support that can help disrupt Bat Rider when he wants to dive which core. I'm not sure there's a core that can stand alone against him. I mean, yeah, maybe it's possible with Enigma if you're able to kind of harass him down with the Eidolons, keep him low health.
Just play under your own tower.
And stuff.
Play defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a lot more options here for Goon Squad in game 2, though, and a lot more team fight and action that they can create here in the second game of the series. Battle up against Team Liquid and try and get this upper bracket victory to move on forward towards TI. As we do have that S4 Enigma. A limp on the
Like,
Zeus.
this is hype matchup. I loved both these drafts. There's going to be a lot more fighting this game.
Way more.
I feel really good. Yeah.
Goon Squad going to be wanting to shut down this Alk. And Liquid, with this DP pressure, we've seen how quickly a mid DP can come online. Sumail has shown that time and time again. 6 minutes in, just go for towers no matter what. First catapult wave, get yourself active. With the smoke, they're trying to invade the bottom jungle, but they've been spotted by Limp Zeus. And Goon Squad, well, they're setting up to fight this. Hanskin walks in with a battery assault. Blood Right's going to be there onto everybody from Liquid and zones them away. Turnaround concoction play from Matu, though, does stun in onto 2 of them. Boxy is about to die, but he gets off his fairy fire, survives, and Hanskin, 3 stacks of sticky on him, up to 4. Needs a bit more damage from Insania and the lads. The magic missile, the fairy fire save. Insania, he's the first blood. 2-man concoction from Matu, though, as S4, the big pounce in. Boxy rebound, stuns 4. It's a bloody RP from him.
Oh, what a skirmish. It just kept getting pulled slowly more and more towards Goon Squad's tier 1 tower. They're looking for that little bit of safety.
Well, in the end, first blood for Goon Squad and 2 kills to 1. Bounty runes, Zai, Matu, Hanskin, and where's the last one? It was Zai picking one up a little bit earlier than that, so 2 for 2 exchange there. A feel-good moment for Goon Squad, though.
Yeah, Pexu getting the first blood. I think pretty impactful, I would say. You're playing an Enchantress with that extra starting item now. Looking at his courier, he's bringing out a Blightstone. So this first blood has enabled your Enchantress to have a Blightstone, which makes Zai's lane in these early levels much harder.
Yeah, getting clicked down by the Ench. And get a bit of damage back onto Aqua. In that mid lane, Mickey just piling it onto Limp. And shoving that wave in. Looking for the denies under tier 1. And up in that top lane, Matu, the Alchemist, one of these soft answers to the Enigma, will have that acid spray to try and contend with Eidolons. Avenger, a kind of a ranged hero, can click into them as well. Try and keep the Alchemist safely farming the first few minutes.
It's not an easy lane by any means. When we looked at the gyrocopter version of this lane, it was flat cannon gives you a long range way to go on them, harass them down. But for Alk, it's very much a sort of melee skirmish. Like Clockwork is really good at just getting in there and harassing. He's coming in now from behind. He's gonna they're just gonna click Matu here. There's no Venge.
Yeah, no Greevil's greedy either.
Okay.
Goes for the stun and the acid spray, levels 1 and 2. Even some denies from S4 on his Eidolons to limit the farm that Matu's getting. And down at bottom, Zai. Oh, the impetus. Not quite enough, but you've got Aqua chasing with the thirst. Zai does get the pick off on Pexu, though. At least trade his life for something.
This is the threat of this Enchantress. I mean, giving her life for it, but you're giving XP to Aqua by dying first. What a true support.
And Marcy picking up the pieces. Aqua with a pretty full wand. Went straight for it. And keep himself sustained in this lane. And handed a Tango and an Orb of Venom here, so even more chasing potential from Goon Squad in that bottom lane. And you can see the struggles for Liquid top, though. Lane is always being dragged back to the Enigma's tower. So Matu getting his last hits in as best he can. 14-1. A couple of them will be Eidolons, though. Insania lost out on the Sentry Ward battle in a small camp, though, unfortunately for him. So no pulls from that direction. And Hanskin just going to be bodyguarding this large camp. That's the best thing you can do is this Clockwork. You're up in their face, making sure that they're not manipulating that creep wave back to deal with Enigma's moves.
I would not mind at all if Goon Squad put a ward on this cliff top that sees the jungle. Just because you're playing with an Alchemist, one big thing is stacks, and I don't think they'll be stacking the Ancients because it's pretty hard for Marcy to do it. You should have to go up there and click it in melee range. She's not a Venge. But looking at Venge, I think it would be very easy for Insania at any point to kind of just swing to this main jungle, stack like 2 camps, and then come back to the lane.
Well, go on the Enigma now. Concoction inside the Acid Spray, and they're just going to kill off S4. They hit level 2 on Avenge, immediate aggression. Hanskin looking for this Insania Avenge inside the cogs with the battery assault, and he will be able to take her down thanks to the creeps helping out a little bit. Eidolon's pressuring Matu back to his tower as well.
The Eidolons, even in death, his soul lives on.
Well, yeah, a bit of relief there from Liquid, but Wave is still pushed back towards Radiant side.
I just look at the skill build on Matu. He's very much geared for wanting to fight in this lane. He has no illusions about staying back and just farming.
Yeah, 2 in the Acid Spray, 1 in the stun, no Grievel's Greed whatsoever. Keep on battling. You got stuns for days. As Zai down in that bottom lane, feeling the pain from this hurricane out of the Wild Wing, dragged back into Aqua's Bloodseeker. And then
just small things, right? That first blood.
oh, Mickey. Mickey's just diving the tier 1. Yeah, level 3 Spirit Siphon allows him just to stand his ground under tower hits. That's a pretty even lane, Limp with a slight CS lead. We'll wait to see what Mickey does, though, with that level 6, if he can get in onto an objective.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just all the small things. Pexu getting that Blightstone leads to Zai dying. Oh, they're just gonna kill him off.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to go on Pexu bottom. Matu nearly dying top at the same time. Trying to chase here, but yeah, Matu dropping to the Eidolons while Hanskin zones back Insania. Top lane going pretty decently here for Goon Squad. Even with that the 2 deaths, on the Enigma. Making life very difficult for the Alchemist.
Yeah, I like and respect the skill build a lot to try and go for those kills and try and contest the lane, but it can backfire, of course, if you die like that. If he comes back to lane now and dies again, then you're in a position where you're trying to farm with only, I guess, 1 point in the Grievel Screen. It's not too bad now. He's hit 4.
He's got it finally. I also got to look out for this Thunder God's Wrath as Insania just dies inside the cogs again. Hanskin is finding himself in these prime positions just to backstab the Venge and the Alk. This lane ward proving very, very valuable.
Anytime Clock gets the cogs off now with 3 points in demonic conversion, you're doing so much damage with the Eidolons. 2 points in stun. It's very overwhelming. It's a lot of damage. He's got that urn now finished too. Essel's very farmed.
Yeah, he's just playing forward onto Matu. Drops him below half health. He's going to need that salve to top himself back up. But look at Hanskin's line. Straight towards the Alk to cancel the salve. And life is not easy for Matumba Man here. I was also wondering, Limp made a move up top, but he was just grabbing Illusion and the Bounty Rune. Maybe could have actually transitioned up there to look for the kill. But wants to hold out against the DP, who obviously offers that threat on your tower with Exo. And Matu, every time he steps forward in this lane, getting caught with tons of stuns. They will turn here a bit onto Hanskin. Try and bring down the clock, but there is that damage from the heavens. The Zeus global presence showing itself yet again. Goon Squad with a laning stage lead here. Zai trying to get something back in that bottom lane. He plays aggressively into Pexu's Ench, but that's Nature's Attendance. That's a turnaround from Aqua. Zai and Boxy, a little worse for wear.
Yeah, that missed rebound as well. Hurting a little bit. And Zai getting low. Do they have space for a dive? There's no rupture. There is a 20 stick on Bloodseekers. That is a lot of sustain if they do want to dive.
Oh, Boxy rebounding in. Very aggressive play. The slow within the blood right allows Aqua just to go straight in. There's the dive. No cares in the world from Goon Squad. And a rupture on Zai now. Maybe allows Pexu here to click into him. Find the finish. Tower damage. Really substantial on a squishy little Enchantress. Zai, though, still stuck there in the blood right. Is that going to clip him and finish him off? Pexu! Oh, he went for it. Ballsy play, but pays for it in the end.
Little miscommunication, I want to say. Aqua even diving and he'll TP out.
Oh my god, he's dead as well!
Oh my god!
Goon Squad, what are you doing? Oh.
All Zai is doing is sitting there looking hot. He's just attracting people into his tower to die. I mean, there has to have been miscommunication there. I mean, Pexu was willing to die. I mean, there's going to be another death top here on this clock, but Pexu was willing to tank that tower just for the kill, and Bloodseeker's not going in. I don't know if they just didn't understand the cooldowns, because he didn't have Flame Break on Zai. Maybe they were worried about stick charges or a turn like that, but he was keeping his distance very much. Maybe he thought there might be a TP from a support and just didn't want to commit like that. But yeah, it was very much Pexu just committing in and Aqua not willing to do the same, which led to both of them dying.
Yeah, it definitely felt like
poor,
a bit of miscommunication there. And Liquid trying to gather their forces top. Tower's already fallen. Matu does have a bit more safety now, closer to his tier 2 to get some farm going. But this is prime time Enigma now. Earn up, Arcane Boots done, heading into that Vlad's and Wraith Pact. And Hanskin, once again, zoning out Matu. Neither of them level 6 yet, 9 minutes in. Chasing him back behind his tier 2. It's just so difficult to like contest this Enigma's lane now.
Yeah, it is. I think it's really cool how the side lanes have impacted like the amount of fighting on mid. Once I got ruptured bot. That's rough. But yeah, I thought there would be so much brawling for these runes because Zeus would want it, Mickey would want it on his DP too, and they have such great supports for rotating. But there's been so much of an emphasis on like fighting and keeping your cores alive. It's like, okay, we gotta commit these supports to the Enigma lane. We want to take this tower early. We want to, Alk is their win condition. We gotta kill him. Meanwhile, bot is like, well, we don't want to leave Bloodseeker alone to die to Batrider. Let's kill him. So they just kept heroes here. Now we're gonna see Mickey rotating 10 minutes in.
And they've got the lasso onto the Bloodseeker. Very happily expend a couple of ultis here as long as this Exo gets a bit of damage onto that tier 1 bottom. Unlocked the jungle for them as well. So a nice pick off, but it looks like elsewhere on the map, Enchantress is shoving in mid, and you've got Enigma and Clockwork invading that top jungle, trying to scout out where the Alk is. But Matu has already cleared out a number of the stacks there. So S4 just swings in towards the tier 1 instead. Chip away at it with Eidolons. Catapult wave arrives now, 10 minutes in as well.
You're definitely taking it. There's no lasso, no real way to defend this tower.
Yeah, Liquid hard commit for the bottom tier 1. They are starting to TP back into mid, but the tower's already crumbled. And Liquid a little bit on the back foot now. S4 tumbling forward. Yes, the Malefice and the Urn on Insania. That's quite a lot of damage. Add in the Rocket Flare, and it's nearly a death for the Venge. It's like the knock-on effect of that is like you see Matu, he's just running. Where does he go?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, S4's having such a good game. You love to see an Enigma this farmed, getting his being able to play in this part of the map. It's kind of a dream for any offlaner, getting your tower pre 10 minutes and just farming the jungle, taking these camps away from the enemy carry. Any offlaner is super chuffed to be in this position, and it gets even better if you're able to then give the lane to your support, like top, like Clockwork now getting his level 6. He's got that hook shot with the smoke. They might look here to move and go bot. And then meanwhile, you're just happy to leave S4 top. You have these, this just security from having such a good time there.
Insane, he's going to break the smoke bottom. They were looking for a core kill here off the Clockwork's level 6. They'll find the Venge. Pexu sees Boxy on the retreat back. And the Rupture on Zai might actually be able to catch the... Nah, never mind. The Clockwork's wandered off too far away. He went to go and ward up the high ground.
is under attack.
Yeah, this is the thing. Goon Squad feeling themselves much more this game because they've got the ability here for Hanskin to lead the charge. Him and Pex, you can say, right, we go here, we play there, we start playing aggressively around this Zeus now with Thunder God's Wrath and all the magic nuke damage he brings.
Yeah, but look at Zai's TP. He TP'd to top with that Rupture, which means he's in position ready to go look for this gank on S4.
Can they find him with a rebound? Zai, helped out by Boxy, straight on him with a lasso. And there's your Enigma down, burnt to a crisp. Yeah, good battle.
Really nice.
Yeah, good battling back by Liquid. This is room that Matu desperately needs. He's had a struggle in the early laning stage against this Enigma clockwork, but now he's able to freely farm stacks. 2,400 gold saved up towards his relic.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Now we have EXO on Mickey again. They haven't taken the mid tower yet. It's definitely something that they'll want to be thinking about. There's little rats in their triangle right now that they gotta deal with.
Yeah, it's not just the clock, right? I mean, Insania swaps out of the cogs. Hanskin's gonna TP home and gets away. Aqua was thinking about coming in and fighting because he did rupture up the DP. But the rest of the team are sitting in mid, pushing out waves, getting the farm going. Aqua will TP up top now to try and lap up the farm that Zai's pushed in towards his tower.
No Rupture for a minute
Dire
after just using it bot, so there's not quite kill threat here, but I think he'll be happy to just take this farm, take this area. And S4 meanwhile, going for that Wraith Pact. It's the nice type of build where you're not looking for these big jumping plays. You just want to kind of be able to take areas as a team and control that map space and be able to just kind of bull up and just walk into these fights. You don't want to Blink Dagger into Insania's Vengeful Spirit. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah. You do not want to be getting swapped out during Black Hole. You can kind of just walk it in. You've got very good heroes in the clock and the Enchantress to break vision, get in the faces of their opponents. It kind of forces Liquid to dogpile onto Hanskin or Pexu if they do just walk in or hookshot forward. That hookshot unfortunately missing. Zai and Mickey both skipping away. And Limp
is under attack.
getting tagged by the sticky napalm. Oh, here, Goon Squad just making a barrier in front of that Aqua Bloodseeker. The quicker he can get to BKB, the better.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and whilst Liquid are kind of playing bot, they have a ward there, they're feeling comfortable, they don't really see where Goon Squad are for the most part. They're just pressuring this top tower. You're getting a tier 2 this early, it's so nice. They're actually smoking because they really want to contest it.
Yeah, they want to make sure that this outpost isn't freely handed over to Goon Squad. Mickey, Exo's ready, two-man silence, and in with the Unleash. Boxy shreds through Hanskin quickly, and they've got the lasso on the Enigma here. Pexu can't really save him. Magic Missile gonna finish off the job, and now they're disposed back on the Enchantress. Liquid swoop in, get 3 kills. Didn't save their tower, but they do still safeguard the outpost in the top jungle.
Yeah, losing the tower is pretty bad for them. However, willingly giving that up plus the outpost is too bad. Especially you can't afford to give up that much map space when you have an Alpha on your team. So the smoke was nice just to try and combat that. I think Goon Squad are still happy getting that tower. Not expending a Black Hole is still something that they can utilize.
Especially as Dire, right? You want that outpost to guard Roshan, TP2, and react to any moves up there. And Matu will now get his Radiance. Another little stack there made for him by Insania. Sat behind the Alk, ready to swap if anyone comes. Yeah, I kind of want Goon Squad just to keep going. Get these wards down, play forward, get some hook shots onto cores. And Mickey using the creep wave really nicely there to block the path of entry, but Hanskin's still just going to chase forward here. Get in on top of them. A nice rebound with the move speed for Mickey, though. Gets him away.
Has been killed.
That sounds like Matu charging up a concoction. Trying to clear out these stacks. And yeah, Goon Squad, they charge forward. Find Insania. Black Hole onto Matu, who's going to drag him back into the rest of Goon Squad as well. Limp now dominating. As Goon Squad really put their foot down.
Zai's going top on Aqua. Rupture comes out.
Yeah, no more chasing. Aqua's going to get out of here, though. The Marcy's coming in.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they did exactly what you wanted though. That aggressive move, keep going. Exo's down. We can do this. There's no lasso either. They just go in there, get that out killed. It's pretty big for them. They're not getting any deep wards down off the back of it.
Radiant's top tower
But I
is
think
under
it's a
attack.
little hard to do just because, you know, you've shown clearly that you've been in this area, so they're going to put down a lot of sentries to make sure that they have it secured. Instead, they'll just kind of play here and deny the area this way
Radiant's
instead.
top tower is under attack.
Like, yeah, we dare you to walk up. We're going to try and kill you if you do. Matu doesn't know.
We've got Ench creeps, we've got Eidolons, hook shot in, and Matu gets his Chemical Rage out with a decent wand, and there's Insania with a swap back. Not even going to lose his own life in the... Oh, he will. That impetus damage, man. Level 2. Hits pretty hard. Zai flying over the top as Mickey backstabs into the clockwork. Hanskin dies, and Matu, he's aiming for this concoction on S4. Boxy with the remaining bit of damage from this unleash can allow Matu to get the kill, while the TP out from Ench gets her to Fountain. But it's a quick shift into mid now from Liquid.
They have Exorcism, so they're not even going to waste it for this mid tower. They can use it for Roche, or they can use it to threaten Roche. It would be nice if they were able to take the top half of the map soon.
Look at Zai go. Hey, he's chasing Limp, but a step too far there. Ruptured up. And Goon Squad not afraid of fighting back when Liquid come for their towers like this. Mickey does have level 2 Exo and that fresh BKB though. So it could be Liquid looking for another fight once Zai respawns.
Costly mistake. They don't get the mid tower as a result. Forced to back off without having your bat alive. So that is that's a little bit of costly stuff there. Not getting that map control from having mid makes the Roche harder to access. The mid tower and the top tower are both like towers you want to take down. They're going for this fight though. Mickey's just running it.
Yeah, how dare you take our outpost? Come back here, Clockwork. Turns himself into a little piggy, but Mickey, very speedy. Good hook shot on cogs from Hanskin. Creating a bit of a zone, but that's not going to allow him to slip away. Liquid's grasp is too tight, and Zai, he's looking for Pexu here, thinking about the lasso on the Ench, and he realizes there's no better target nearby. Goes straight for the Enchantress, and with the remaining few seconds of this Exo, maybe thinking about the tier 1, but they've actually spotted Limp, but they get the rebound from Boxy. Drag him back in, and the chain stuns allow Mickey to get a double kill. And that's all
They're
room
doing
for
a really
Matu.
good job of punishing these. Yeah, their ability to chase is insane on Liquid. We saw, I mean, Bat in general, he's so good at it. He gives so much vision. The ability to just run forward with that massive amount of move speed. He doesn't even have boost of travel, but he has the Tranquils, the Windlace, the Drum, giving himself that movement speed in other areas to enable his team to just always see more, find more, using that sticky napalm, and then getting the catch up with Boxy.
Yeah, rebound swaps. I mean, DP is also a pretty speedy hero herself.
Yeah.
Only with the brown boots, 382 move speed.
But it's okay. Aqua's finished his BKB. We got that Kaya and Sanjon Zeus. He's got his level 12 ready. They have a lot of damage right now, a lot of burst. They don't have that blink black hole as their way of fighting, but if they smoke, catch vision of anyone, you have that rupture. You can just kind of walk in and use your spells that way. You have that hookshot initiation. They got the tools to play a fight right now if they want to smoke up.
Yeah, they absolutely do. 4 of them smoke. Zeus shows in that mid lane. Looks like Mickey afraid of what's coming around the corner. Who's their first point of contact here? It is going to be Insania's Venge. Hanskin not afraid, just a hookshot onto her. Rupture on Boxy and a Thunder God's Wrath there. A lot of burst damage as Boxy dies to Aqua. Sprint forward. Held back by Mickey though with a Spirit Siphon. So 1 kill off the back of that smoke. And then they'll take control of this top jungle, try and de-ward as best they can. And they're actually heading into the pit here. Is this something...
10 seconds as an Exo.
Yeah, something Liquid could absolutely contest. Matu does have his BKB. They've got Exo ready, like you say. And Zai with the Boots of Bearing, speedily moving across towards Roche, who's now down to 2,000 HP. Oh, Liquid, are you fast enough? Roshan now is about to die. Aegis grabbed by Aqua.
It can still be a good fight.
It could, if Zai can get the jump. But Eidolons are going to see the wave of terror. And they'll know very shortly that Batrider is coming. Oh, Zai sees S4. They're going to get the lasso on him. Drag the Enigma back in. Liquid still fighting. Even though the Aegis is claimed by Goon Squad, they're getting the pickoffs. Wraith Pact is down. Concoction channeled, but self-stun from Alk. Just the 1 kill. Exo not used, though, so Mickey does still have that for the next fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
Goon Squad trying to TP in mid to defend Limp. Boxy went for the solo kill on the Zeus with the Unleash, but pays the price there as Peksu and Hansken both able to guard up the Zeus, while back in the triangle, Aqua being bullied by Zai. Pushed around by the flame break, Matu with the BKB up. He's ruptured, but launches the concoction in towards Peksu. The rest of his team here with a shot on the Ven, just spamming out stun after stun. No kill on the Ench, though. A little bit too tanky with the 3 points in the Nature's Attendants, the drums, the wand.
It definitely feels like Goon Squad struggle to disengage from a lasso. The amount of times they just can freely lasso right in front of everyone is kind of insane. I was just thinking of ways I would like to see them deal with that, but they are already pretty damn on it. Hansken has just finished his 4-star, and Peksu heading for that Lotus Orb. That's going to make that game so much easier. If you're on the run or kind of angling in, the ability to just put Lotus on Aqua and just make it so easy is much nice.
Oh, that
Very nice.
That would have been a huge kill if they could find it. So close to spotting Mickey there. But the smoke breaks and the DP disengages. I get over into this dotted triangle now, trying to close the map in around Liquid, but they are quickly spreading northwest as Matu takes down a few camps on his way through the jungle. Now, what does Goon Squad want from the Aegis they've got here? Is this just towers and farm?
It's scary. It's hard for them to push the towers. If they can just keep trying to take fights with it, that would be pretty ideal. If you can kill Liquid's heroes and kind of put them down, I mean, that seems nice. Obviously, taking a tier 2, they have the top one already, so it's not something that's massively important to them. Being able to just kind of remove the rest of the outer towers is always great, just because it makes your ability to create a line with your heroes or get from one side of the map to the other. It makes it so much easier and puts a lot of pressure on Liquid. You want to be able to deward them, remove their vision, make them feel constricted. That's always the sort of goal with an Aegis.
Yeah, force them to react and TP bottom to defend. There's a long push out that top lane though from Liquid, killing off the tier 1.
Yeah.
And even getting the farm in the enemy triangle there with Boxy. It feels...
They showed a TP. They could just smoke into the top side of jungle. I mean, I guess Liquid are connecting really quick, because they understand that that is a potential move and threat.
Yeah, they're so fast at gathering around each other. And what's Matu at now? Finished off the Assault Cuirass. Blink Dagger next for your Alchemist. He's moving back into mid. They've got all the tools they need to jump in onto Aqua. Has a good Thunder God's Wrath, though, almost bursting through Boxy, but they did claim that Aegis life. Boxy finally dies to the Midnight Pulse, but there's the lasso through the BKB. Hookshot back in towards Matuma Man. He's got a BKB of his own with a Blink Black Hole. S4 swap back out. It's cancelled by Insania, and now the chase is on. Liquid able to close the gap onto Peksu. S4 down in the back lines, and Goon Squad, they are scrambling, running away from Liquid's defense of that mid-tier 2. Oh, that happened so quickly.
That did. And it just goes to show like just how rough it is as an Enigma, this game, without a Lincoln Sphere. Getting that 3-man black hole. I mean, well, it's such a good black hole, but because Insania knows perfectly his place in the game, I have to cancel black hole. I have to sit back. I can't be the one that initiates. Your Boxy's the one diving in, giving his life to remove that Aegis and using his buyback, right? That they have their own roles to play, and Insania waited and he got his, and that is the good punish. They get the Aegis. You cannot be happier as Liquid, I think, taking that engagement that way.
Yeah,
I don't think you really lost much.
It looks so funny watching Insania's movement back there in the replay. He walks in, Wave of Terror, throws a stun, he gets hit by Thunder God's Wrath, and he immediately, like, it looks like he's feared. He runs back towards base to try and get that gap so he knows that he's not going to get caught in the black hole. Great positioning from him. And he's going to have a Blink Dagger soon as well, so he can sit even further back to make sure he cancels out these ultis from S4.
It's just good. It's just good play, and you want to keep yourself away from Clockwork as well. I think Clock maybe feels a little stressed because he knows that he wants to try and get to that Venge and stop her from just swapping and kind of ruining their win condition for fights with the Enigma. But at the same time, you also need to be using your BKB piercing hookshot to help like disable Alchemist during his BKB, or helping to disengage your teammates from that fight. Like when everyone collapsed on Aqua under that tower with the lasso, he was the one that had to get in there with the hookshot to try and break it up, try and relieve that pressure.
Yeah, so a challenge for Hanskin. He's their initiation and their counter initiation at the same time. It's like you can only choose one though. Can't have the best of both worlds. And Liquid smoking up. They want to reclaim their triangle. It's all been warded by Goon Squad. And another minute for S4 to have a black hole means he's, going to blink away. Feel something coming, but the chase from Zai. Tons of movement speed. Gets in on top of S4. And Goon Squad, they might lose more. They found the clockwork up on top of the cliff top. 2 kills for Liquid here. As they now spread out across the map, they can push down bottom lane, farm in an enemy jungle. And Insania's even lurking in mid with the remnants of his smoke.
Yeah, a little hunt for more. Could take it to that mid lane. I'd like to see more lane pressure coming out from Enchantress. I feel like she could send creeps more to the side lanes to try and get them in a good position. Like if you're playing all bot, maybe send one to top or something. Because she's Pexu's pretty behind on gold. He had this drum, but he's not getting... He's inching very slowly towards his lowest orb. I think it's so important for the team to get that. So if he's able to kind of find a little bit more farm by sending a creep to an enemy jungle camp or wherever, just places that they're not playing as a team.
Well, good luck with that. The lane ward from Liquid saw him coming up here, so they were immediately sprinting towards top to kill him.
But that's the thing about the creeps. You don't have to commit your hero to this sort of play. He wants to because he wants the XP. He's quite under leveled as well, level 12, and not feeling too great. Not the worst, of course, but yeah. You can just send these creeps up here and then sort of just leave and go play with your team. Go play as a smoke breaker. Go play to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic of experience and levels, just looking at the hero level board, Alk at 18, Bloodseeker, DP 17, and you're looking down like, where's Enigma? Where is he? And S4, level 13. He's the same level as the Vengeful Spirit. Really having some difficulties here actually getting the levels he needs.
Yeah, it's because, you know, you want to rely on getting this black hole, getting kills reliably. Like, okay, I found someone, I'm going to kill you, but how many times has this Venge swap just completely ruined his plans? Like, even in that triangle for that small little gang, you know, they made the nice idea to stand in this triangle and punish anyone that comes up, but all it requires is one little Insania to just stand behind the core, and it just destroys the entire play, and ends up getting S4 killed instead.
And I'd love this from Zai. He knows that Enigma's next item plan is going to be Lincoln Sphere. He knows that Zeus has already picked one up, so he's going to go for Yules on the Batrider and finishes it off now. So now he knows that he can just blink, Yules, cancel the Lincolns, get the lasso onto these key targets. Make sure there's no counterplay from Goon Squad. But if Goon Squad are the ones to get the jump, if they're actually able to launch Hanskin in there, cause a bit of chaos in the fight, well, just allow Aqua to sprint around and choose the target freely that he wants to, things look a little better for them. And if Liquid leave Mickey alone here, it looks like he's just going to lose his life. Chased down, ruptured up. Well, Mickey with a Spirit Siphon. Wait, Goon Squad are running away. They're afraid of Liquid. Mickey surviving. Saved up and finally dies to the Malefice of S4. I mean, that was well done by Goon Squad. The back and forth there, baiting Liquid in, forcing them back, still getting the kill. And now moving forward, wanting to continue this battle.
I don't think they had full vision. They were just scared. They were scared of the reinitiation. They were scared of committing a black hole onto Mickey. Like, there's no way he's alone down here, surely, right? But he actually was for that brief moment. So they don't commit. They play it safe, as they should. And then they disengage and get that repoke. A nice kill, for sure. And still not expending that big cooldown.
Thinking about Roshan as well. Dire Observer would have seen them all go in the pit. And look at how quickly Liquid are moving. And Roshan, not the fastest take here from Goon Squad. And Matu with his Blink Dagger could get himself in the pit, but it's Hanskin that starts the fight off. Good stun from Insania, stopping any chain disables coming through. And Matu, oh god, he's just dying to impetus hits. He's swapped back by Insania though, saved up as S4 and Hanskin both destroyed by Boxy's Marcy. Oh, the BKB on Marcy, getting on top of the Zeus, trying to solo kill all the cores. Turn around on now by Aqua, but look at Matu. Re-arriving with another concoction and chain buybacks from Goon Squad. They need to fight around this Roche pit. Aqua will pick up one. No buyback on the Venge and a good TP cancel from Limp. Grabbing a double kill for the Bloodseeker while Zai blinks and Yules the Aqua BS to hold him back.
And now they can black hole. There's no Venge.
Yeah, and a minute without Boxy either. Looks like Liquid is going to have to give up on this contest of Roshan. Good buybacks and good little scrap there from Goon Squad to control the pit.
definitely goes both ways. They secure the Aegis, very good, but at the same time, using that buyback on your clock, on your Enigma, if Team Liquid is able to take a good fight now when they die, I mean, they're dead for a long time. They could get a lot off of this. We've seen these teams, you know, these international playing teams, they are quite brave when there's an Aegis. If they think that they can take a good fight on Liquid, I see no reason why they shouldn't. Especially if S4 is out of position in any way, showing on vision, able to be killed. That could be such a good start to a fight. But Aqua's really getting up there in terms of farm and damage. In these last few fights, it's looking like he's just cutting through people with ease.
Yeah, this shard is no joke. 1.8% of their max HP against Alchemist. Even DP, who's reasonably tanky. You definitely can carve through them very quickly.
Yeah, and I think you didn't go for a Vessel on Enigma versus Alchemist. This makes a lot of sense to me because he has the Dispel every time he pops Chemical Rage anyway, and he can buy that shard to give himself another Dispel, so it's not always great to upgrade. However, going a Skadi now would be really nice on Aqua, just something that helps with that healing reduction. I don't think your mid... Unfortunately, because you have a Zeus, you don't really have like a Shiva's buyer. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think anyone can really IMize for that. So yeah, Skadi will do for now as the next upcoming item.
Well, this is their time. Aegis for Bloodseeker. Pedal to the metal. Who can they find? Because Liquid, they're all set up here under their vision. Rebound across. Boxy scouted. Thunder God's Wrath gives the vision perfectly to Goon Squad. Can they launch themselves in? Well, I mean, Mickey, he's in the back, zoning away the Enigma. Now Hanskin aiming for the DP, but the Exo Ghost doing so much damage while the Lasso catches the Zeus. In comes Marcy. Unleash and rebound. Find the Enigma as Mickey dies and buys back immediately. Matu's BKB starting to wear out though now. Bloodseeker, Lincoln's is popped and he's just being shredded by the Matu Alk, dying to the Radiance Burn, and Liquid able to hold their ground and fight back with his Boxy Marcy. Another stun, Lotus Orb back with a bounce, catches Edge, another dispose in, and Bloodseeker, he's just whacked into the ground. Marcy, Marcy, Marcy. What a big play, a triple for Boxy. I mean, Unleash is aptly named. Opens up so much damage.
Doesn't even have the Basher yet. He's not even reached full power.
I mean,
Who's doing the most damage in that fight? I mean, Boxy, Alk kind of did the exact same amount of damage.
I mean, Alk did like 4.5k. Boxy did 5.6k. Oh, I think you're looking at the XP. XP was 3.8k for both heroes.
Damn, Boxy popping off, and that gives him so much gold now for his Basher. God, that fight nearly started really well for Goon Squad. I actually think a lot of it came to this hesitation from Hanskin when they broke the smoke. I think his camera might have been looking up at the top lane because he was next to the Alchemist and didn't go for the hook shot on him, or the Marcy. Honestly, I think he could have got like even a double cogs potentially, and made that fight, I mean, pretty good. But instead, he sort of just fumbled it slightly. Hesitated. I think at one point Aqua kind of stood in the way of the hook, so he couldn't then follow up with it, and it ended up with this sort of... It killed Mickey in the end, which is fine. But when Boxy and Alk are then the ones that turn around and win this fight for you, it's like, okay, that feels a little bad.
Yeah, we saw the chart just pop up there. Hero damage throughout the game, 18.9k from the Alchemist, 18.8 from Marcy. So she is, you know, overall, you're not wrong. She's doing the exact same amount of damage through this game. Oh, the Yule's Zai, he misplays. He doesn't pop the Lincolns, and now Aqua able to rupture the Batrider. Hook shot in from Hanskin. He's not going to hesitate with this one. Straight in towards the Batrider and finish off Zai. He will not do it. He doesn't get the kill. He needs Peksu to get a few more touches in, and with that blood right, finally Zai dies, but now they've expended 2 lives for it.
Ooh, Zai was so strong there. He got the sidekick lifesteal as well that just let him live that little bit longer. It's close, but still getting that pick off is big for Goon Squad. Yeah, your supports died, but I think now you don't have that threat of getting lassoed. Like, they can't really threaten your high ground, and with that potential to pull back.
Yeah, Liquid is such a dominant position now. Like, overwhelming blink on the Alchemist. Just watching this back, like Zai, surely he's going to die. There's dispos, there's little moves around. Yeah, that life still kicking in at the end.
I mean, both carries have a Basher at this point. Alk has his Abyssal. Obviously, he's just more farmed. It is Alchemist. What can you do? But Aqua having his basher, it does mean that you're able to lock down these heroes. In that last fight where you force Mickey's buyback, like this is a condition for Boon Squad to now win. If they ping him out, they want to run towards this with the smoke. If they can kill him, it's so massive, and you have the tools to do it. Aqua hits so fast, so heavily, and with the basher on top of that, you can lock him down. You can lock anyone down.
I mean, Mickey's gonna be dead for like a minute and a half or something, isn't he?
Yeah, they're not playing with Lincoln Spheres. Hanskin, you found him.
Oh,
You see the courier?
no.
No. Oh. I
Unlucky
guess you
timing.
didn't see the courier.
Yeah, night time.
Yeah.
Sad for Hanskin. Well,
So close.
I do at least get a bit of vision down and remove that observer ward from Liquid. And again, going back to that fight, great read by Liquid, right? They had the high ground ward, they were all placed around it, knowing that Goon Squad were wanting to use that Aegis to get a team fight victory. Yeah, Liquid all playing together down in the bottom part of the map now. 3 heroes, all synchronized together. So beautiful to watch them flow back and forth. Like one hero moves forward, they all move forward. One hero moves back, they all move back. Rank and file, all together.
It's honestly kind of crazy that they're playing without Lincolns, because every good fight for Goon Squad can start with like a rupture onto any key target, and they're just like done. You need to use a swap for the black hole, so it's kind of like, yeah, I don't want to save someone if they get ruptured. I mean, even if you can, doesn't it do all the damage when you get swapped? So that kind of sucks. They're just kind of relying on trying to stand their ground, buy BKBs, buy armor, buy whatever you can, just so you can stand there and fight. I mean, Matu being able to stand there with his tankiness from the overwhelming blink, with that abyssal blade, Mickey with his Shivas. I think they're just hoping to just play it like that instead, and that's why they're like, okay, we're just going to tank the rupture.
Yeah, just extend these team fights out. I mean, I really like to see this as well. Alka's bought an Ags and given it to Insania. So he now has his Agnum Scepter and the Shard. So no fear for the Venge. Blink and Force Staff as maneuverability items as well. So many ways to kite and chase and extend these team fights against Goon Squad. I do still have that top outpost though for the Radiant. Gathering up in the northern jungle as Liquid smoke in towards them. Matu preemptively, Chemical Rage and BKB aiming for Hanskin. They get the Lincoln's pop on Aqua, but no lasso yet. There's Boxy. Oh my god, he just goes straight on the Enigma. Shreds through S4. The buyback in the TP is coming back to the outpost as Matu dropping low. BKB expired, but he's fine to walk it off. The TP is now cancelled by Goon Squad because they're losing everybody. Bloodseeker and Enchantress struggling to escape. And Liquid with that smoke wraparound play, just allowing Matu to get in there.
I'm gonna need to see a replay on that one. What happened with the Lincoln's pop? Because Zai lassoed the Bloodseeker, but it didn't go off. I think maybe...
Oh, did he?
I think that they Lincoln's the Bloodseeker, and then he had 2 Lincolns, basically.
Oh. I was wondering there, because it looked like he got Lincoln's popped, he got the BKB off, then the Lincoln's popped.
Oh, I don't think he even used his heals. I think he literally just used accidentally lassoed. Yeah.
Oh, a misclick from Zai. Not mattering in the end.
Box is massive
speed.
still. He's got his basher.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pushing high ground now. Insania, he's got that illusion back up, so he's got to swap to save him out. Actually move S4 into the middle of the cogs. Matu launches Concoction in, and Boxy will die behind the barracks. Liquid, a little over-eager there, but they have forced out every buyback now? Zeus is the only one with buyback on the Radiant at this point, so if they go again, especially around a Roshan fight, as Rosh has respawned, this is key for Liquid.
It is. What is the buyback status like of Dire as well? Alk hasn't kept it. It's starting to come up now as well for Mickey. That timer.
And it hasn't really felt like Liquid care about Bloodseeker having Aegis. They've got ways to contend with him.
Yeah, for real. The amount of damage that they can all man fight him. Like I talked about itemization and how they're not caring about Lincolns. They just want to stand there. It's definitely happening. They also have multiple heroes that can deal with him. You look at this Alk, he's willing to stand there with his Abyssal Blade and just go to town. You have an AC, you have armor, you have health. Like he's fine to fight. You see if they rupture him or rupture Batrider and force them out the fight, then you have... I mean, it doesn't matter. Like the Boxy just jumps in with his Basher BKB and is soloing these cores. It's insane amounts of damage that they're doing, and he's only going to get stronger, right? He's going for a Gasha Sanj next on Boxy.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Like it feels like at this point, S4, he just needs to be permanently smoked, or he needs a Shadow Blade or something. Like, you're going for Lincoln Sphere here, but that doesn't save you from Boxy. Every time this Marcy sees the Enigma, he's jumping in with Unleash, finding the kill, making sure there's no black hole. And that's been the answer Liquid have had so far to S4. Just put Boxy on him.
S4, I feel like he is struggling so hard going into late game because he doesn't have a lot of farm. He's 4th lowest on the chart. Nearly, I mean, I don't want to compare it to Insania because he got gifted an Ags. It's not fair. But having this Lincolns, you still have like no BKB.
Yeah.
So if anyone's able to just break the Lincolns with this Bat Yules, with even just a Vengeful Stun, then you can still get that swap off. It's very hard for him to play these fights. He's been trying his best with just an Urn and a Wraith Pact and trying to use his stuns and get that Midnight Pulse down, but he's definitely not contributing in the same way that his Bloodseeker is being forced to. You have a Zeus who wants to be sitting back just casting spells, and you sort of need that lockdown from your Enigma coming out to really be able to fully get it off. Especially with all these bashes and stuff coming out too. Like when Aqua's forced to man fight, I think Liquid are willing to rise to that challenge, and that's when you're meant to be able to get this black hole off.
And it's in vast contrast to what we usually see with Enigmas. Quite often he's top of the net worth. He's the real carry in the game.
Yeah.
And this one having some real struggles. They will smoke though. Still holding Aegis for just under 4 minutes. They've got 2 wards up top, so they'll play into their vision. Eidolon's already looking to chip away at the creep wave and create a bit of a vacuum there the Liquid will want to try and fill. But it's Liquid with this soul read again. They find Hansken, BKB from Zai, and they've got Aqua all locked in place. Boxy just destroys him, but S4 does have a decent black hole. The swap's not going to work out there. S4 actually unloads onto them. Buyback out from Zai. They've lost the Enigma now, and Zeus is also going to return to the battle, but Boxy's Marcy. Every time he sees a hero that he wants to kill, he makes sure they're dead. A few seconds later, they've lost Hansken, lost S4, Pexu down, and Bloodseeker gets himself back to base.
I mean, you got your full-time
Dire's top tower is under
black hole off there with your Lincolns, but Insania just swapped himself in instead. Like, just swapped one of his friends out, and was completely fine to do so. I mean, Boxy instantly took down that Aegis alone. It feels like at this point, Goon Squad are just struggling to deal with the amount of cores and utility and just beefiness that they all have. I mean, we talked about Boxy going this Sanj and Yasha.
radiant structure.
Mickey's also now going back for Sanj and Kaya. Like, they're all just tanking up and tanking up and tanking up and getting harder and harder to kill.
Yeah, and this is the key, right? They've forced all these buybacks out of Goon Squad, so now they've just unlocked the game. Tier 4's down. And game 2 here looking like it's coming to a close. Bloodseeker's going to try and charge in to defend his throne, but where does he go? 6 feet under, sent to the netherworld by Liquid. And a 2-0 victory. This game a little longer than their others, did pass 40 minutes. Goon Squad putting up a fight, but Liquid looking so on point today.
Yeah, seriously. I feel like their drafts have so much purpose and they're living up to it. Obviously, there was, some fights that they were losing. They struggled a little bit in the early game with this rupture. And I just think the biggest issue for Goon Squad was simply S4 not being able to get off these black holes and being totally kind of shut down by Insania. Usually we'll see this Wraith Pack, we might see a Vessel, and this Vessel can have a lot of impact too, but they didn't upgrade to that. It just felt like S4 was always 1 or 2 items behind to a point where he just had a hard time in these fights. Absolutely not his fault. Like, the whole game, he had his impact, he tried to get involved, he took his tower early, he won, his lane, and was controlling the map for quite some time. It just felt like, I loved the itemization coming out from Team Liquid that just let them always fight and stand and get the kills that they needed. Zai was on point with all of his little lassos early.
Yeah, Liquid now 1 step closer to TI. Get themselves in that winner bracket final. Just a series away from guaranteeing themselves that move forward. Actually, no, they've already guaranteed last chance qualifier, haven't they? Yep. That's the way it works. Top 3, they've made it. So they know that at the very least they will be in that last chance qualifier. They're sitting in that winner bracket final. And down to the lower bracket, Goon Squad go. And a 2-0 victory. Liquid proving to be one of these teams that just sweep through their opponents so far. But more Dota 2 action coming your way. A Secret will be taking on Entity in a few moments, as we'll have a break and return with that series.
Fights is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Moving swiftly on from Liquid's stomping of Goon Squad, we need to find out who their opponents will be in that upper bracket final. So we've got Entity against Team Secret here, moving on this upper bracket, joined by Sheepo again. As this one should be a pretty close one.
Yeah. This is very exciting. Very excited to see both these teams play. They are currently drafting pretty slowly, not really buying into their reserve time, but really taking some time with those first phase drafts. And there is like a lot to think about. So Team Secret, when we look back at Riyadh, they were Chen spamming so hard, right?
Yeah.
This was
10
their
seconds
biggest priority, it felt like. Going forward to now, Marcy is. And we see that ban coming out
5
of
seconds
respect. I mean,
remaining.
Rezo, even in the game that they lost
Team
to
Secret's
Into the
turn
Breach,
to pick
he still had a
turn.
great game on that Marcy.
The core Marcy, yeah.
Yeah.
And we saw
And
what Boxy could do with it in her position 4, give it a bit more farm, and she really can just unload a lot of damage.
So true. And you also have, well,
10
I mean, this
seconds
is already playing out pretty far in Entity's favor. I would say they take the Chen, so you're not going to be giving that
5
to Puppy.
seconds remaining.
And on the last pick of this phase, I think Entity will take Visage,
Team
uh,
Secret's
or it's at least very likely. They are valuing it so highly, more than any other hero in their pool. We've totally moved away from this Bat Rider. I mean, I wonder if they would still go back for Bat, but at least in the last series, they took Visage whenever they could. And you know, I made this point earlier in the last series, but you
10
contrast it to Bet
seconds
Boom as
remaining.
well, who are also super valuing Visage. I think this hero is very strong right now,
5
and
seconds remaining.
teams are playing it. Entity, they'll play it on off lane on Toby as well as
Dire
mid
team
on Stormstormer.
Yeah. Yeah, they will
Uh,
indeed.
You
Right,
just like have that flex, and there's flex in item builds as well. I think off lanes are just going like drums and Wraith Pact and stuff, whereas mid Stormstormer, he likes to buy the drums into Ags.
It becomes like an assassin. He's just flying
10
around, sniping
seconds
supports,
remaining.
kind of carving a path across the map so his
5
team can fill the
seconds
holes.
remaining.
Secret here, though, with the DP and the Doom. DP, 16
Dire
matches,
team
flat 50% win rate. She's been highly contested and looked like a very solid hero, even in losses. And they do actually go for the Bat Rider here, Entity.
Dicing up what one they wanted and preferred more. I mean, this is the nice
Team
part about having
Secret's
first
turn
pick
to
is you get
bat.
to see the two heroes and decide what you think is best for your game. Looks like that one is Bat. I like the Bat more too, personally, seeing this. There's also even a, like, you can still pick Visage in the next phase if you want to. There's
Yeah.
nothing stopping them from doing that. I think Toby also
Well-
plays Bat Rider, so they can move these heroes
10
wherever they want.
seconds remaining.
There are some bans for Team Secret to remove the Visage.
Yes.
That's a way to stop them from picking it. And look, they even banned the Storm Spirit. So they
Dire
are still
team ban.
a little bit wary of that Storm being able to
Team
deal with the bat in lane a little bit.
Secret's turn to
Queen of
bat.
Pain as well. So it looks like they are shoving this bat mid for Stormstormer and giving him a good time with these safety bans.
Looks like it. Definitely prefer it mid to off lane. I think another big ban that both teams should be considering here is Faceless Void. Obviously, we talk and hype it up about how other teams are playing it, but
10
these teams play it
seconds
too.
remaining.
Especially Team Secret, when they beat Into the Breach, both their wins. I
5
think Nisha was
seconds remaining.
not Nisha. They were playing the Faceless Void on Crystallis. Well, I would be scared of that. It's also very nice into Bat Rider, just pre BKB. You suffer so much with that really long cooldown on the sticky napalm due to time dilation.
Time dilation is one hell of a drug.
Yeah.
All right, now they've got the lane safety from the Chen, the presence from the Bat Rider in that lane stage in the mid game. And they do ban the Visage on Team Secret, so getting rid of a bit more of that death ball strategy that Entity have liked to run. We saw them at Arlington, of course, with a stand-in. We had Saberlight.
Team Secret's turn to
And they
battle.
just grouped up around these offlane heroes. Like, now they kind of developed their own meta, right? We talked about it a lot during that major, where it was basically 2 offlane heroes, 3 utility heroes, no real carry. But the amount of it's just unrelentless pressure. You're just constantly on the map, swarming areas, making sure that you've got team fight
10
abilities
seconds
throughout
remaining.
every little skirmish you've got.
And now they've
5
got
seconds
Pure, and
remaining.
they're looking just as strong, if not stronger. I think that playstyle at Arlington was definitely really fun, but watching their last series and how Pure played on his Shadow Fiend and stuff, I also remember back when he played on like Outsiders, he was playing his Sniper, his Clinks, he was picking carries that other players just weren't touching at all and making them look fantastic. So I rate him really, really highly as a carry player.
Yeah, now
And,
people are copying him.
Yeah.
And you got Miracle playing Sniper, got all this stuff coming out. And a hero like Alk is still out there for Pure, of course, if they want to go that direction, have a bit of scaling to meet that Death Ball. Or even the Shadow Fiend. Seeing how quickly he can come online with his Dragonlance BKB build, just to stand your ground and fight. Which is always something nice to have when you're against a Doom. You know, not relying fully on your spells, having a bit of mixed damage so you can just get doomed, not care, whack into your opponents regardless.
Yeah, a lot of his hero pools seem to match that. And even though Clinks doesn't like being doomed, we saw that matchup
10
previously, and it
seconds
wasn't
remaining.
that bad for Clinks, just because you have, like, you're playing around the outskirts of the fight with your
5
invis and
seconds
move speed,
remaining.
and just kind of giving yourself a good position to not get doomed. It's not the worst if he wants to play something like that. I do really like pairing mobile heroes with Batrider. Some kind of active support would be really nice right now, like a Clockwork if they want to play it. I think they like down Entity. I think it might be. I mean, it's definitely a Fishman Chen.
Yeah. So it's like Katomi, Nyx, or
Yeah.
Tiny, or something like that that's able to like break vision, go invis, or blink forward, toss people back, have a bit more displacement along with your Batrider.
I want to see a Clockwork, personally. I also
Okay.
think this hero is really hard for Crystal Maiden to deal with. Maybe in the lane she has some tools just due to the movement speed slow on like the Frost Nova that got buffed as well. But overall, I mean, he's such a threat. He gets this hook as well. It's pretty much just like free kills. This ability to disrupt the backline. If you can find a Doom at the start of a fight, just even hook showing on him, it completely ruins Team Secret's like, initiation. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, like you said, Tiny could work. They could maybe just go for something that's not as backline jumpy, like a Hoodwink, and just go for that
Dire
damage
team,
instead.
Team Secret.
Oh, Earthshaker. That plays into that pretty nicely, and there's the SF.
There's the
So
pure
they're going
SF.
to be hitting their timings around that kind of 20-minute mark with Blink, Earthshaker, BKB, Shadow Fiend, and Batrider with those Travels BKB. So they're absolutely looking to come out of that laning stage, break it down pretty
10
quickly,
seconds remaining.
and look for the pressure onto early objectives. And
5
Team Secret, no
seconds
slouches in
remaining.
team fighting themselves. You know, with Crystal Maiden, Doom, and DP, you've got great ways of finding a target, killing them, or zoning them out of the team fight, and then transferring your Exo in towards objectives early. I guess we're probably looking at a 3 Doom here. I know Zayats has in the past liked to play it as a 4. But probably Puppy Maiden, Rezo Doom, DP for Nisha. Or do you have other thoughts on that?
I wouldn't mind seeing the Doom off lane. I mean, if we're looking at Zayas, obviously the biggest thing you talk about is his techies.
Oh.
I'm not against it here, just playing into so many sort of squishy heroes like Bat and Shadow Fiend, the threat of the Shard, and the blast off into the triple mines, it does so much burst damage. I think it's really hard for all of the entity heroes to deal with. Potentially. But they might just take something as well that kind of matches the sort of... Okay, they're just going to pick the carry, the SF. The Morphling.
Wow.
It's a rough... It's not... I mean, it's nice, but also scary. You can get fished from Fog, Blink Lasso. A lot of Morphlings really want to go something like a Yasha or a Manta before
10 seconds
going that
remaining.
straight Lincolns.
Yeah, it needs quite a bit of time to
5
come
seconds
online as
remaining.
well. It looks like Entity are going to be playing the faster game here, while Team Secret, you know, they can rely on that later game timing with Doom, Midas Devour. He's going to be scaling. Morphling, like you say, needs a bit more room to maneuver himself towards like 30 minutes plus, where he's got 3-4 items under his belt. So it's going to be a case of Team Secret here trying to make space for this Morphling of Crystallis. And I assume it's Crystallis. I mean, Morphling against Bat in the mid lane, is that a thing?
Is it a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't watched any pro games with Morph mid recently. I think I maybe saw a clip of it, so maybe someone's doing it. I didn't watch that game though.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Nisha used to love it, and maybe there's a chance there with attribute shift and waveform you can actually get away from the Bat when he dives you. But yeah, I think more likely than not it's going to be your position 1, and we're still waiting to see what they do with this Doom, whether it will be the Zion's Doom or the Rezo one, and if they're going to pick like a 3 or a 4 or a mid, DP Doom, and all very flexible heroes here. Whereas it's kind of set in stone for Entity outside of the Bat flex between 2 and 3.
I would love to see Death Prophet be played as a core, because right now, with this Doom and Morphling, I do worry for Secret getting rolled over. I think Entity have some element of slowness to them as well. Of course, you want your Earthshaker to have a lane and some space to get his Blink Dagger, and SF is, he can kind of be involved, but it's better when you bring ganks to him. You come to his lane, you don't make him move. He's not like a Bloodseeker that can TP with a Rupture or a Faceless Void with a Chrono. It's much more, he's not very mobile. So in that respect, they are a bit slow too. However, they're going to hit this timing where you have some 16-minute BKB on Shadow Fiend, your Earthshaker's getting his blink around 16 to 18 minutes, depending on how the game's going. You have your Chen with his mech, and your Battle Rider with Travels going for that BKB. And when you have those, you can just run. You can just run at Secret. Morphling's not really going to be fit to fight at that point. And I think all Entity really need at this point is just something that enables them to tank and go for this Roshan. And they can really heavily pressure Secret's lineup right now. So on that same thought, yeah, I want Secret to be able to pick something a little bit faster as well.
Yeah, because you can't just sit back and let the steamroller go straight over the top of you. Entity with his last pick though.
5 seconds remaining.
Start to reveal their hand a little bit, and we are expecting the pure SF mid back. But what's that?
So Mirana.
So is that now a mid Mirana, or do you have this Mirana Earthshaker off lane? That's a curious one. We saw Goon Squad play both 4 and mid Mirana, so maybe taking a leaf out of their book.
Yeah. I like the core Mirana with the clock, like the being able to. I guess Earthshaker kind of offers the same, with the Fissure into an arrow.
A little bit, yeah.
And they can do lasso into arrow. So you have like playmate there as a core. It's maybe not as yeah, it's okay. I don't know. I'm very confused right now. Maybe it's just core Earthshaker because they value getting the early blink timing to play against Morphling. That might be what it is.
Get that instant initiation jump on him. I'm also wondering if it is that mid Mirana, have teams kind of realized that moving away from Puck, you want a hero that has a disengage, you want someone who can scale from the mid lane. Similar to the story that we've seen from Shadow Fiend and Lina, right? She is a mixed damage hero, early magic, then can scale later into physical. But it's going to be the Toby Mirana. So that's Mirana Earthshaker as your off lane.
Okay, I wonder what her iron build will be, because I could definitely see something like a Diffusal Blade coming out with the intent of, keeping Morphling low on mana. He needs that to waveform, to shift, all this stuff. And I think Diffusal Blade could be really annoying with Mirana, especially with the amount of attack speed she gets from using Leap in these fights. Yeah, I mean, that's like the best thing I see about it. I'm not a huge fan of Mirana as a core just in general because her damage is very low early on. But I can see the benefits a lot.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, looking at the lane, maybe comparing her to DP is a better way to do it. In this game in particular, you're a long-range off-lane hero, you're chipping away at your opponent. Morphling and Maiden may have some struggles actually facing against this Mirana Earthshaker because you're offering stuns and kill threat, and you have disengage to get away from them.
Yeah, that could definitely be kill threat in lane. I mean, there's 100% a chance that Crystallis just gets hit by a Fissure from fog into an arrow and dies.
Yeah.
It could happen. It's hard to execute. It's not as simple as some other easy stun into like Mars Spear or something, but the potential's there, and Puppy is going to have to play really safe on this lane.
Oh yeah, such a slow hero. You move out of the trees, you get found, you're dead. I really do like
Yeah.
this Ember Spirit last pick from Team Secret, though. The fact that you were talking about the Blink Initiation from Earthshaker on Morphling, yeah, that's what Kataomi is going to be focusing on. Secret realized that that's pretty much one and done. They've got Earthshaker and Mirana as their 2 primary stuns, so potentially a free Ember Spirit game here for Nisha.
Yeah, just needs to make sure he doesn't get rolled by the Batrider. It's the
Yeah.
biggest thing. I mean, the lane is not the worst with how many one charges you get. You can spam your slight, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, as a melee hero versus Batrider, it's as good as it gets picking an Ember Spirit, but we'll see what Nisha can actually get done. Ember, one of the heroes that people are somewhat comfortable playing up against the Batrider in that mid lane. But we'll get ourselves underway here. Game 1 of this best of 3. Still in the upper bracket here for the TI-11 Regional Qualifiers. Entity facing off against Team Secret. Getting themselves out on the map. Secret already 5-man smoking to wander in towards mid. Entity going to gather up towards top. High ground ward. Did Zayas just fake that?
Maybe.
He did. He forced him to place a sentry.
Plays. Look at that. Nice
That's-
moat.
That's pretty cool. Zayas just walks up to that high ground. He's like, yeah, I'm pretending to place a ward. But he's already placed it a little shallower on his side of the river.
It's a very defensive one. I guess it shows when
30 seconds to battle.
anyone rotates to that lane. If they're looking at any wraparounds from behind.
Yeah, see if Chen comes, if the Batrider moves.
Yeah.
And Team Secret is making that line across the mid lane, trying to figure out which rune they're going to go for. And Rezo sees 2, 3 heroes up at top. And they'll bring their forces here, wanting to fight around this top rune spot. And Entity, very tentative with their movement. A couple of bounty runes there, 3 in fact for Secret, it looks like, as Entity unable to get any real kill or move forward aggressively onto the rest of them.
Yeah. Entity have bought stats on the Shaker. So this kind of aligns with how I imagine they would want to play, knowing you're playing into a Crystal Maiden who is quite weak. Having these stats just lets Kataomi square up to him, hit him, force him off the lane a bit. It kind of allows for that kill threat to happen when they get their level 2. Maybe even level 1. You do have Fisher into Sacred Arrow.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah. You see
I
Puppy,
don't know.
you punch her and force her back.
Yeah. I don't know about your follow-up damage. Is the only problem after that.
I mean, Morphling can suffer at levels 1 and 2. Needs that second point in the attribute shift to really feel comfortable. It looks like for now, yeah, Kataomi just going to be blocking that small camp, making sure Puppy doesn't have access to his jungle. While up at top, same story. Zayat blocks out Fishman. Keep the Chen at bay in these early levels. And
They
Puppy
didn't
there.
block the medium camp against Chen, which we've seen other teams do.
Oh yeah, the one further off to the right near the outpost. Yeah, still available with a couple of ogres. Ogre
Maybe.
Frostmage here could make the difference.
Right? That creep is so nice. I mean, for both teams, because Zayat's playing Doom, he's also going to be looking for Devours and like good creeps. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they left it unblocked, just so he can also contest it.
It's like 2 minutes 30. He's going to walk over there, get the bounty rune, get a creep.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be level 3 at the same time. Yeah, this top lane pretty straightforward for Entity so far. Just keep pure last hitting, get a bit of harassment on the DP. Not too much Doom can do against 2 ranged heroes who can turn and click him. So he'll move back and sentry the small camp for now.
I like how Pure plays a lot, just standing between the creeps and Rezo and getting off any amount of little harassment he can. It's just DP is the one that bullies usually.
And Chen has this Cyclone creep chasing Rezo with the raises. Well, there's no mangoes on Pure, so they need the raw right clicks from Fishman. Not going to come fast enough. The Fairy Fire will buy enough time. As Zayat has a hurricane of his own. A tornado.
Tornado, yeah, that does so much damage though. Like, I don't know if you played that much. Doa into this stupid creep spell, it just hurts so badly. If you're ever like farming the camp, even in the jungle, and he just starts using it,
There's 2 of
you
them.
suddenly realize you're like you're like half health or something all of a sudden just from this
Yeah.
dumb tornado.
Like, why do I have to salve to kill off some little wild wings? What's going on here? There's another one. Another tornado onto Pure. Very irritating chip damage. Such an awkward situation to be in. Especially when you're running low on regen on that Shadow Fiend. But he'll have tangos from Fishman and, of course, Divine Favor with the headdress. We'll keep him topped up. I'll move from Rezo and Zayats, though. I'm going to look for denies under tower. Make sure Pure doesn't get the free CS. As I would have liked to see Zayats move over to the Bounty Rune, but instead looking for that lane equilibrium to just drag it away.
Stormer just walked all the way to the bot jungle to take the Bounty Rune there, and he missed 2 creeps mid, including the Flag Bearer. Feels a little bit bad, but I guess he was...
Well, the glyph on the creeps. Nisha forced the TP. Doesn't go home. Goes back to his tier 2 instead. He's got himself Wand, Boots, and that Blightstone, which does allow him to fight back into the Batrider a little better. Just spam the Slicer Fist. But yeah, it would be nice to see maybe rotations 6 minutes in from this Maiden, this Doom, to try and guard some runes for the Ember Spirit here. He's under a lot of pressure. 21 and 4 though, not suffering in the last hits too much. Great performance out from Nisha. Just a quick peek into that bottom lane. No kills 4 minutes into this match. Mirana being left alone by the Earthshaker now, as he does go and safeguard the Water Rune. Nisha able to take it before it comes. Kataomi body blocking. Chains come though from Nisha. An early point in it, but he's pushed back by the Flame Breaker, and this Earthshaker will unlock that first blood for Stormstormer.
What an amazing rotation. To know as well, like, that there is no TP on this Ember Spirit. You don't necessarily have to go contest the Water Rune, but by just going for it, and Stormstormer angling himself to kind of push Ember towards the bot rune. Just a great pickup. And he doesn't have a TP for 6 seconds, so I guess it's okay. But it could have been way, way worse.
Yeah, this is where Bat starts to shine. Level 5. Ember Spirit could get dived again. Well, speaking of dives, Zayats. He's gone straight under that tier 1 looking for Pure. Picked off. Well, that's going to reset his regen, though. He's going to come back to that lane, full HP, full mana. Oh, Pure. He needs the tangos to be handed over to him.
Keep him healthy. Are we going to see fights around 6 minutes? I'm pretty excited if they want to do like a full-out brawl, because Stormstormer just hit 6, so he has Lasso. They've already brought Kataomi mid. Radiant are even scanning it because they expect this move. Toby's laning alone bot. They know Shaker's kind of up to something. They're just spotting out what side of the lane he's on. He's even going to get that ward down.
Yeah, I thought they'd even bring the Maiden in. I thought Maiden would be moving across here, and I guess Puppey is starting to slowly walk across to that mid lane. 280 move speed on the Maiden with no boots, though, feels pretty sad. And the 6-minute rune is about to spawn. Earthshaker guards bottom. It's a regen there. The Maiden's going to come deny it, though. There we go. Puppey, right place, right time. Make sure there's no refill on Stormer's bottle. He's going for it, though.
So badly.
Oh, the chains, that value point. So good against the Bat to stop the aggression. They were even dragging Fishman across here to make... Like, if they get that kill with Catapult Wave, that's good damage on the tower. That's a huge survive from Nisha.
They forced Puppey's TP as well. He's actually just going to walk to mid because they realize like how much Entity really want that kill, want that pressure, like forcing every bit of efficiency they can, like because Nisha doesn't have that 6.
They're trying to line up on bottom. I think Chrysalis knows what's going on here. There's an Observer Ward, and yeah, Kataomi will realize he places himself in tower range, which hits him because of the vision there. Yeah, and he double checks. He makes sure. Yeah, they've got an obs there, and Toby actually taking a lot of damage there. His top lane, Resolution playing in towards Pure. He just turns and raises him down. Zayats, no Infernal Blade, so no real way to chase. And Pure and Fishman turning back onto the Doom. Have they got a way to slow him down with the Penitence? Maybe the raise in the final hit. Pure, he doesn't get it. Fishman claims the kill.
Stealing.
Secures it. And down at bottom, the Fisher catches in onto the Morph and allows the lasso to come. He didn't get the shift off. Arrow, chain stun. Down goes Chrysalis. Entity will gladly give Kataomi's life here, and it might not even have to. Okay, with a sentry down, Puppey makes sure that the Moonlight Shadow doesn't give the safety net. Entity with some swift moves on both of the side lanes, getting a good laning stage advantage for themselves.
Yeah, kind of splitting the attention of Secret. Is a lot of problems all at once. What do we deal with? We're losing top. We kind of have to go deal with that. There's a kill happening bot. Oh, our carry's dead. You're a mid player that hasn't been able to secure these power runes right now, and probably won't even get this one either. It's gonna be top, and yeah, like Nisha is really struggling to find his way to have impact in this game. So we might see him just kind of relax and keep farming, wait for the next power runes, wait for something to happen. Maybe he can TP react. That might be a big one for him.
Yeah, and we start to see that reflect in the net worth. The top 4 heroes. Nisha is actually the best performing net worth-wise hero on Secret side in 3rd place, but this SF and Batrider really accelerating so incredibly quickly. As down at bottom, Morphling makes a move on the Mirana, but Earthshaker and Batrider are both still here. So Crystalis, after spending waveform, is going to get chased down by the Bat, and that's some substantial damage with 4 stacks of sticky napalm on him. The Morphling just straight up dead. I thought water's meant to deal with fire. It just evaporates, turns into steam, and Kataomi going to take down the Crystal Maiden too.
It's all off the back of that move that they just did, killing Morphling, because what did it do? It forced the TP from Ember. Like, I talk about the TP reactions. It's usually a lot stronger when they're under your tower. Oh,
Nisha?
gonna be okay?
Oh my god, he's 1 hit away from death. The raise! Oh, pure you god. Finds the takedown on Nisha, just solo kills him straight up.
That's terrifying. Yeah, just to finish my thought, by going on bot, it forced the Ember TP there, and so Ember walks back to mid, and by seeing him mid, they just smoke back to bot again, knowing that there can't be a reaction. Like, Ember just cannot be there. That's why he's so comfortable, even without Lasso, to just dive the Morphling to his tower. And that's just such a nice little thing. I mean, I can't believe Pure just got that kill mid as well.
Yes.
That's definitely ruining Nisha's game right now.
Some ridiculous stuff. Yeah, really pumping up Entity. Oh, I mean, I was looking at this Entity draft and thinking, right, 20 minutes in, that's when they're going to be really at their strongest. But they're already showing that coming out this laning stage, breaking it down early, they're getting some... It's not just kills on supports either. Usually this is what we see, kill on support here, so, whatever. But they're getting a DP now with a Lasso top. Kill Morphling, kill Ember, kill DP. 1 by 1, Secret's core heroes are just dropping.
Stormer's an amazing bat player. And he will keep up this aggression. We casted yesterday some great bat games with how, you just see how fast with these travels you can get from one side of the map to the other, as long as you have heroes that can set things up for you. And you're playing with an Earthshaker, with a Mirana, you have a lot of chain stun into each other and the ability to just pressure and fight and use those spells. I mean, the nice thing here about this Mirana pick, it's not the strongest thing we've ever seen, and she has felt some pressure in this lane, but having that max Starstorm, I mean, that's like a 300 damage nuke with the extra hit on top, right?
Yeah.
If you come together with this bat, you guys are dealing a lot of damage, and Secret are now going to have to start to make their own moves. They're bringing numbers top. They want to take this tower. They want to get an objective.
Yeah, try as best they can. They've got Exo ready to go for Rezo, but with this Moonlight Shadow, there's that fear. People are coming in from the back. They're even scanning on top of themselves. They do have a sentry here for Zayats, which you might want to place, because Kataomi... Oh, sorry, he's actually already got one down, and they see Kataomi with it. Slight chains. Nisha playing forward, but the Fisher blocks out the Doom and the DP, making sure there's no access points. And Chen is caught out with that Frostbite and Freezing Field, but with the Hand of God and the rotations in. Arrow onto the DP. Rezo exos forward and kills the Chen off, but Kataomi holding them back again with another good lined up Fisher. It looks like Pure's trying to wander up here to join in the fight as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Getting themselves in position as the Exo is going to expire in about 10 seconds, and Rezo not really able to stick it onto the tier 1. The Fisher. Kataomi's looking for it. They know Nisha is very low on mana. He does have 14 one charges, but there's the 2-man Fisher into the raises from Pure. Lasso as well onto the DP in the bat, and Stormer very speedily chases forward towards Zayat. Amber Spirit gonna chains up the Mirana, but she's got plenty of leaps to disengage. So Entity, they bring the forces top, they defend their tower, making sure that push is quelled, and Secret, the ones really losing out on that fight again.
Yep, you use your exorcism. I think the initial kill was nice. They got it, but didn't overextend and feed into the Batrider. But then it was just... Well, I guess it was an overextension, wasn't it? Because Entity were then able to kind of re-engage and do that little bit of a chase as the exorcism damage expired. And I just think it was really nice from them to kind of not super engage back hard on Entity. They brought the numbers. They engaged their SF. At that point, you've wasted your exorcism. You haven't got the Doom. Actually, sorry, they did Doom. They Doomed Pure, but couldn't get the kill.
Yeah, because SF, one of those heroes that can just stand his ground and right click. This is something that Secret should have, or definitely planned for. You know, going for this Doom pick, the Morphling pick, the Ember Spirit is the last one. They know that they've got to kind of drag this game out and go later and later. Entity exploiting that fact, knowing they've got the earlier timing. Not giving anything away to Secret here as they play all 3 lanes. Guarding top with 3, 1 farming mid, 1 farming bot. At the same time, Secret, they are clearing stacks, getting Rezo in towards that Spirit Vessel on the Death Prophet.
They can maybe just keep trying to brute force this top. It's just hard as long as you're going behind this tower and putting yourself out of position. Entity can keep punishing you. You don't really have any counterplay to the Batrider. Despite the early pick, there is no proper save. Something that, like the Venge, that's just a constant, reliable source. Like, yeah, okay, they can't lasso us. And I think that's why they're so happy to keep committing heroes to top lane, bringing Toby, bringing Stormer again. They just want to keep fighting. They know nothing can stop us from just lassoing and killing a hero.
And another Moonlight Shadow. This time, reveal is lacking for Team Secret. They don't have any sentries placed. Oh, they can line this up on Crystallis. The arrow straight on him. He got the attribute shift out, though. And a slight change from Nisha. Looking to play back into them. A missed arrow as the Morphling did turn into the Mirana. And Secret responding with 5 heroes up top. Earthshaker's down bottom trying to get his blink. So it looks like at long last, Secret are going to have to get in on this tier 1 and Entity relinquish control of that objective.
Okay, that's fine. You're doing a trade. You take the bot tower on Entity. I think Secret are happy to finally get this tower as well. They are losing a little bit just because they had to commit 5, and Entity are farming that Earthshaker up at the same time. Like this blink timing is rapidly approaching, and Pure he hasn't gone for a BKB, but Bat is looking towards one, and all these early kills are getting him pretty close.
Nisha trying to toy with them. Good attempt from Fisherman. Doesn't land the stomp, though. This is one of the problems that Entity does still have, like we said during the draft, is there's Morphling and Ember Spirit. If it does go later and later, they are elusive heroes that can be difficult to lock down outside of the Blink Echo. And we've seen Nisha make some really nutty plays.
Gary, he didn't go the Blink. I mean, he had it queued up, but I think he's decided that, I mean, maybe the team just feels really good, but they're going for the shard on the Shaker instead.
Oh, okay.
I'm definitely not against it. I think between like their ability to fight early with this Vessel Mirana and Chen Mech, like they can definitely just use the shard as their form of catch, because you're going to be able to displace people anyway with this like flame break on top of the Fisher, pull someone back with lasso. There's no save from Secret, so that is just a technique that goes well for them. Meanwhile, looking at Secret, Zayats has just finished his Blink Dagger. The ideal way for Team Secret to take these fights is that they have some vision or can start the fight on a target, get that Doom off. You're suddenly 1 man down, and especially if that is Stormer, I think it makes Secret's fights pretty simple from that point on. You just only really have to worry about SF and the right-click damage he's dealing with Mask of Madness. So if you can just focus him down with your other heroes when he isn't going for this BKB, that can be your win condition for the fight.
Yeah, it can, especially if you're playing this almost like guerrilla tactics, where you're going in, you're going out, waveforming and remnanting all over the place. And DP is a hero that's kind of difficult to bring down quickly with all the Spirit Siphons that she's got at her disposal. Secret wanting to try and break Entity's rhythm now, though, with a smoke across towards Toby. Moonlight Shadow's there, but the sentry pre-placed. They'll find the quick kill on the Mirana. Nice sweep through their own jungle Secret as they now can return to defending mid lane.
Entity were expecting that move because Kataomi was like fake pumping Fisher behind his Mirana, waiting for that jump. I guess they just didn't expect how fast he could die from it. They're just going to smoke up again. They still have this Doom with the Blink. There is an Arcane Rune top that they're going to find. They can definitely use this to kind of, I mean, kill anyone they find, really.
Yeah, they're making space for themselves. Entity no longer accelerating out of control. And they're eyeing up Stormer mid. BKB comes out in time, though. That Blink, War Stop, not working out for Zayats. And he will be taken down under that mid-tier 1.
Okay, positives. You didn't use your Doom, which means when you're alive, guess what? You can go again. You also got the 9-second TP from Stormer. Like, at the end of the day, Zayats is a support. Not the worst.
Oh, that arrow. Toby misses it on Nisha. Kataomi tried to set it up on the Ember Spirit. But they get dewarded. They lose their Earthshaker. Now it looks like they're losing Toby as well. Secret striking back.
Radiant's bottom
A lot of wiggle room now here for Crystallis to build himself up on the Morphling. And what looked like a disastrous first 10, 15 minutes is start to swing back into Secret's favor now. They're pressuring tier 1s. They've got themselves ready to fight. When Entity at 5, they look incredibly good, but when they're separated here, they're getting picked off.
Yeah, that was the story of the first 10 minutes, right? It is always Entity initiating the fight. It's always them, the ones kind of forcing the issue. You're top, we're gonna go on you. You know, and now Secret, they want to go on them, and we see this difference. There's a lot. It's gonna make wards really important this game, just for both teams. Who sees who first? Who sees the right targets?
Entity trying to see them in the mid lane, but Radiant have 2 observer wards watching lane and high ground, so Secret playing under their own vision. They're pinging out the SF. It doesn't look like they're going to gather up and stick it there. Nisha wants to haste up top, shove out the wave, cause a few problems for Entity.
radiant structure.
At this tier 1 tower. Undefendable against a Chen and an SF frontlining. Batrider also lurking in the shadows.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Good realization by Secret there just to back off, but now they've got to be aware of the next move from Entity, this smoke.
Matches with the timing of Pure's Manta.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow themselves. Pure and Toby leading the charge. Come in contact with a Morphling here, potentially. It looks like Crystallis. Attribute shift away as they do lasso the Ember top at the same time as Zayat. He's going to save him. Nisha kept alive thanks to the blink wall stomp out of the Doom, and another remnant across the trees. Another gap, but it's bridged by Storm. A Tumbler's Toy forward, and the sticky napalm hits landing. Means Zayat and Nisha looking pretty dead. Oh, do they have a stun? Any way to stop the TP? Not quite enough damage to do it. Well, the rest of Entity, or Kataomi, giving chase on towards the Crystal Maiden. Oh, very swift move from that tier 1 up to top, getting a nice kill on Nisha.
With this Chen, Entity are definitely threatening. Oh, nice pick off.
Oh, yeah, Poppy with Crystallis here. Strength shift, Morphlings away. Poppy zoning with that freezing field.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Entity are threatening Roche now. You got your Chen, you got your heals, you got stuff that can tank the pit, and you have a SF with more than enough damage to take it. So they will want to be angling to the top side of the map. Any pick-off that they can get around top should lead into a Roche. However, that's why I like that pick-off so much from Secret. Killing a Chen there, that halts that kind of idea. Limits the amount of space that they can take on top side and just gives them that moment for that respawn where it's not something they really have to worry about. They don't have to worry about Entity kind of snowballing it into any objective or taking their triangle or what have you. Just a little bit cheeky. If they can just always keep this in mind. If Secret ever commit to bot side of the map, they will just take Roche top. So it's something just always be on the mind.
Oh, nice Fisher arrow. That's that shard from Earthshaker coming into play, and even a TP from Bat. Looking to close out this kill. Oh, the blink is cancelled. There's Echo Slam the Puppy Maiden instead. And Stormer does manage to jump forward towards Zayat. Struggling to take him down, though. And they need Pure, and another Fisher from Kataomi secures it. And now with 2 supports down, yeah, it's got to be Tarosh, right?
I think so. Those 2 kills is pretty big, and there's still a Doom on cooldown for 30 seconds anyway. It makes it very hard for Secret to fight, but when they do have that Doom, I think even with the Aegis, they can fight into it. Obviously, Aegis is one of the biggest counters to the Doom, alongside buybacks. So this is going to alleviate a lot of that stress from Entity, especially for SF, assuming he's the one that takes this. He's building towards that Lincoln Sphere next to help, not have to worry about that Doom. But yeah, for now, I mean, until you have built that item, you basically have a Lincoln's in the form of this Aegis. They're hunting. They're invis. They're looking at Crystallis right now.
Oh, Crystallis, do you feel it coming?
In the air tonight.
Well, there's smoke in the air tonight. Secret. They knew something was going on.
They got the
Puppy
Doom.
makes the call. Move back towards Entity. Pure falls back to Ancients. Kataomi and Toby behind their tier 1. Yeah, good response there. Playing defensively on high grounds, making sure they can scout Secret's incoming move.
They're not really waiting for anything. You're not super desperate for this Lincolns. It doesn't hurt. Obviously, really nice read to kind of move back there from them. At the same time, I like a lot this attitude from Secret, knowing that they're still strong and that they can fight. Crystalis, you know, inching up there in his items. He's getting... What is he getting? He wants Ags and then Skadi.
Okay.
That should be cool. That should help a lot deal with the SF, taking his stats away and reducing his attack speed.
That's going to be super important, just turning into SF, yeah.
Or he... I mean, I'm assuming also he wants to turn into the Earthshaker to get that jump. Right, and you also... you steal status resistance when you turn into a strength hero, I believe. So that's also really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, some huge options there for Crystalis. Oh man, the damage from Pure onto Puppey though. Oh, he force staffs away. Yeah, it's a bit of distance away from them. But Entity claim the tier 2, unlocking the outpost down bottom now. Well, this is the thing though, Secret, I think they're pretty happy just to give control over to Entity as long as they can drag this game out, get them this Ember Spirit farmed, get them Morphling to a point where he's ready to battle. There's Nisha right now. He's nearly at BKB after Travels and Maelstrom, so he's split pushing, cutting waves, drawing the attention of Entity away from their key places on the map.
Rezo's going for a BKB into just a plate mail, which makes sense. He needs armor. I wouldn't mind seeing him get things that just kind of help deal with this physical damage from Pure, because whilst Batrider is a massive issue, you also have to be mindful of the amount of physical damage that Pure is going to be dealing out. So if you can get something like a Shiva's Guard that helps reduce attack speed, if you can get something like a Halberd and get that off on Pure, it also is something that helps pop the Lincolns if needed as well. It's just, you want stuff that kind of helps just against the two main problems. I don't think this Morana is a threat yet. She's going for this magical build with the Ags. So, you know, maybe if your CM ever gets to a point where he can buy Pipe or Zayats too, he's going for a BKB for now just to be able to get this Doom off. But, yeah, I'm a big fan of these damage reduction items. Pipe, Wraith Pact, Toby spotted Zayats right now.
Yeah, they see the Doom up top. Arrow actually does connect. Zayas trying to sidestep it. There we go, Entity up in that top lane. Find the Doom, and this is how they move. Pure, Requiem, down on the bottom. Looking for Puppey's Maiden, but that Force Staff gives her the distance she needs, and there's no way to catch Nisha here. Kataomi too distant, can't come in with a Blink Echo. They are trying to rally around this Shadow Fiend now, you know, holding Aegis. Still has it for a minute and a half. And eyeing up the top tier 1. Oh, this is BKB timing for Rezo, though. This is where Secret potentially mount a defense. And Nisha puts a Remnant, TP's bottom, clears out the wave. So they're continually making sure they're getting all the farm they can on the map, while also being in a position to react to what Entity are bringing.
Entity are just gonna look. I mean, they have a lot of ways that they can take fights just because they're in a position of power. Obviously, it's nice to look for any pick off with the Batrider. He's got his BKB, he can just blink in and steal someone away. They have that option too if someone's split pushing, which is what teams tend to do when they're behind. You have, if Kataomi can set up for that and catch with the Fisher, TP in from Batrider, maybe you have that lockdown there to be able to get a pick off and turn that into an objective. Maybe your fight can start with, you know, just the enemy making a smoke move. Maybe they all collapse on Pure with an Aegis. Maybe they all collapse on him with his Lincolns and he survives that a little bit long and you're able to counter-initiate with your Echo Slam. There's a lot of ways for them. You know, in Secret, they are much more reliant on getting that right jump with the Doom. You know, maybe run in with your DP and her BKB and kind of force people to show themselves. You want to force people to show themselves or play under your ward and have vision.
Yeah, I said like holding a high ground under vision, something that the Secret are really looking to opt to do. There's this weird game of tug of war though, where it's Entity kind of getting dragged from one side to the other. Like, yeah, they're getting objectives and they are starting to rack up that net worth lead again. But Nisha with these little pulls, little tugs. Like, come over here, come and deal with me. And the rest of the team then smoking, looking for that killer blow where they can actually get a team fight where they're the ones making the jump. Unfortunately for Secret, it looks like they're on the wrong side of the map, though. Entity, the ones under their own observer ward, waiting for something to come their way.
I think what they might be doing here is, while there's no one here right now, if Nisha pushes in top, I think this kind of has the potential to do what I said earlier, right? Like, if someone... They're split pushing, so Entity might want to deal with that by TPing someone you know, and be like, okay, we're gonna kill Nisha here, and then go fight. Right, so I think they smoked to Nisha, expecting Entity to try and like kill him on the side lane.
And there's nobody showing.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Everybody's hiding. Like, eventually Chrysalis will come back to the triangle and get spotted by the Dire Observer Ward there. So they might have a better idea of where Secret are playing up towards. Well, this means Fishman gets free control of the bottom jungle. He's getting a lot of farm himself. Wraith Pack done. Had that mech a long time now, of course. Picking up a lot of these tier 3 neutral items for his squad. I do set their sights on that bottom tier 2.
I mean, that ward really is massive. I mean, put yourself in Entity's shoes. They're sitting on the map bot, and they have a ward that shows absolutely no one in the triangle. No one's pushing out the mid lane that you've shoved in. Oh, where could they be, guys? I was like, so they're definitely not gonna fall for that bait and go top on the Ember.
Yeah, and kind of a waiting game for next Roshan. 1 minute for the fast spawn. So this is Entity. Sweep up. Take out all the vision that Puppy's just placed. Get their own observer wards in the triangle. Make sure you've got control around the pit. So you're preparing yourself for that next Roshan take. On Puppy, you've seen your sentries get dewarded on your way across here. A bit of a risky move to come and try and defend your observer ward. Your team not really in position to do so. Does Pigpole himself away from danger? But this is the control Entity needed. Now, a nice platform for them to launch themselves into the mid, into top, and of course into Roche.
Yeah.
I really like seeing Stormstormer when he's playing this Batrider. He's the fact he's got boots of travel means he can join at the drop of a hat, but he's always farming back towards his base. So they're gathering up so much more farm than really expected.
Yeah, boots of travel are just so nice. I mean, they nerfed the cooldown on them, and it still didn't stop people from just buying them. I mean, the effectiveness of having so much like map control, map pressure, everything. I mean, boots of travel are just so nice.
It's like a soft Midas, basically.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
I buy this item, don't have to spend money on TPs. I can be on the map anywhere I want, farming jungle, farming lanes. Now look, it's just down to bottom. You can shove the wave, defend tier 1, maybe even deny it if you really wants to.
Oh, I mean, there's 10 seconds on his TP. There is a moment here for Secret, but I don't think they realize that everyone's just standing there on that triangle.
Yeah, they're too busy killing off Chen army. Moonlight Shadow though from Entity. Oh, they're coming in from behind. They see Resolution, the Fisher Arrow, chain stun in, and Pure. So much damage. TP's out from Secret now, trying to retreat, but they spotted Chrysalis. Oh, not quite. Can't get in there with a lasso. Don't find the Morphling.
I feel the element of fear playing as this Morphling. Everything rides on you managing to get off your strength gain morph in a moment's notice. He doesn't have a BKB. He's even going for Manta. He's actually playing a little quite greedy here because a single Fisher could just end his life. And they have nothing to stop it. The only thing they have is a displacement from Puppy with the Force Staff. Otherwise, I mean, what is there? There's no glimmers, there's no safe spells.
There's a Force Staff.
And Nisha just BKB top.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, testing the BKB is working.
It does work, guys. Don't worry. I think he showed on a creep too. I wonder if Entity saw that, because this would be an amazing time to smoke or force the issue.
Oh yeah, they're all charging up top. It looks like they absolutely know. Nisha quickly rounding away.
Forcing him back and Roche in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Bat Illusion's in the pit scouting. And Nisha does finish off a Gleipnir now, so a bit more teamfight chaos and catch for Secret.
Oh.
Stormstormer. BKB into BKB. Sees the doom, stops the split push, drags Zayas back. And with his TP already being expended, he is stuck down here. Just try and get what he can out of it. Oh, he dooms the bat. Dies to the arrow. Nisha's in. Remnant forward. Gleipnir comes. The Hand of God, though, buying a bit of time for Stormstormer to turn and fight. But look at Nisha go. Nisha 1v2ing. Gems on the floor. Will grab it up. While the rest of Entity, they are storming in towards Resolution's Death Prophet. So Secret lose 3 in the end to kill off the Batrider. And now Roshan cracked wide open for Entity.
There's 2 little separate fights. I thought he had the potential to turn. And when he did, I was like, okay, where's the rest of the team? You look over on the other side of the map, and Secret have... What a good idea from them. Yeah, they lost heroes, but to try and engage the rest of Entity's heroes to stop that backup, to get that back kill, not bad at all. I mean, it could have gone it could have gone a different way. This Pure is very strong right now with this Daedalus. I think it's really difficult for Morphling to fight into him. You know, he is just like 10k net worth behind in terms of the farming game, and you know what entity have. I mean, that's a massive gap. So
at 33 minutes, it is huge. A massive chasm between the SF and the Morphling.
Pure is insanely good.
And what a strong hero for him to be on as well. Oh, Fisher Arrow, the enchant. They do chain stun the Ember. Lacking the follow through though. The Fishman and Pure now joining the squad and getting up to high ground. They see Puppy. That's a freebie. The shard from SF fearing her up, and the Fisher catching Morphling. They've got the damage. They need the catch now. Jump forward. Where is it? It's the Flame Break to push him back into the Shadow Fiend's damage. Pure comes out with a double kill, and Secret running out of time now. It felt like they could drag this to late game. Split push for days. Anisha's trying his hardest to shove out that top wave, but Entity, they're charging towards your base now. They're on your doorstep, banging on that front door of the mid lane racks.
Not even asking for permission. No, let me in. They're just gonna break that one down. It is way too far ahead. You always have a comeback potential with this Doom. It's coming up in 15 seconds. Zayat's gonna TP out.
He's away. Now looking for the Fisher from Kataomi. They're also looking top. Everywhere you peek, it's Entity chasing heroes. They decided not to go straight high ground because the creep wave wasn't quite there. Going for the side lane kills as well, as both Radiant and Dire scan in the same spot. Where's Nisha? Where are the people hunting Nisha? Nobody sees anything.
Just keep them confined to your base. Make this net worth lead grow and grow and grow. Because right now, yes, there's a lot of it in Pure. I mean, like him alone compared to carry, that's like nearly a 15k lead now over the other carry. But the Ember is still up there in farm. You could definitely stand to have more farm on like your Mirana, for example, your Shaker, give him like a BKB or whatever, get a Lotus. He's going for an Ether Lens, just the ability to catch from further away and not have to really commit himself in. Or rate it, like the Chen. I mean, having a Chen on your team is always nice. He's the one that can go those auras. He can get whatever you need. Maybe like mitigating more damage with a pipe would be pretty effective. Maybe he could go for a 4-star just in case something bad happens. You know, if Doom comes in and Doom's pure, if you had 2 4-stars and you can just force him out once, twice, like that could totally, like Secret would have to go really out of position to chase that kill.
Yeah, now Pure just showing himself on that mid lane. Tier 3 doesn't last long against him. Need the glyph to clear out the catapults and force the SF away. It looks like Entity with multiple lanes arriving at the Radiant base now, though. They'll shove in bottom, shove in mid, keep Secret in defense mode. They pump the Lincolns on Pure, but nothing to follow up with that. Just trying to buy time. Get a bit of space for Nisha to push out top. Maybe even just give up this mid lane of barracks. Difficult to see how Secret fights, especially when Entity are the ones to get the jump. Blow up Puppy quickly. And there's your first set of barracks. Pure deciding the ranged one, not really worth it. Go down to bottom instead. Need to get that creep wave forward, but Nisha doing a good job yet again. He's pesky, he's causing problems, split pushing. Try and keep Entity away from their base, and there's another glyph. Thanks to that tier 3 dying.
Secret definitely just feel super pressured. They don't know how to really approach this because your idea is you want to get the Doom off, but as long as Aegis is in play, it's so hard to commit like that. And if you do, I don't know, say smoke around and try and find someone on the backline, say you catch Stormer, right? You get this Doom off, and then you have the Chen mech, the Chen Hand of God. You're gonna get a Fisher in the middle of you. It is so much, and Pure's just gonna turn around and start hitting you.
Well, it's just going to turn around and hit tier 4s.
I mean, yeah.
They're going for game end. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. Well, we had a bit of a bang at the start of this game, but it looks like it's ending with a fizz. They've got a Blink, Doom, War Stomp, Zayat's in. Does get the Doom on the Chen, so no Hand of God. Real resolution. He's in there with his Spirit Scythe. He's trying to heal up, but the damage from the SF and the Bat. The Stormstormer Bat scaling with his Witchblade, just clicking people down. Nisha, Chrysalis, what can they do? The Blink Echo Slam from Kataomi catches out the Morphling. Will wait for the way, and the buybacks from Secret now coming into play. But Pure has the second life. Respawns, stands his ground, keeps Secret back in their base. They've lost 2 lanes of racks already, and I don't know, a slight team fight victory for them, getting the Aegis kill, forcing Entity to buy back on the Earthshaker, but they've had to expend 2 of their own on Rezo and Zayat.
I mean, that's one way to do it. Just doom the Chen. Don't have to worry about Chen saving anyone if he's dead.
But now your tier 4s are dead. There's no glyph here for Secret. A Blink Wall Stomp, not quite dodged by the Manta. Nisha in, pure half HP, but he gets off his BKB and whacks into Resolution. Clears through the Death Prophet. Crystal is feared up and Hurricane Pike back. Entity resetting though now. They can't go straight for the throne, respecting Secret's damage, but they go for the reinitiation onto Puppey. Get the simple kills instead, while Toby leaping back. Doesn't have another charge though. Caught by the Gleipnir, the chain's in. Kataomi though, with a stun coming. Earthshaker catches the kill they need, and GG is called. Secret did get a team fight at the end of the game, but it wasn't a win for them. Entity with that onslaught of relentless pressure from minute 8 onwards.
Yeah, the tempo set from Batrider was just great. Knowing that they can just keep fighting top, knowing that there's nothing that Secret really had to sort of stop the Batrider from doing his thing. I mean, they're just poking. They're playing so carefully on the edges of these fights early game, and being able to just bring Toby up there. Everyone kind of itemizing for this ability to skirmish early, like that Vessel on your offlane Mirana. All right, Kataomi deciding, okay, I'm not going to go Blink. I'm going to go the Shard. And just letting them just keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and pure farm like a monster, man.
34,000 net worth at the end there. Yeah, 9-0-10 on the Shadow Fiend, thanks to the Aegises he had. Yeah, just thinking back to the draft, Secret, they had to know this was going to happen. You know how Entity like to play around this Chen of Fishman, such a superb, leader and captain, sending his team forward. A lot of comfort heroes here for Entity as well, as we see the damage numbers. 34,000 on Pure, 20k apiece on the other 2 cores, while Nisha, the only real impact in Team Secret's lineup came from the Ember Spirit. Everyone else had a very flat game.
It did feel like that, and it felt hard from the start as well, right? We talked in the draft about how we needed that last pick, something that could fight with the DP as a core, because Doom and Morphling together are quite awkward heroes to make work. And Nisha's moves just didn't work out. Like, he TP'd, he didn't get that counter kill. His moves also just didn't really work. He wasn't getting those early kills. He couldn't get those runes. They were also being, constantly, vigilant from Entity to always be controlling them. So Nisha never really just got that foot in the game to snowball, and if they struggled really hard just to take these towers early. I think Entity just really put that pressure on them, like, we're not going to let you do what you want to do, which is pop Exo, take tower.
Yeah, Entity did a really great job at matching that, because it felt like, I can understand where Secret are coming from. A lot of the games this patch have gone on 50, 60, 70 minutes. So having a draft that goes late game, can seem good and solid in one regard. But we've seen from Liquid and a lot of these other teams, Entity here, of course, showing off a great example of it. If you're able to play multiple lanes and kind of ping pong from one side of the map to the other to match your opponents, not give them objectives, you need some form of balance. You need a balance of being able to team fight or skirmish early, as well as having that late game scaling to get you past 30, 40 minutes. So game 1, Entity, a nice solid victory here against Secret. We'll see what comes next, though, as game 2 is right around the corner after this quick break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
A masterclass performance from Entity in Game 1, setting the tempo of this series pretty quick as Team Secret going to start showing some respect to our man Storm's Bat and Visage. First phase banning it already. But Sheepo, this has left a lot of heroes in the pool and kind of an interesting opener here from Secret as well.
Yes, Monkey King. New. I saw this Chen come out. I was like, all right, here comes DP. Here comes Undying. No, completely ignored. That being said, I would not mind at all if Entity were the one that scoop up the Undying here. For him to go ignored, that would be pretty huge, considering how contested he seems to be overall.
It's probably a toss-up between Undying and Ench, thinking about, Ench Dispel against Jingu, against Chen. But Undying, such a potent laning stage hero, and even a team fight hero along with Tombstone. You pair him up with an Undying later on in the game, you do some serious damage through that Flesh Golem amp.
Yeah, I definitely rate the area control of Tombstone over Ench and stuff. Even though Ench is really nice, I do agree with all the points you raised. This Undying is insane. His laning so good, and you have an Enigma in one lane and Undying in another. That's already set you up pretty damn well for some good lanes.
And it seems like a confident move by Team Secret to get this Monkey King early. Likely the Chrysalis hero, picking your carry first phase like that along with a Chen. Are they giving away too much, showing their safe lane here? Or is there flexibility with the Monkey King?
Wow.
There's always flexibility with Monkey King. I think even when it falls out of favor as a support, him coming back as just this long-range way to cancel Black Hole is just something nice that you have. You can put him as a carry, but it does become scary going into this mid game. I know Enigma players enjoy playing into Core Monkey because, right, you start a fight, you just throw down the Midnight Pulse, and it automatically can ruin Monkey's game. He wants to be sitting on that tree, he's getting that ult off, and yeah, Enigma puts a right wrench into that. Just want to say, very quickly, Nisha was looking up Lina on his PC screen in the background of the webcam, okay? Alright, Team Secret picking Lina in the next phase if it does not get banned. Confirmed.
Oh, you've got some eagle eyes there. Have you spotted that?
Because he was just right there. He was like looking at the hero in the...
Choosing his cosmetics, like, yeah, I'm gonna wear this dress and this hat.
Team Secrets
the nice
turn
back
to ban.
piece.
Well, the DP ban does come out, so no DP Chen pairing for Secret.
They
Of
lack the
course.
critical information. Ban the Lina now!
I guess when you've got heroes like Undying and Phoenix on your team, that's always in the back of your head. Heroes like Lina who are so good at long range killing off the things on the floor, the egg or the tombstone. Objects, structures. I don't know what.
Things.
Just things.
They're things. You can't argue with that.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Secret are coming with the pure approach as well. I mean, these are the types of bans you
5
only really see
seconds
for this
remaining.
guy. SF Sniper, I mean, he's the only one that just loves to bang these heroes out. And there's also still that Clinks in the pool that he so loves. Going this Gleipnir against heroes like this and keeping your range and being able to poke with Barrage, especially when you have the control like an Enigma. That's a lot of damage that you can throw out into a black hole.
Yeah, some very targeted bans, right? We talked a little bit about this Visage and the Bat Rider against Stormstormer. What's his hero pool like? Now, what's he going to pick if he doesn't get his hands on either of those two?
Wait, for who, sorry?
For Stormstormer.
For Stormstormer?
Now, we saw him play
Yeah.
Tinker, but that seems like a very niche pick.
That was hella hype, but I like that way more with the
remaining.
Visage because you have the buds that you can
Yeah.
TP onto. So without that,
5
it's
seconds
maybe a little bit
remaining.
weaker, but still okay. Obviously Stormstormer, the first hero you should think of, you know, pre to his super pro career, his Invoker, massive. He loves that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Secret, obviously debating a couple of bans here. Maybe you look at another pure hero just to try and like neuter him. Maybe you think about Stormstormer. You've already removed his, you know, two of his best, right? Maybe you're thinking about that Invoker, this Cataclysm on top of a black hole. I think going into the next phase, Secret need to be looking at some strong heroes, some strong win condition, but also something that can deal with the black hole. Maybe a Winter Wyvern, but with a Chen, not that keen.
Team Secrets turn
Faceless
to
Void.
Oh, yeah, that
removal.
hero.
That hero's still out there.
Hero, forgot about him. Oh, that was nearly a disaster, bro.
Can't let them get away with that. Yeah, I'm glad they took their time to think about it. Because I don't know, my mind was just like, yeah, ban Alchemist or something. Get rid of all this, get rid of all this toxic stuff.
10 seconds
Secret coming into the second phase. They've got the Puppy Chen, semi-flexible Monkey
5
King, but likely for
seconds
Crystallis. So now we're looking for our Zyads and Resolution heroes now. There's no Marcy, there's no DP. Res are going to have to start branching out a little bit.
Would not mind something that can A, help kill the Tombstone, and B, maybe has mobility otherwise and doesn't care about the Tombstone. Because right now it's like so hard for Monkey, if he was to play core, to kind of use his use his spells and his ult and really stand there, because you're playing into the threat of a black hole, you're playing into a Tombstone. You know, all these creeps from Chen are also getting bogged down. So this Invoker could help a lot, getting that Alacrity out,
10
being able to
seconds
just hit
remaining.
it. A lot of early game moves as well.
Yeah, lots of ways
5
pre-BKB to
seconds
cancel
remaining.
Black Hole and try and zone people away. Very good at disengaging. You know, you place a Tombstone, you try and Black Hole, there's Tornado, there's Ghost Walk, ways to skip away. And also a block pick, you mentioned. Stormstormer Invoker was a potential pick out there
Yeah.
for them, so they take it away from his hands. And a pick into the Nyx Assassin now. So they've got that way to scout people out, break vision, try and start team
10
fights with the Nyx.
seconds remaining.
I want a hero pairing with him. I want someone that can go around and do damage. And Lena's their option.
I can't believe Nisha knew the Entity was going to pick Lina, and that's why he was looking at it on his PC. That's crazy.
Check in Lena's range, check Invoker's range, check the base damage difference. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, this matchup's good. All right, send it.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Well, right now, Secret are not
5
picking anything that
seconds
deals with
remaining.
Black Hole. I definitely would be keen to see something there. Maybe you're intending to just fight and skirmish a lot early and not let Enigma really reach that height. But at the same time, I mean, we just saw how they played into the Batrider last game, not really picking any save, and they got rolled over. So I would Avenge even would not be. I would like it. I would be
I mean,
happy with it.
Where's the Beastmaster? Where's he gone these past few series?
That's a good point. He's amazing into Nyx Assassin.
Dire team
Probably
deal.
one of them.
Yeah, can't deal with the balls. Is that now a Rezo Bristle?
Is it? Nah, it's probably. They're leaving last pick for Rezo. Is this a carry bristle with a pos 4 monkey?
Or a pos
And then
3
there's-
monkey?
Oh yeah, it could be.
I
10
guess
seconds
they've got their
remaining.
options open to them.
I know Amar liked his offlane
5
monkey.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Yeah, he sure did. But Bristol going to give them the tempo that they needed in game 1 desperately. Now you've got the Chen, you've got the ability just to front line, try and chip away at towers. And he's a hero, kind of unusual for melee heroes. Both him and Monkey, in fact, don't mind hitting Tombstone. You've either got long range from Monkey, like he doesn't want to do it when he's got Jingu stacks for sure. But Bristleback can just kind of turn his back, hit Tombstone with a nice attack speed he's got.
They removed the break from Nyx ult, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So lacking a little bit there, but I don't think Entity is lacking for damage to kill Bristleback. I think if you are, for example, holding your high ground and
10
defending
seconds remaining.
in a situation, just, you know, looking at the extreme situation of Secret kind of roll this game, Bristle
5
has to walk up
seconds
to hit that
remaining.
tower, and someone like Lena as a core is going to be able to attack them so far away, especially if she manages to find a Grove Bow too. Like their ability to defend their high ground with
Dire
both
team
Tombstone,
back.
Midnight Pulse, the threat of a black hole, and Alina, it seems pretty potent, and I think Secret might struggle in that regard to end the game. In that case, I would like to see on their last pick something that can have a maybe more ability to help catch, or something that helps them
10
push,
seconds
one or the other,
remaining.
just so that they can get objective, take
5
rows like
seconds
endgame.
remaining.
Yeah, something that allows them to disengage from Black Hole and Tombstone as well.
Well, at this point, they seem pretty committed to just running Unga Bunga towards an entity. I don't know. I mean, yeah, but like, I'm gonna just keep saying her name, but like, Avenge works for me. It's save versus Black Hole, and on top of that, if you're trying to push high ground or something, maybe having the ability to swap someone out of the base and kill them instantly, or just make it so that entity can't commit with that Black Hole would be huge. It's just such a threat. I like the Beastmaster suggestion you said earlier as well, and entity respect that too, though, with
Yeah.
that ban.
Yeah, it would have been a nasty one to deal with. But here, Secret, a lot of focus on Pure. SF Sniper, Void Troll, and this final ban going to be aimed at him as well. And looking at the position 1s for Entity, what's even left? Like an Alchemist I mentioned earlier on? But that doesn't seem
5
that great
seconds
against a
remaining.
Monkey.
Oh, you could play... Let's see here. They don't get the last counter pick. They could play something like a Pudge. If they want, they could play a... Is Huskar banned?
No,
Do they
he's
play
not.
Huskar?
Not
I
sure.
quite like Huskar with the Ags into Bristle core, because when you get like more levels, your ult can remove Bristleback like half of his health at once.
Oh, what about a Sven?
Dire
Sven.
team
Oh, that PA ban's good. The Shard, so good against the Bristleback.
Yeah.
Because Sven was one of these heroes that was often considered maybe not a counter to Bristleback, but someone who can contend with him. Just your raw damage doesn't care too much about him. You've got ways to jump and stun
10
the Bristleback. Lots of
seconds
armor, of course, from Warcry and his Shard now to kind of defend yourself against it. But
Ah, my
that's
favorite carry. Mwah, Legion Commander.
That's a carry Legion. Yeah, I mean, you turn Bristle to face you. But
Sure.
but what else?
This is fun. This is cool. Unless it's
10
a
seconds
total like
remaining.
throw off and it's like offlane Legion and carry Undying, that would be super hype. though.
5 seconds remaining.
Please let it be that.
I mean, didn't Anna play Carry Undying
Yeah.
earlier today? That is sick, yeah. We'll see what entity want here. I think Stormer actually no, you have Alina. I was gonna say Stormer also maybe probably plays Legion mid.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
he
be Lena
definitely
mid, right?
does. Yeah, I mean it could be, but he does play mid Legion Commander, so if they wanted to put like
You may
Lena
now
as the carry
select your
instead,
heroes.
I mean, God, I don't know. Entity are a crazy team.
Yeah,
It's Carry
pure.
Legion.
Carry Legion.
Let's get
on
it.
mid laner. Fishman on the Undying. So Resolution is the last pick there is the Razor. So that does move Zayats into the position 4 Monkey King slot. Chrysalis, the Bristleback. Very, very, very interesting drafts from both teams coming out here. It's nice to see that progress through the steal pick of the Invoker, the swap out of the Monkey into the support role. And Team Secret absolutely bringing way more firepower early on than they did in game 1. No longer relying on that late game scaling from Doom and Morphling and Ember Spirit. They are a ball up and fight kind of team. Get early BKBs, get early, Vanguard and Aghanims on this Bristleback, and battle into Entity as best they can.
But there's no way to cancel a BKB black hole.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
There is a huge threat going into this late game if they're able to hold on Entity, if this ball does not manage to overwhelm them. And let's be real, they have ways to fight into this. You're playing Carry Legion Commander. She can buy like an armlet. She can scrap super early. I'm sure he'll also probably buy, maybe he wants to buy a Falcon Blade as well, just for those early stats. You have the ability to play around your Undying, who can constantly come and fight with you. You're looking at Alina as well, who's just going to make it, like I said, hard to push that high ground eventually. They can get a lot of their heroes involved.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the Legion's place is here. Like, do you do any lane swaps, or you set it up 2-1-2 normally as Entity?
I think so.
So I was just thinking, like, overwhelming odds against Chen and his creeps is pretty nice, but I guess that doesn't come until much later on into the game. It feels like this is primarily just picked because duel against Bristleback. I don't know. I was thinking about like Razor laning into the Legion as well. Not going to feel super nice for Pure. But Entity, they're swarming Puppey. They're coming in with Kataomi stun landing. Plasma Field will try and slow the retreat as Entity realize they're fighting under vision here, not somewhere they particularly want to be anymore. I will just back up and wait. Think about those bounty rune takes, but the line's drawn. They're going to go round again.
Do they have the ability to?
30 seconds to battle.
They don't really have stuns.
Yeah, that high ground vision's in the way.
Yeah. They could have got something with some Nyx stun into Lina, but they're not together anymore. So nothing. I don't think anything big's gonna happen here.
Yeah, Kataomi's going to try and steal. Coming behind Chen. Fisherman going to go for the bottom rune. Pure and Storm are heading top. Should secure that one. Nice little move by Zayats. Goes up top to grab that one there. And it will be 3 for Entity. Zayats the only one getting a bounty rune as he waits atop the staircase. Sees Pure coming in, so let's see, can he get the 4 hits on the Legion?
Is Pure trying to bait them out into thinking he's going top? Because Toby is top.
Yeah, see, this is what I was wondering about the tri-lanes and stuff like that, if there was any kind of lane swapping they wanted to do. Well, he's TP top, and that's Kataomi TPing top, so yeah, Pure just walking down to bottom.
Yeah, you gotta walk, because then if they try and TP themselves on Secret, you just TP to match them. So they're getting the lanes that they want. I think playing into Chen is quite aggravating for Legion Commander. Even if you have overwhelming odds, it's a bit annoying. You want to buy... Like, the old idea was you could buy this armor, the chainmail of a phase boot, and the soul ring. All these components gave you armor, which lets you lane into this pretty nicely. But nowadays, people aren't buying this stuff anymore. We see a lot of strength heroes going these double braces. We see a lot of, like,
Wand
Falcon
Rush.
Blades, Wand Rush, yeah, exactly. So, I don't know what Pure wants to buy. Looks like he's even just going a Blade of Attack. I think they want to play super aggro.
Yeah, it looks like it. Zayats is going to come down here, though, as they try and swap these lanes around. And put the Monkey against the Legion. Like, they wanted Monkey or Razor against the Legion at the very least. But he's still stuck in this Undying against Bristleback lane, which doesn't feel too nice for Chrysalis. Zayats, though, getting some serious damage onto Pure. And the thing with this kind of move, it also separates the buddies, right? You know, Secret have talked a lot about how Zayats and Resolution, you know, they speak Russian with each other. They're in the lane communicating with each other and not overstepping and overlapping team comms. Now you've got Chrysalis with Zayats and Rezo with Puppey.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine. Obviously, it's nice to have, but there's no way it's
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
How you want to play. Yeah,
it's not doom and gloom. Yeah, just a little poke at them there.
Yeah. Oh god, if they're able to hit 2 and kill Zayas, it would be really nice for the lane, just because he used his TP to come down here. But it looks quite difficult for them, and they're just getting like chipped down, chipped down. These ones though, or sticks, sorry.
Yeah, sticks and mangoes on Undying, so he'll be able to spam out the soul rip, keep the decays over on Crystallis, or maybe look for that kill threat. Yeah. There was some weird wave dragging top, like Toby was dragging wave, Kataomi had to come and save him from Rezo. Looks like they've got the lane in a good place now, though. Oh, is Toby wanting to convert the Chen creep? That's what he's looking for.
At the very least, it's nice that he's just going to have this lane under tower. Razor is an aggressive laner. Obviously, the hero's good mid-game, get that BKB timing, can just run at heroes, and that's always great. But in lane, he has that threat from Link too, and playing into an Enigma who's just going to be under his tower all the time. Maybe Secret will try and look for some opportunity to dive, maybe with like a glyph or something. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, Toby should just be safe. You have 2 stuns available to stave them off if they do try and go on you. I think most of the action might just be happening by.
And there it is, he converts the Harpy into Eidolons, but that allows Rezo and Puppey to actually turn and kill them off, even stealing one of them with that holy persuasion. Things going.
I don't know if that's the play.
Yeah, things going decently there for Secret in that little exchange. And bottom lane continues just to be a spam of spells. Dive in with a tombstone from Fishman. He's cracked level 3, and they're going for Crystallis. Zayat's trying to kill the tombstone and gets a boundless on Pure, but the damage is there. Fishman draws first blood and continues to dive on the Monkey King. More decays, more stick charges, means more spells, and less life for Zayats to play around with. He's juking them through the trees, though. Might even get a courier snipe on his way out. Now 2 couriers arriving for Fishman and Pure as they keep themselves alive and kill off the Bristleback.
There are creep waves where creep waves are not meant to be in this top lane. There's just creeps everywhere.
The 4th lane of Dota 2 appearing in the middle of the top jungle. Fishman dying in the end. Zayats move forward. Does find the snipe in the end, but that doesn't feel too bad. And dying, he's done his job. He wants to reset. Might even think about... oh, he doesn't need to. Doesn't even need to TP mid to refill Stormer's bottle. He's got water runes galore. And Pure doing a good job separating from the monkey, making sure that 4th stack doesn't come. Man, we're going to need to go to the dog draft this game. My eyes are all over the place. Like, I'm looking bot, looking top. There's like dives on tier 1. Mid lane's the only place where it's just calm and chill for Nisha and Storm are having a soft laning stage.
Alright, 2 people just trading farm with each other. And as is the mid lane. I wonder if we will get a lot of mid rotations for runes. At some point, you might have to kind of stop giving into this like fight fest on both side lanes. Because Invoker doesn't really care at all for runes, but taking it away from Lina would be nice because Nisha keeps trying to poke down Lina with like Tornado and Cold Snap and stuff. And being able to not give him that bottle refill could just add that pressure, make him go home and halt his farming if they want to do that.
Zayat is losing out in this trade. Spreading his stacks across multiple heroes, but I've realized why... Oh, they get the snipe on Toby with the plasma field.
Yeah. What you realized?
I've realized why they've picked Legion for Pure. Last game he had SF. He has the taunt where he dances and smashes the cymbals. This one, bongoing the drums and dancing around as Legion Commander. It's all about the cosmetics and the taunts.
Oh, of course. How did I not consider this? I genuinely love the small things in Dota. Like, Pure wants phase boots. Makes sense. It's probably one of the best boots for her. Other option is treads, but what does she buy first? He went the Blades of Attack so that he could be more aggressive in lane. He went the boots to try and play out range of the Monkey King and Bristleback. It's like, it's not a massive thing. It's not a wow, oh my god, I can't believe he bought components of boots, but it's just nice seeing like the things that he values in the lane. Because it could just be easy to go, okay, I'm playing into Quills and Monkey King, I need armor. Right? But he chose the other options first. Also, Rezo's dead down.
Oh, jeez.
How do you even end up down there?
I don't know. Kataomi and Toby just closing in on him. Poppy Chen not able to help out the Razor. Just going to steal an Eidolon for the moment. They'll come back in, though. Another Malefice is ready, and that's up to level 2. The stun's going to come out, and Poppy doesn't have a stick or anything, so a double kill for Toby in the end in that top lane.
But just to finish my thought, like, it shows, right? The aggression that Pure and Fishman were able to output because of like the decision to go Blaze of Attack first allowed them to kind of dive that tower and get those kills, right? It's just like the tiny decisions that compound into actual.
Yeah,
Good
meaningful results, yeah. And this means now Chrysalis has no ring of health yet. He's still a couple hundred gold away from that. Pure 42 CS just going to turn with Fishman to try and fight Zayats, but I think they know that Puppey has left that top lane. And it's not just Puppey. They're doing a full lane swap 7 minutes in. Usually feels like laning stage should be breaking down now, but Secret wanting to bring numbers and make things a bit more comfortable for themselves. Get on to Pure. Slow him down. The TP home. There's no stuns remaining. Pure, he's home safe and sound. Off to Fountain he goes. And that's a 4-hero move from Secret.
If this was a pub, bro, all chat. 4 heroes for what?
Like, what does Secret do now? Yeah, Chrysalis doesn't want to TP top against an Enigma. So Rezo and Chrysalis going to be trading borrowing farm from each other. I just watch it back there.
Yeah, it's gonna be Chrysalis. It has to be Chrysalis. Looks like this rune is gonna get stolen here by Nyx.
And Laguna Bay thrown into Zayats. They've got the stun from Kataomi to make sure the monkey dies. Lina probably gonna have to return to base, refill up, but that's gonna allow her then to TP into one of these side lanes and maybe look for a go. Like, top lane has Black Hole. I bet Toby's calling for a move onto Chrysalis Bristleback. Earn Black Hole. Nice Fishman that's going to TP up here with Kataomi. Not wanting the Lina to relinquish the mid lane. Go in with a stun. Do we want the Tombstone as well? We do from Fishman. Body blocks. Very nicely done by the Undying. Make sure Chrysalis is trapped here around zombies and Eidolons. The Black Hole onto the two of them. Nisha's TP'd into this. Might just be dying himself. Does get a good EMP tornado to trade back and get the kills that Secret really required.
Didn't quite have the damage to kill both heroes. I mean, the amount of damage those quills were doing and towards the end was actually just devastating to the supports. A nice TP from Nisha though. You know, they've just been trading farm in this mid lane. But now that he's he's playing Coswex, but he didn't go Earn. He's going for Witchblade instead.
Cool.
But yeah, I was gonna say nice rotation to get that Earn charge, but nope, he did not go for that.
Nice rotation to get that money for Witchblade.
Exactly, good money.
Yeah, that's where I thought Stormstorm would kind of walk base, or Zayats. Yeah, tracked back by 3 entity heroes. Monkey King on the wrong side of the river. Yeah, I kind of assumed Stormstorm would go base, TP top, look for that kill, but he got the job done with a couple of supports, even if it did allow Nisha to get that double kill off the back of it. Highest net worth now, this Invoker, thanks to that move he made.
Yeah, he's bringing another... Oh, he's not bringing another TP. He's not going to have a TP, so anything that happens bot, he will not be able to show up to.
Yeah, and Rezo might just have to leave. Fishman, he's hunting in the trees. Level 3 Tombstone will completely zone out Secret. There's no chance they can come in and TP to defend him here. They'll try and bring the Tombstone down. There is no Soul Rip, but... And the duel for Pure comes in, and the victory is a fast one. Secret are trying to fight this, though. They come in with the Monkey King, jumping upon Toby. Has the pressing attack on him, so a bit of heal there, but another great EMP tornado landing on the two of them. Tombstone's about to die as well to Zayat as he stays alive, even through the earn damage. And Entity, they get the kill on the Razor, but the tower's still standing tall.
You were forcing a lot of stuff bot, at least. I guess it's pretty favored for Secret just because Chrysalis is the one farming top, but at the same time, you carry Legion, just got her first bit of dual damage. Obviously, like, Nisha had to run from mid to bot to respond, which is a little bit unideal, otherwise they could have punished that harder. Entity playing off that, though, of course. Safely diving.
And Nisha's going to be very happy with his early game performance here. Going back for the Hand of Midas. Kataomi, did he think that was a courier?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
He just wanted to snipe it. It was in fact a Monkey King. But yeah, a bit of breathing room for Secret. Dead even game, 7-7. No real discernible net worth lead. Chrysalis has his Vanguard. Witchblade on Invoker. Pretty ready to fight at any given moment, especially around a Puppey Chen with a mech. All he's lacking now is his level 6, which he'll get from the tome that's just delivered.
I think both teams are pretty happy right now. There feels like a lot of pressure on Entity, though, just because they're running a Legion as a carry. A core that scales with that dual damage, so she feels like, I want to get dual wins. God, Nisha's playing very up front here. Just out of range of Toby's stun. Yeah,
just landing these 2-man tornadoes at every step. Kataomi doesn't really have mana for a stun here, so even though he's vendettering forward, it will still be a struggle to latch onto somebody. And we haven't really yet seen Stormstormer make any plays. He's got Boots of Travels, Falcon Blade, farming up a Storm, but hasn't actually got involved in too much. 1-0-0, and that was due to Monkey King ganking into his lane.
I think that's fine. I think you're absolutely happy to just farm away on Stormstormer, because this is kind of similar to how Betboom played, right? When you have the semi-carry, it's nice when you have other cores that will make up for that, so you have more of a whole as in terms of like offense later down the line. So say Pure doesn't get his dual damage, you know, say he struggles in this game, gets linked by Razor, has a rough one. Stormstormer is making sure that he's farming and keeping up, so that if that problem arises, he can make up for it.
Smoke up to top from Secret, though. They know that Pure is going for this additional wave. Armlet is there. 10 stick charges for Pure as well. 3 heroes around him, though, and that Ice Wall is going to slow him down to a crawl. My goodness, yeah, the damage from this support Monkey King shredding through the Legion. A huge pick-off for them as Entity. They look to try and get in on top of Puppey, but unable to.
Dire's top tower.
This is down,
that tower.
yeah, down to Secret having some very good wards
Top tower has fallen.
in that triangle, spotting where Stormstormer is, knowing there's no real rotation threat. Get the easy tier 1. And Puppey just defending his own down bottom. Oh, they're going to chase the Chen down. Get the damage in.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Even a tombstone for good measure. So you pressure bottom tier 1, Secret. They are straight onto your mid. Looking for anybody who
could maybe
TPs in to defend.
smoke. Yeah, yeah, I was like, they can maybe smoke to mid. You can't give up this tower like this. And you have Blink on Toby.
Is under attack.
Oh, do they?
Monkey is
two
waiting
heroes next to each other.
cancel.
You're right. Zayat's off to the side. The blink. Stun on the Razor. Chain Disable Resolution. And the duel's there, but the Hand of God and Tornado delaying this move forward from Entity, allowing Rezo to survive and get off another plasma field as Fishman down in the river, blown up by Crystalis.
Stun used by Monkey.
Toby,
Big turn.
blink in 2 seconds. I don't think they can do it. They're all pretty low on resources now.
Yeah.
They'll just have to let this tower fall.
Kind of need that tombstone on top of it. It feels like Secret are in such a strong position for now until Entity can get their BKBs, because it's like, yeah, okay, I have Blink, but I need to wait for like Monkey Stun to come out, I need the Tornado to come out, I need the Cold Snap to come out, or I need to catch these heroes in my Black Hole. The Pure wants to go in and duel, but there's so many ways to disengage right now on the side of Secret, as well as that heal and counterplay from the Chen.
That's a big pick, though, on the Razor. Another dual victory for Pure. He desperately needs the gold influx here. He was bottom of the net worth of all the cores. Zayat's up in the top jungle. He's in on top of Fishman here. The Tombstone high ground. Good placement. He drops the Verdurous Dale, but that's not healing him up against the monkey and his statues. Crystalis also came across for good measure. Secret giving as good as they take.
Oh, they're
Radiant's bottom tower.
they're
Much-
applying good pressure right now. They're splitting themselves up on the map in a nice way.
Yeah, it's a much better showing here from Secret, really matching Entity's moves. And making some of their own, which they struggled to do in game 1. There's a lot more... This is the thing, right? There's a lot more drawing on the map, a lot more real activity from Secret. Mm-hmm. Figuring out where they're going, what they need to be doing. And now it looks like, yeah, Monkey King signaling that, hey, they're all going to be in that top jungle. Maybe we can make a smoke play up to there. Maybe we just leave them there as we get our farm in the mid and the bot lane instead. We're still waiting for, yeah, the blink on Legion, BKBs, Fiolina. I was going to say Enigma, but it looks like he's, yeah, going for that Spirit Vessel finish.
Yeah, I think they're chill to make Stormstormer their win condition this game. Pure going for that blink, knowing, okay, I just need to get the lockdown off, and then Stormer will do all the damage for me. Yeah, if you can, for example, stun and duel the Invoker, that removes half of the ways that Secret have to cancel your Black Hole. Everyone can kind of just start to cover each other, and the ability to always have Pure on standby ready with that press the attack too, to keep Lina alive and kicking. I mean, they're hoping that, you know, putting everything into him as a core is going to pay off. And it can. I think the matchups are pretty decent. He'll need that Daedalus, he'll need that Skadi, he'll need that Satanic.
How do you rate like a Silver Edge here on Lina instead of the Daedalus against the Bristleback?
Not bad.
I guess they'll have the duel for him to like turn him around as Toby. Well, he just goes straight in with a black hole on Puppey. Now, though, Secret, given the opportunity to respond, Toby healed up the Soul Rip and the press the attack, but that meatball, so much flaming damage onto him. You trade your Chen for a black hole and an Enigma kill. Entity, they need to get so much more off the back of this. They're not going to be given it. Pure's under vision. They see him with his blink dagger, so Secret, they spread. Get wide across the map. Nisha finds a regen rune and comes up towards this mid lane. And they saw Kataomi, did they? Nisha's hiding. Monkey Kings are... The trees are moving! Oh, please. Oh, the two-man stun? No, just lands it on the one. Nisha needs the backup here, ASAP, but he's not going to have it. The dual victory and the movement across. Monkey King gets stunned down. Zayat chased down by Stormstormer and Fishman. Oh, Secret. It looks like they'd escaped from that move from Entity, but then they fall straight back into it.
Yeah, they felt confident playing under that ward on the cliff with the sentry, but they didn't have one moving forward. Does Entity have space here to do Roche?
Oh, do they?
Definitely gonna try for it. Do they have the Tombstone? They do.
Ah. There it is. In the pit we head. Secret still waiting on that BKB for resolution. Holding on that mid lane tower. 8 seconds for Nisha to respawn. And Crystallis, I mean, he might poke his head around the corner here to see what's going on, but Roshan has already fallen. Hey, just for Stormstormer's Lina, like you're saying, she is the true carry this game, given all that farm, real heavy emphasis on her, building her game up.
Yeah. To go back to what you said, I like the idea of the Silver Edge, but at the same time, I think the way that everyone is building on Entity, they really want Stormer to kind of just stand out there and hit things, and I think Daedalus does more damage for that. Silver Edge, for me, reads more as an item where they want to play these side lanes and do pickoffs, which they already have a lot of that in like Kataomi, who's going to be skulking around in his like Vendetta. You know, there's probably going to be a lot of sentries laid down, so I don't know how effective it will be to go that Silver Edge.
That's a good point, yeah.
And, yeah, other heroes are already kind of achieving what a Silver Edge would give. The break is nice, but you know, Daedalus is still a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But that Roche move was really important, mostly because Secret just finished their timing of getting the Ags on Bristleback, and that's when they want to look at taking a fight and taking Roche. So to take that away from them, I think for them now, they're definitely thinking forward, like, okay, our timing is going to be around the second Roche that we have to fight. For now, let's just try and find like any good fight that we can. Yeah.
Oh, nice attempt by Nisha. Almost had that deny. It's also another sad story for Resolution. You know, game 1 he was playing a DP where he wanted to play actively, and the rest of his team are just like, nah, we kind of want to farm. And now, like you're saying, they're kind of trying to hit this timing around Ags, around his BKB, which is nearly there. But they're going to have to wait for that additional few minutes to get that second Roche lined up for them.
Until then, what do you have coming? There's going to be a Razor BKB any moment now. Definitely coming out a bit later than I think they would have hoped, but you can still take decent fights just because, like, Elsie, for example, doesn't have a BKB, and neither does the Enigma. So I think Lina is really the only strong one, but if you're able to take a good fight where you have the Monkey King all laid down and Lina's dying inside of it, you can definitely set up on her death to kill her. And they have so much AoE control with Invoker.
Are they going to catch Stormstormer here? It's smoke into smoke, but Entity, they've swung top and there's nobody there. Stormstormer's left all alone down bottom in the jungle. They see him. Boundless misses, though. Zayat doesn't get the catch. That could have been 2 kills on the Lina.
With that BKB, I'm not sure about the second kill, just because they don't have any BKB piercing. However, it would have been so nice for them to get that Aegis.
Especially if Entity are the ones having to come up, ramp up, high ground. Secret can reposition.
Yeah.
And look to take that fight. So both smokes failing in the end.
Yeah.
It's got to favor Entity here with that Aegis still in hand. Secret might just go again, honestly. Where's the next smoke? Where's the next move coming from?
I mean, that might have been their best shot. Being able to snipe that Aegis and then get back before Entity can converge is huge. But going straight into them with a smoke when they are set up, especially if you don't have vision around that area, you don't know where the wards are, you don't know what Entity can see. If you break on that high ground and they see everything, then there's a potential that you just all get black hole. There's, you know, who are you really leading with? You need this bristle to be it, but he's still susceptible to death. He doesn't have a BKB yet. You've got to be really, really careful about taking these fights. Playing around Monkey King tree vision is going to be pretty massive for them. Or just any walls they can get down. Usually in this sort of situation where they're playing top, they have Aegis. They don't have to fight for Roche right now. They can just put a ward on that cliff, for example, in their jungle and play on that. Look, I know versus Alliance, Entity had some problems with, like, they would walk into high grounds where Alliance were waiting, and Alliance got a lot of good fights off that.
Oh, you're a cheeky devil, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's what we like to see. Kato toying with Chrysalis there a little bit. Because that puts it in your head now, like, hang on, if I'm spamming Cool Spray and stuff, there might be a Nyx here, then there might be a Lina there might be a duel from a Blink Legion there. You know, next time around, it might not just be the Nyx Assassin.
Oh.
Secret.
Definitely feeling for Secret.
All having to hold hands.
Now. It's also kind of rough when you pick a Razor like this. I think it's nice to have against Pure, but versus Stormstormer, it's not exactly a solution. I've seen the matchup of Lina versus Razor, and especially when they have a Daedalus, the damage output is way too high. Yeah, the Link, you can't stick on him, and Link, he literally just stands there and kills you instead.
Yeah, we had that in Europe East, right? There was a Razor who had a Blink Dagger, blinked on Lina, started draining, and then just died. Like, within 3 seconds of the Link's like, ah, see ya, you're gone.
Yeah. So, I guess, like, the option there is if he can get a lot of high armor.
Oh, Kataomi. Resolution. He's played into the hands of Entity here. They spotted the Nyx, they went aggressive, and they give another dual win over to Pure. Stormstormer is alone bottom, and they're trying to TP Anisha down there, but not going to be able to get a catch on to anybody. It might actually be Stormstormer that goes hunting for the Invoker now. He's pinging it out, saying, hey, boys, we've got vision. We see them coming. I'm going to go for this.
Yeah, he's got the sentry for the Ghost Walk, potentially. For now, Entity swinging into that Ancient Space to take it up. The Lina has just showed bot. So maybe Secret want to fight.
They're still fighting up high ground into Black Hole, into Tombstone, though.
That is true. That is true. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not super for it, but I think, you know, you can take what you can get.
You've got limited options. Yeah, you're right. Need to find something. And they're trying to scale on this Monkey King with Diffuser Blade.
Yeah.
He's getting there. But you need more time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know, maybe super late game, if Rezo is able to get like a refresher, like his blink to get on top of Lina and has armor, like an assault cuirass, maybe even a halberd or something like that. If he can use that on Stormer, who doesn't have something like a Linken's, you could maybe kill him that way.
Kataomi sees Nisha. Invoker stunned. They've got him caught up. The chain disables, and even a dust there coming out of Stormstormer's Lina, making damn sure Nisha dies. And like, this is where we see how quickly Entity move. They get a pick bot. There's 3 heroes swarming, 2 moving in towards mid as well. So they're making sure that Secret don't have any places to kind of shove out and find farm apart from that top lane.
I mean, Entity are doing a great job. Like I said about that Silver Edge thing, I mean, Nyx is doing that for you.
Oh, this is desperation from Secret. They do kill the Nyx, but Pure and Fishman going to walk it off. First BKB from Resolution. Nets him a kill on the Nyx Assassin. I mean, maybe relieves a bit of pressure and buys time for Nisha to respawn.
If they can de-ward off it, it's really good.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, just... Because right now, entities see way too much. They have a ward in the triangle and a ward in the bot jungle. Anytime Secret move to any part of the map, they're very much aware of who is where and how, like, what moves they can make. Oh, okay, this guy's showing on the triangle. Let's go bot and get a kill. You know, it's free. That guy's not there. Someone's showing in a lane. Everything becomes very clear to them with these wards. So I would love to see Secret being able to get rid of a couple. Yeah, nah, Gem's kind of scary. I don't know about that.
Just buy a gem, it's fine.
Okay. I mean, look, they're playing on the wards. Here comes Pure under his ward, though.
And he de-wards.
And just the vision game is now so much more in Entity's favor again.
I love seeing cores by by dust and sentries, right? We had Storm with the dust, got Pure with the sentry. They're going around spotting invis, de-warding stuff. Such a burden relieved from your undying.
Is he buying it or are they giving it to him? Because it's more of a play of like, hey, can you go de-ward this for me? I'm scared to do it because I don't want to die.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure, but it's just the fact that they are giving up an item slot for it.
Yeah.
That's already enough. Like I will gladly buy a reveal and give it to my core if they would just move a stick out of their inventory.
The stress of they're going
Science. He's catching Toby here inside the Wukongs. They've got Tombstone, the potential to blink back in with a black hole. And there's the duel, finding Zayat's monkey. Quick and easy over on them. Oh, no, the heal, but the black hole! Toby! He's found the three of them, all dragged into it. But the turnaround from Secret, they've withstood the damage. And Crystallis charging forward now onto Fishman. I thought Entity were able to turn that and swing hard, but Secret, too tanky.
I need to watch that again. What the hell? I thought it was so big for them when they got that 3-man black hole, but they actually just had no... The Chen heals were absolutely insane. That duel was meant to be a quick pick-off into, having the numbers advantage and being able to keep fighting, but Pure was totally locked in on this duel, getting linked the entire time by Razor, even inside the black hole. They just didn't have the damage. Where was Lina during that? That's my biggest... Oh, he wasn't even there.
Oh, there was no Stormer, that's why.
That would be why. I mean, he's coming close.
So they got the duel. And what? The mech, the Hand of God, the Holy Locket, the 3-man black hole. Lina now arrives with BKB, but the fight's already over at that point.
Yeah. All right, so that's why. The source of damage was not there. Good black hole, but... God, I wondered, did Secret have vision of Lina or no? Did he show on a wave or something?
I don't think so.
Great go
Took a
anyway.
risk.
Yeah.
Paid off for them. Now Roshan's respawned, and there's no black hole for a good 100 seconds. Still a little bit spooky, though, with this Lina on the board.
You don't have your Hand of God this time as well. That was such a massive part of keeping Pure, like, completely preoccupied in that fight. As he couldn't get out of that duel quickly.
And playing under high ground vision. One of the obs and sentries will be dewarded by Eidolons. But Crystallis is in the pit, starting on Roche. Nasal Goo. Stack's gone. A timeout.
With no black hole, you can't...
In we go.
Oh,
There's the duel. Right, we've got BKB on Pure, and there's no heals. Like you said, there's no Hand of God or anything. Resolution, he's got his BKB up, but look at the damage from Stormer. The crits. Oh, he's got him. Down you go. 3 heroes hit the deck, and Puppy, he's up next. Triple kill. Make it an ultra. Come on, baby. Give it to him. Oh, Pure, come on.
Dominating. Yeah, I was thinking in my head, God, they can't just go in with a duel, can they? They don't have the backup of a black hole when Secret will converge, but yeah, without that Hand of God, like we pointed out, it just wasn't enough save. Your Bristle goes down, that Vessel too. Yeah, Omi messing with Nisha on the backline, forces his BKB.
Yeah. And then the quick moves out on the map again. Entity, TP bot, these boots of travel paying dividends. And they're still moving into mid for another duel from Pure. Oh, the damage from that mana burn, nuking the Invoker down. The win comes right at the end. Zayat, he's got his Wukongs out, tries to mischief away, but it looks like Entity happy with what they've got. Disengage, do a bit of a taunt on their front lines, and regroup together as Stormer sprints back towards mid as the 5-man death ball regroups.
My God. When Pure picked Elsie, I thought to myself, last game, he had nearly double the net worth of the enemy carry. Right, Elsie is not really a flash farmer. She does not have that easy way to nuke down a wave. It's gotta be harder to get high net worth, right? And he went for a blink. I was like, yeah he's playing way sacrificial this game. But you look at that net worth, and he's just right up there.
Where's your Hand of Midas, Legion? Don't need one. Got a blink dagger. Got 122 bonus damage off my duels. Stuns on Razor. I'm trying to kill... or trying to. What? Stormer. He's just a 40 mil artillery cannon launching projectiles straight through the heart of Rezo, dead for 40 seconds. Your entire lane mid's gone. They're thinking about tier 4s, but shifting away now.
Be careful. You don't have Tombstone. It's going to expire in a bit.
You do have Blink Black Hole again, though, with a BKB.
Very true. Very true.
That's why Pure, go on, taunt. Press the taunt button. I know you want to. You're on that high ground.
No Hand of God. He can just duel whoever he wants, and I think they will die.
And dodges Tornado. Second lane claimed.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
There's the taunt on the high ground. Thank you, Pure. Being pinged by Stormstorm, saying, come on, dude, get back. We're all retreating and you're walking up towards enemy tier 4s. Honestly,
Lena
such a
has
nice
shown
place
on
to
the
set up
way.
as well.
Yeah, they're playing super clean. Right now, like on Secret, you see Lena, you go, okay, she's not with her team. Can we chase them out of the base? Nah. They go straight to a high ground ward, playing on it, ready to break smokes. They're actually going to smoke up themselves. Stormstorm was connected. They're going to go for the kill again. And man, Rezo's so close to this refresher. He wants it so bad.
Puppey in position to break the smokes. Walks back to his high ground. Kataomi, Carapace, they see them, jump stun, they find the Bristle in the back, and Toby with a black hole on Razor catches only resolution. The duel looking to kill off the Crystalist Bristle, and he'll succeed. Pure takes him down, swipes through, an Entity with great vengeance forced the GG. It's a 2-0 victory.
What's that GG from Pure?
He's very excited.
Very
his face
excited.
rolling his keyboard.
Yeah, just fell on it at the end in excitement. Oh, look
So
at
we're
them
going to have
celebrate.
the two teams that have 2-0 their way through this upper bracket meet each other in that upper bracket final. Liquid and Entity haven't dropped a game yet.
Entity looked great, man. I was a little bit scared for them after the Alliance series. I think just there was some shaky mistakes, or I wasn't sure. Okay, maybe, you know, Secret have been looking pretty great since this roster change, but now they kept it super clean in this game.
It's felt like Crystallis has been a bit of a passenger in these past couple of games. You know, he's given the Morphling, didn't get to scale. This time around, the Bristleback shut down by this Nyx, Undying, Legion Commander. It's been a struggle for him to really transfer net worth into Impact.
I felt like he didn't have the net worth that he really needed to. He was kind of like 4th, 5th on the list. He didn't get those ancient stacks. It felt like he wasn't really, you know, boosted in his farm. Whereas Entity focused way more on like, okay, Stormstormer, you're just going to hit the entire jungle. We're going to give you that space by running anywhere else with Pure, get him super involved, and just cause chaos, cause problems, and force Team Secret to kind of run around after them. There was some good moments early, for sure, from Team Secret. And Nisha had some really nice rotations too. But yeah, in the end,
It was an improvement from game one, but I think that's as far as the praise goes, honestly. You know, Secret getting outclassed by Entity here in this series. A 2-0 victory for them, and I'll wrap up the upper bracket for today. Liquid and Entity moving on to that upper bracket final to face off against each other, and we'll finally get to see which one of them drops a game or two. More games coming up later on today, though, as we can take a quick peek at the schedule, I think, and look forward to the lower bracket as we'll move on into that. Of course, Owen and Fogged will be taking over as DGG battle against Enigma Galaxy, and ITB versus TB Into the Breach versus Team Bold Reborn will be your final series of the day. Some exciting stuff down in the lower bracket.
hype.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to stay up really late again watching my favorite team, Team Bold.
Yeah, go all the way to 2 a.m. European time. Production is like, please, no. We need our sleep. We need our beauty sleep to get ourselves through even more Dota 2 action. Plenty more days, plenty more games to come. So make sure you stay tuned for Owen and Fog taking over for the lower bracket. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe Qualifiers. I'm ODPixel here, joined by Fogged Warm. We're looking forward to bringing you the final 2 series of the day here in this region. It's been a pretty fun day so far, Fogged. I mean, I'm sure you've been catching some of the games. Of course, just a quick recap of what's gone down so far. Spoiler alert, in case you don't want to know. Liquid, they did 2-0 Goon Squad, and Entity, they just 2-0 Secret, as you can see on the bracket. So those two will be moving on to play each other in the upper bracket final. Liquid and Entity, of course, congratulations to them. They have both secured at least, and at worst, the last chance qualifier slot. So whatever happens, they're going to be playing on a LAN. They're going to be going somewhere. They're going to be making those travels, getting to go on that adventure. And of course, down in the lower brackets, you can see Secret and Goon Squad. They're waiting for their opponents. And today, in the 2 series we'll be covering, we'll be finding out who those opponents will be. This first series that we're covering, DGG versus Nigma Galaxy. And then after that, Into the Breach versus Team Bold Reborn. But yeah, so enough of sort of the overall summary of things. Let's head ourselves into the action because this draft has begun. Nigma Galaxy versus DGG. Fogged, tell me what we're going to see. What do you expect? Is this going to be a stomp, or could it be maybe a little closer than some expect?
I think a lot of these teams have been impressing a lot versus, especially like Nigma. I think Nigma's been, everybody's going to say it, right? They're not looking as strong as people had hoped to promise to see to them, but I do want to comment a little more about the schedule, I got to be honest, because this match, and if Nigma wins,
we're going to get Nigma Secret.
It's Kuro versus Puppy for who decides to go to TI. Like, are you kidding me?
I can't remember what other sort of qualifiers this was in, but I remember we had this sort of meet-up. It feels like it happened so many times. But of course, you know, there is the hurdle to get over first for Nigma Galaxy until they get there. It is DGG. DGG so far, what we have for them, because we just had the 1 series themselves starting off against. Oh, no, sorry, 2, sorry. They did get knocked down by Liquid, of course, and then they took out Ivy 2-1. I mean, can you sort of think back? I don't know if you caught that series. Did we sort of any hope from them in the games against Liquid? You know, any sort of contest, or was it a rough one for DGG?
It was pretty one-sided games, honestly. Like after the laning phase, actually, honestly, both games, the games were like super one-sided. So yeah, I mean, Liquid kind of crushed. But DGG, I'm trying to remember the match because I think we casted it. It was a long time ago, of course, like 3 months ago. But I think the second game they played, they had a pretty okay showing versus Nigma, but they got stomped the first game. Yeah. So I mean, overall, Nigma, they should probably crush this series, but from what we've seen from them, they are definitely having some weaknesses. And now we're going to see, of course, looking at the drafts, since we've just been talking nonsense for a little bit. We're seeing a lot of adaptation coming out, especially, I guess, from Entity. We already are seeing now Shadow Fiend moved up in priority, especially versus something like Death Prophet. This hard hitter.
Yeah, absolutely. You sort of have these ghosts and siphons coming out at you. And as much as that sustain and damage output is very, very strong and high on the Death Prophet, yeah, a few right clicks from Shadow Fiend, and as long as you're sort of in a decent part, top net worth, has the farm, it's not too easy for the Death Prophet to sort of just present herself and be there in the center of the team fight when there's a Shadow Fiend next to her.
It's an early pick for the SF, though. So now you're starting to see some, maybe you can call them kind of unorthodox bans, but you see even a Clockwork ban, and that's because you have Shadow Fiend. This is like going back a long time of Shadow Fiend days. That hero just destroys SF always, so I can imagine that's probably what they're thinking. And now they're going to have to protect any of those other heroes that just get right on top. But they're also, now you look at Nigma, also they're banning out burst heroes as well. So Lena's gone versus the Death Prophet. I think we're just starting to see the Lena's by far the strongest mid, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. I've just seen it time and time again. And it just one of those mids who just seems to be able to recover a game where, you know, if your carry's getting crushed, having a rough time, doesn't matter. Lena's ready to step in and be the new carry. See what further bans we'll have here from DGG. I mean, if you're DGG going up against Enigma Galaxy, considering the performances we've seen so far from Enigma, you know, what do you think is your biggest concern when you play against this team?
I thought it was actually going to be the Death Prophet and the Chens, because that's literally the style that Enigma's been going for the entirety of this regional qualifier. I thought they might actually take it out or try to snatch it, but they banned the Tusk instead. Just more worried still about GH's impact on that hero. It's just a bit of a shocker to me because of how much we've seen. It's like Sumail's played this like every game almost. Lots of sustain. Holy moly, this is a throwback. This is like Enigma in a nutshell.
Of course, yeah, making sure that AA won't be able to be thrown into the mix against this heavy sustain and regen lineup that Enigma Galaxy want to rule the map with.
5 seconds
It is
remaining.
actually just so much healing. So we're going to have to see some type of healing prevention for sure come out from DGG. Wyvern's still in the pool. That was Lodine's best hero throughout the entire qualifier. All DPC. I see a Wyvern right here versus Chen. He was so good on it. It's good set up for SF.
Yeah.
I can definitely see if he'd like to go for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Against the Chen, against the IO +1. You know, that's eventually going to be teaming up. Curse could be huge.
They're taking so much time for the pick, though, so it's making me think that it's not that.
Yeah, maybe there's something they see that's sort of putting a loading off from playing at this game.
Dire team pick. Mirana.
Okay. This has been also on the rise a lot. We're even seeing Cormorant again across multiple different teams. Could be even a pairing. This could still be the offlaner, right? It could be Marcy Mirana as your offlane. As we've seen now that offlane Mirana a couple times now.
Well, I was going to say as well, which one of the... You could do it both way rounds, right, from what we've seen. Do you have necessarily preference?
That's actually true.
You know, I feel like in this
I
match...
prefer the Marcy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd agree, yeah. We get a Wind Ranger coming out from DGG.
That's an interesting pick. I don't get that one.
I mean, what does this say for where these heroes are going? Because now I'm wondering,
10 seconds remaining.
this SF, is it necessarily going to be mid, or do you think they're going to run the carry SF?
What it looks like now, it's like a mid Wind Ranger and a carry SF, but that doesn't sound great for Wind Ranger versus DP. I mean, I don't even know if you can like commit for kill with Focus Fire, because if he gets one Siphon off, you're not gonna get that kill at 6, even if Javelin.
It feels like some rather squishy heroes.
Yeah, incredibly squishy. And DC, like, I don't know. Yeah, this Wind Ranger pick definitely threw me off a little bit. Because it's not like it's not like it's some type of thing where it's like, you know, it's like the Seb, you know? They just love the hero. They're going to pick it every game no matter what, something like that. They haven't played it in a long time.
Oh, really? What, you're not seeing it in any of their drafts?
Dire team
Ever.
Oh, I mean, that's exciting then.
I'm going back a couple months now, and I haven't seen it at least when they were
maybe something
chillax.
secret that they've been like planning, and they're ready to reveal it here in the qualifiers. Come out and try and catch some teams by surprise.
Oh, I lied. 2 months ago, they didn't have a game on it. Darn it.
2 months is a long time. Things
10
change,
seconds
patches
remaining.
change. You know, you never can expect them to necessarily bring that again, but here they are.
5 seconds
Yeah, I mean, it
remaining.
was MNT playing it, so then I guess it could still be... It could still, I guess, be a 4 and a 5 Marcy. I just still prefer the 4 Marcies or the 3 Marcies, like, way more than 5 Marcy in this current current state of the hero.
Sure, I guess sort of the thing that can make it feel a bit better if it has some sort of crazy safe lane pairing.
Yeah,
where you can
definitely.
get some early kill opportunity.
10
Well,
seconds
see here for
remaining.
Enigma Galaxy, more sustain. Look at this.
5
I mean,
seconds remaining.
How do you kill heroes?
I was going to say, you try and go on one of these heroes, the rest of them are going to come in and tank up and heal up. They've got the full heal squad here, Enigma Galaxy.
In standard fashion, though, Kuro picking very limited stuns. You know, he's going to rely on the group up, just the team fight aspect and all those heals to be able to win the fights. But it's standard Kuro. I mean, that's something that he's done for some time. Taking out the Timber. It's one of Onmi's better heroes.
I'm still expecting the offlane to be revealed as this last pick. Which would indeed lean towards the
10 seconds
setup
remaining.
where, as you say, you have Wind Ranger, Marcy as your supports, Mirana in the mid,
5
SF in the
seconds
safe.
remaining.
That sounds weird. I don't know. That
Radiant
sounds really
team
weird.
ban.
Just really scared that this Death Prophet's going to get a free game at the moment. You got the Troll. I mean, do they just go back to the trusted Monkey King that Miracle was playing, and then they have a full sustain lineup? You got some Boundless as well for Hero.
10 seconds
I mean, it would be nice to see a hero that sort of finishes up that also has a bit of, you know, yeah, lifesteal, healer, regen, just so you can finish off the full lineup.
He was doing it for a long time when the patch first hit, of course, during DPC, but it's been a time. It's been quite some time since I've seen him play that much. I could see him go for some like hard carry, like a Terrorblade this game.
And you don't think there will be they'll put the Dawn in the safe lane?
Probably not. I think that's more of my control's hero, but I guess still possible. But yeah, I think TB is quite likely. He's playing to SF. It's really nice. It goes with their lineup with the push. Sure, they're limited on catch, but I don't know. Unless they pick an off laner, then they're. I don't think you pick a safe laner here for having extra catch, unless it is maybe that Monkey King that we were mentioning.
10 seconds
Let's have a look. Final pick for DGG. We'll see if indeed Enigma Galaxy is right on the sort of thought process that it is going to be their off laner as the last pick, or if indeed we see that maybe something else in the line is already going to take the off lane. But it looks like they should be owned meat on the off lane Primal Beast last pick. At least, you know, it gives them. They needed a bit of beef. They needed a bit of front line because outside of this, it was all fairly squishy from DGG.
Yeah, no, agreed. They definitely needed somebody that charges in and starts the fight with this Marcy, and this is the exact one. And they have the combo. Marcy Primal Beast as game continues. When you have rebound plus trample, this is absurd damage. The movement speed bonus on trample, and you're just running over people. It is crazy. So a lot of damage DGG does actually have, but is it enough to go through all this healing?
It is so much healing. Let's have a look. Last pick, is it going to be something else that's just going to work to the favor of everybody just healing up throughout the game?
Okay, so it does give a little bit of catch and gives them armor and stuff like that versus the SF. I was thinking he'd go more of a carry route, like a hard kind of carry, but this one gives him a... This was a faster timing, at least for them. It does synergize a bit better, at least with their lineup to end game fast. Lodi and Marcy. So 5 Marcy, yeah. That's, okay.
Now 5 Marcy is going to be laning up there with Pleb on the safe lanes. Seth, MTD to take the Wind Ranger. Of course,
I wonder how that matchup
to the mid lane.
Sounds like a hard one for the Wind Ranger now, because Death Prophet's just pretty insane. But you can at least poke constantly as the Wind Ranger. All right. You'll at least be able to guarantee CS. You always can break the siphons and stuff like that. You shouldn't die. So you should do pretty okay on the Wind Ranger. I just think Death Prophet will come out slightly ahead. SF Marcy is a pretty terrifying lane, not going to lie. But there is a ton of damage from Dawnbreaker and a lot of healing. They just have to be careful, of course, for those raises. But at the same time, also, DGG has to be careful with the IO, with those heals, being able to offset the raises. So, okay.
Well, let's see. So overall, you are still kind of liking what Enigma Galaxy's doing a bit more?
I think SF is a very difficult hero to still utilize at perfection. I think Entity, they're onto something. I think Pure is extremely comfortable on the hero. That's why it looks so good. But all the other SFs lost yesterday, right?
They did. We had a couple of games in the Alliance Team Bold series where it sort of took turns on each side, and both looked like rough performances.
Yeah, so I think the hero can be incredibly powerful because how many buffs it's got and how much damage you can deal, etc. All these cool builds you can do, but you have to know how to play it. You have to know how to play around it because this hero can also just straight feed out of control if you just get caught, if you get gone on. So see how it goes.
Well, I think at least for Pleb, I think we did see him sort of bring it out during back in the DPC. I'm pretty sure we've seen it from him before, so should be solid on it.
Yeah, I mean they played it the other day versus Ivy as well too. It was a last pick though, so that's where it makes a bit of a difference. They also last picked it into Clockwork, which is kind of funny, but.
Let's have a look here. Lower bracket game, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Loser at this best of 3, they are out of the runnings for TI. So everything to play for here. Enigma Galaxy. This is DGG here, game 1.
Let's see if they can. Let's see if they can withstand the pressure that's going to come out. What it feels like that's going to come out from Enigma, because it does feel like there's going to be a lot of grouping, tons of global potential. You can show up into a fight and be like, oh, there's only 1 or 2 heroes here, and then. Then IO Relocate brings another one, a Dawnbreaker comes in too, so they can quickly bring the numbers to outnumber in every single one of these fights.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult for DGG to find those pickoffs. Very, very easy. Or at least, having a huge amount of options in terms of when it comes to being able to try and turn around any sort of move and to react. Enigma Galaxy, they've got so much save, sustain, and just sort of potential to cause DGG to overextend and then sort of surprise them with the sort of the quick bursts that all of these heroes could really give or receive themselves.
And they're actually, okay, so they're doing this lane setup here. I mean, it is switching up the pairings a little bit, but it is GH because of his IO wants to play with the Sven. Bit different though, having Chen in that top lane. But perhaps they think they can bully a little bit harder, maybe onto the Shadow Fiend like this.
And is it necessarily any easier for sort of Chen to get the creeps he wants when he's playing this side of the map in terms of camp control?
No, I actually feel like it's kind of a little bit harder. I'm a bit curious about the lane setup. Because I also think Kuro can just straight up die if he gets even hit by like 2 raises up here early game.
Bottom lane. These two off to a hot start there. They're able to run down MNT. It's going to be first blood for Miracle here in the safe lane.
Not careful as the Mirana level 1. They just, straight run him down with that movement speed. Up top again, Kuro. He'll be okay.
Yeah, more than set to trade back there with Lodine.
Okay, maybe that's the reasoning why. They probably feel like the Kuroki Chen can trade better with a Marcy because he has just Divine Favor. He's just got this armor and regen kicked in. Io probably can't trade at all with Marcy, and Io just pairs better with Sven. So cool. Nice setup there. And looking at mid, first 2 waves, looking totally even.
I mean, and as it goes on in this mid, it's probably going to stay that way, right? Do you sort of see one of these heroes being able to harass the other completely out of lane?
Not completely harass the other one out of lane. Sumail has like this like base damage advantage, and I just like the Death Prophet animation a lot lately because of all the buffs. So I feel like he should pull a little bit ahead. Not a lot, maybe like 200 gold, like super minimal. Top, what?
If they can get him. It's under the tower. Nearly being able to zap him there. See Loading jump back in, hold the 2 at the back with the rebound stunt. Pleb will live, but
Loading
very, very low there. I think down to the last tango. He's going to get more regen sent out, but we'll be sitting rather low in this lane for a bit.
He didn't block the small camp. This is devastating. That's like the best creep Kuroki could have found here. The best for damage. The other one would be the sustain one, as we always talk about for the mana. But this one, now Pleb can't walk up.
He's got to wait for his career to come out with the tangos in the south.
I think he even dies from like 3/4 HP to these two. To the Dawnbreaker level 2 nuke, plus the Chen creep. This is a scary position now for the Shadow Fiend to be in. They have to, I mean, they gotta even kill this creep.
I mean, they really want to. They're throwing the raises down. They will get it.
I can't blame them for that. It's a pretty decent committal, but... All right, he's gonna have to heal. He has to stay kind of full HP as SF or he dies. Kuroki finds another pretty good creep. Yeah, Lodine. This is, I mean, when they do this move, he just wasn't expecting it, so he didn't have the ways to block the camp, I guess.
See Kuro even sending the tornadoes in. Really putting the pressure onto this SF now. Ready to get aggressive underneath the tower.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he's just constantly sitting at kill threshold. They just throw one spell and then he's at kill threshold every time.
Yeah, both of them sort of getting caught there by the trail of the hammer from Mind Control. Enigma Galaxy still looking to try and get on top of this SF. Won't quite be able to land the stun. Maybe jumps back in return, but...
Lodine, you gotta be careful.
Controlling the tower. They're looking both in a bit of trouble here. Lodine goes down. Pleb, he's been found as well. Enigma Galaxy, they'll take both the kills up top. It is a rough start here for the safe lane of DGG.
Safe lane, mid lane also, we see Sumail having an excellent time. Doesn't actually go for the bottle. He's going for just damage. So now you're seeing a huge base damage. He has 80 damage versus the Wind Ranger's 63. So you're seeing that separation now, 22-7 on it, Sumail.
And this top lane, it doesn't feel like it's going to get any easier for DGG.
Harder, in fact. Harder and harder once Kuroki starts getting double creeps and stuff like that.
Absolutely. There's sort of the opportunities, the windows for Enigma Galaxy to go for the kills are just going to get bigger and bigger.
And Lodi now, yeah, he cannot really contest versus the Chen creeps. Oh, Kuro. Feeding away that Hellbearer. Whoops. But now he's got a Satyr Mind Stealer. So now SF, see you later. No more raises for you. As, yeah, I think they're just going to continue to dominate this top matchup. They're just, like literally having to commit for these creeps multiple
I mean, that's it.
different spells.
With the way things have worked out, you know, having Kuro up here, he has caused a lot of issues. He's been incredibly annoying for DGG.
And bottom with the IO down there, they've had full free farm for Miracle, and they even early on got that kill because of the move speed. Lane setup's working perfect. Kuro, perhaps now getting chased out.
They'll make him work for it. But highly likely to die there. Set up into the power shot, Kuro. Will get taken out.
But he'll burn Lodine's mana for it. Eat that. And now it's my control's level 5. Pleb is level 3 in the top lane.
Ooh, that is concerning. The amount of damage that you're able to do as this Dawnbreaker early on, it's not going to be fun for an SF to deal with. And,
no.
Under-leveled SF at that.
And also, it's going to mean that my control's level 6 is going to come out so early that, let's say MTD, when he sets up with this first gank, when he has Javelin, whoever he goes for, there's going to be a Solar Guardian on top to counteract it. So, limited moves, perhaps, even when they do get that opportunity for the Wind Ranger.
Dire's middle tower is
And again,
under attack.
Lodine just being kept consistently low on mana. He has got one mango. Kuro making sure that Lodine just doesn't really have the ability to make any sort of aggressive move.
Straight bullying. The lane setup is working phenomenally.
Already a 2k lead here
Bottom.
for the Galaxy.
Decent chunk of damage onto Miracle. If they actually had a +1, they could have perhaps gone for the kill. MNT, though, he's looking for mid, because I think, yeah, Javelin is coming out on Courier. Off the mark.
Sumail's going to be perfectly fine.
That one was quite off, too. He was walking in a straight line. He just was whiffed it.
I mean, where is your best chance if you're DGG to sort of make that move right now?
You only have a couple seconds.
Yeah, well, 'cause 6 is coming online.
Maybe you go top and you gank MC at this point, but making the rotation up there is really awkward for the Mirana. Sumail's actually the one making the first move.
And it's hard to really make a play with Pleb, seeing as he's had such a slow start. Bottom lane.
Maybe Sumail here.
They can take him out. They'll catch him with the shackle and with the rebound. Mind control. It's offering up the heal from the Solar Guardian. It's enough to keep Sumail alive. The Siphons are out as well. Sumail's going to be fine.
Every little thing. They even got the Verdurous nail down on top of him with the heal with the Solar Guardian. That's the Caesar's Serenity, by the way. Of course, I'm going to call it the Verdurous Dale. Too much healing. The first move happens. The Dawnbreaker's right next to him. Can just ult anyway. 3k lead.
Yeah, so far, very much coming in with the level of play that the people expect from these players. Enigma Galaxy, solid start.
And the road to recovery for the Shadow Fiend is going to be an incredibly long one. He's level 5. He's got a good way, of course, always to farm in jungle as SF. However, he is incredibly fragile versus this lineup. And they have tons of different ways to get on top of him.
It's going to be just a long time until he's able to arrive in any of these team fights and not only just stay alive, but have the ability to do enough damage to punch through this incredible amount of sustain that Enigma Galaxy share between one another.
Yeah, they're going to be way too tanky when he does turn up, that even with his full combo, they're still going to have more than enough health to commit onto him. As I mean, my control is just committing almost alone for the kill.
They're playing very aggressive on this top lane.
Over-aggressive.
May cost him his life.
Oh.
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 What?
Okay.
He had the right click on him, didn't he?
I mean, he stopped his attack? No ways. If he gets out, oh my.
Oh, that is.
Oh,
that
no.
Is, what? He stopped the attack?
He stopped the attack. He did. He had ult mana as well, and then ran out because Soul Ring. He could have done a million. Oh, my goodness.
That
okay.
was. Well, Mind Control's happy with that one. He's back to base and he's alive. I mean, that would have been a huge kill there. Not able to get him.
He has to get punished for that. Oh, boy. Big slip up. And now Solar Guardian's going to be back up. So their next move, it's going to be met with counteraction. Oh, that's rough.
They're not going to be able to take away this lead that Enigma Galaxy have if they miss those sort of opportunities. 5-2, Enigma Galaxy still sitting comfortably with the lead. Sumail and Miracle farming away very nicely in the top 2 spots here.
The quick push is going to start to come, though. Enigma Galaxy is going to start to set tempo a lot faster in this game after this lead with these lanes, the setups that they've had. DGG doing a good job of just camping these runes at the moment, though. It's going to be a haste bottom. Loading will be able to take it away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are they going to still try? I mean, let's see.
I mean,
the arrow.
can they go on somehow? They'll get the shackle. The heals are going to be coming in. GH with the tether. And 3 of them will still continue to try and push forward. There's more heals to come. Heals upon heals. The tether, the Solar Guardian, they've got it all here to save Sumail. As it's just, you know, this is always going to be the problem with DGG's lineup when it's playing from behind. How on earth do you go on any of these heroes?
You can't make the first move almost ever. You have to be kind of counteracting everything. And also, MNT, he shot the arrow before the shackle. Like, maybe they actually have the damage if he waits for shackle and then arrows. A couple times now, MNT's been off the mark. DGG, pretty sloppy this early game.
On top lane, Pleb.
Uh-oh.
Quick moves here. GH and Sumail head towards the top. Pleb will be able to... Ooh, indeed, it's there in time. TP put to an end. Pleb will try and hide in the trees, but Sumail and Kuro, they'll have him dominating now. Sumail here, 11 minutes in.
Kuro didn't even move the tome. He had the tome in his bags the whole time. He could have moved it up and had Hand of God ready. He had no fear. He's like, I'm going to live.
He was chilling. Yeah, you know, he wants to read his book in leisure. You know, he doesn't want to be pressured. He'll look at the time when he needs to and not before.
Level 7, 5K lead, 11 minutes. This is going to be incredibly difficult to recover. When you're behind versus all the healing, as you said, you know, it just makes it that much harder to ever commit for kills. And their lineup, it also just, it doesn't really push towers. It's really difficult to ever hit any buildings at this point now because they are so far behind the lanes.
I mean, it definitely feels that things keep going as they have been. This could be one of the quicker games we've had.
Yeah,
12 minutes in, the game being in the state that it is.
They can break high ground. Unlike a lot of drafts, which can have difficulties to break high ground right now in this patch, yeah, Enigmas, they'll definitely be able to. With all the sustain, with the army. They're going to have mech done, and I see Kuroki, he's nearly Vlad's done too, so all the auras are going to be online as well. Yeah, I don't know how the hell Pleb is ever going to get back. He's farming some stacks, but this is not... I want to always say, like, he's on the road to recovery, but he is not. He is...
He's going to try for mind control.
So far.
Already TPs are coming in. Backups there. They're pretty much Nigma Galaxy with the 4 of them ready to chase them out. Moonlight Shadow will come into play. I'll turn their attention over towards loading instead. We'll try and run. I mean, it's still MTD and Owned Me.
Okay, Miracle.
Fight. In fact, they've got the setup. The Solar Guardian is coming in. Miracle drops the stun onto the 2 of them. See if they have enough damage here, DGG, to take them out this time. And they do. They'll take down Miracle. They'll catch Mind Control as well. If they can get out, this is going to be a big move from them. But MTD, TP out, is put to a stop by Sumail. He still has the win run.
He might get out.
And with the arrow coming in as well to hold Sumail back, they will get away. DGG finding that opportunity to get 2 huge kills, taking down both Miracle and Mind Control.
I didn't see if the Hand of God actually clipped. I think maybe it did, but Miracle, maybe came out a little late. Either way, they commit perfectly because they see that relocate pulling them out. Interesting. Okay, they also double obsed. I was trying to look at bottom, like, what's going on? It says, the stupid thing they do, man. It says Sentry Ward again. Look, he named the bottom one Sentry Ward.
Sneaky.
They keep doing this to me. I'm like, why do I see 2 obs wards? And darn it, it's grumble, grumble, grumble. But either way, yeah. Best fight that DGG's had, an opportunity to go for it. They don't get tower, but pretty decent to at least slow down this fight.
I mean, maybe that's the problem. You know, now they're confusing themselves. They're like, right, I'll put down this sentry. Oh, wait, that's a second obs.
It's confusing me. Roche time.
Should be an easy one here.
Yeah.
For the ghosts out. So they may have stumbled there in that fight underneath their tier 1 bottom. Nigma Galaxy, but straight back out into the map and taking these objectives that, of course, DGG will have no interest in trying to fight them for.
Still having a little time on Exorcism. Sumail wants to try to find something he can't. I like Sumail's build quite a bit this game. You know, he opted to not go for bottle, didn't feel like he needed it, just went for the stats build in mid lane to lane, and then a Yules. Very important in this game because they're just limited on stuns. I feel like that's going to be really nice, always great versus Wind Ranger as well. And it's just a natural death profit item for sure, but not as often as we see it nowadays than we used to.
So DGG is somehow able to find the opportunity for another move like the one they're able to force bottom. And despite getting those kills, still the lead persists here for Enigma Galaxy.
They have to somehow find like a way to get number advantage, like it happened bottom, but just looking at the, it's like it's almost never gonna happen because the IO and the Dawn, as we mentioned multiple times, they're always gonna be there with the numbers on Enigma.
See what they can get around the mid.
Own me. He's far.
Pretty deep here.
No detection on all 3 cores.
Oh, but it does come to an end,
fades.
though. Moonlight Shadow fades here. And so, there's Own me's life right before his eyes.
These darn cores. And their quelling blades and stuff like that. No slots for any dust. Either way, though, they do get them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Okay, now Pleb is on the slight road to recovery. Still an incredibly hard one for him into the lineup that he's playing against because they got on him and they are super tanky because of the Warcry and all these auras. So it's still massive uphill battle for him, but he's almost at the top net worth, at least of his team. But my god, is he gonna just get deleted when he shows up?
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I see Enigma Galaxy looking for opportunities around the mid.
They've got a blink now on Miracle. They've got much easier ways to just jump in and start fights now.
Got Exorcism back up in a few seconds from Samael if they want to push for these objectives.
Even MTD has to be careful. If he just gets blink stunned into silence, could just die. Miracle is here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They'll opt to go for top instead at the moment.
See if they can set something up here onto Owned Me. Underneath the tier 2.
Just gonna take tower. Level 2 ghosts.
Dire's structures are
Sumail now with plate mail also finished on top of everything. He's just so tanky. All this sustained behind the reload.
They'll go for the quick kill onto Lodi. Couple of swipes here with the God Strength. And Lodi not standing a chance.
Where did they reload from? Can they actually set up on it?
Came here from the top lane. Mind Control's still here, ready to back them up on the way back.
Yeah, I can't quite. They look like they're thinking about it though, on me.
See what he can do. He's going to charge in on towards Miracle. Miracle turns with the stun. But the TP's coming in. Only already getting taken down pretty low here. The ult gets immediately put to a stop. Shackle comes in. Holds back Miracle for now, but the heals with the Tether of the Solar Guardian and the burst from Chen keeps Miracle fine. Pleb goes down. Enigma Galaxy surround MTD. They'll pick up a 3rd kill here on top of the tier 2 tower. Just a full sort of show there of exactly how hard it is to kill these heroes when they group up. Just heal after heal after heal after heal after heal.
Heal after heal and sustain after sustain, like auras after auras. Like Kuroki, everyone's just buffed up. The Warcry as well, it's every little thing. And they even, Pleb shows up, tries to Requiem, gets clipped by a Death Pride silence, actually contributes nothing into the fight.
See what Enemy can do here. Charging,
Nice
getting
arrow.
Miracle pretty low. Still got a minute left on the Aegis. A stun control into Mind Control. CGH come with the heals, try and keep Mind Control alive. They might just be able to allow him to walk out of this one. They do. Mind Control is going to be fine. Lodine ends up being the one to go down. See DGG now turn their attentions over towards Samael, but again, Enigma Galaxy, they're too speedy. They back off, they keep everybody alive. They're ready to reset here with the smoke.
It feels like they're never going to be able to kill any of these targets. They have to take out these supports, but then they just get ripped to shreds from the damage of the 3 cores. There's far too much heals. And yeah, Pleb. He's 0-3 and 0. They completely shut this SF down to the point of no recovery. Miracle
He wants
on
more.
the hunt.
Ooh, Pleb farming the Ancients there. We'll see him here, GH.
MTD.
With the chance to jump in, yeah, Miracle. He'll go for the Wind Ranger instead. Easily able to take him down through the duration of the Stormhammer stun. Loading as well. Everybody just dying here on DGG. Omi's going to charge across them.
He might get chased.
I think
Miracle's
Miracle
here.
might find the chance to jump in up towards the towers to continue chasing him towards the base. 3 dead on DGG. 17-4, just 19 minutes in, 13k lead. Enigma Galaxy, down here in the lower bracket. There's no messing around from them.
No, this is looking like a Rax this time around. Exo's up. They can maybe even, I mean, they can't actually take out mid because that tower's there, but this is looking absolutely irrecoverable. They've got the Spirit Vessel now on the Mirana to counteract the sustain, but they can't get kills to get any vessel charges, and it still probably wouldn't matter.
So Pleb try and TP in, get in position from the side. Can they pull together any sort of team fight, Pleb? Preparing up the Requiem. They've got the Shackle off as well onto Mind Control. They turn with the Razors onto Miracle, but it's not enough to burst through Miracle straight away. Only charges across, tether in, heal up. They'll keep Miracle alive a little bit longer. The Requiem trying to push Miracle back, but he's just getting constantly healed. The Solar Guardian's there. 2 dead, 3 dead as a buyback has to come out here from Lodine. As they haven't been able to kill anybody on Nigma Galaxy. Once again, everybody's alive. Pretty much everybody's at full HP. As they're all being healed up, they get the full set of barracks, and DGG unable to do anything to stop them.
Yeah, they literally could barely do any damage. They got Miracle down to 20%, then the heals all get going. I love that they're still hanging on to the Seeds of Serenity even too on Sumail. You see the little green Verdurous nail on the floor too. They're all standing on top of it. They have like 40 HP per second inside of these fights. Yeah. Even Pleb also, by the way, the Requiem, he didn't have full souls. They're so far behind. They have no way to get out on the map. As on to the next Nigma. You can easily just set up for mid. Miracle's waiting to kill somebody though. He's got God Strength, Arcane Rune. He wants to.
Anybody shows. Very likely to make the jump.
He's in.
And there it is. Straight away, he'll look towards Lodine. Somehow, he'll come in with the kill secure. Just Lodine gone for 50. No buyback, of course, on him after using it for that last attempt to defend bottom, which, of course, didn't end too well.
And now look, they dropped the Seeds of Serenity on top of the IO and the tether target. Look at their HP regen, 40 per second on the IO.
Very much going to be a case of DGG just having to consider what they want to change up in game 2, because this game pretty much as good as over. As they'll dive in towards the base, Mind Control swings in with the hammer, takes out MNT. Buyback will come out. So if we do anything to stop this final set of racks going down, it's going to be so hard, if not impossible. Somehow charges forward with the Exorcism, the Shiva's Guard as well. The BKBs are out. Omi pops his own BKB, tries to chase down Mind Control. Miracle, he'll just jump straight towards Pleb, get on top of the SF. That's Pleb out of the game. No buyback for him. DGG, they'll charge over, they'll grab him, but again, the tether to heal Miracle back up to full HP. Dying up towards the fountain now, DGG. GG is called. 22-minute victory here for Nigma Galaxy. As these are the sort of wins that Nigma Galaxy expects to be getting here in the qualifiers.
Yep. They came in with a super comfortable draft. I mean, their typical sustained draft that has definitely caught in a lot of teams off guard in the past. You know, this IO Chen, this is a Nigma specialty, and they even threw more healing on top of it. So really tough game. I think DGG after the lanes, the game was actually just kind of decided. SF was what, level 4 jungling. He couldn't actually do much of anything. So great game from Nigma, and I think they literally made no mistakes. So don't think you can ask for more.
Yeah, even that sort of rough fight down in the bottom lane, I mean, you just saw how it just really didn't affect the flow at all. You know, to still be able to get things together, close the game up in one of the shorter times we've seen here in this qualifiers, 22 minutes and 37 seconds. Very, very cleanly done, as I said. Very clear that Nigma Galaxy, they're not messing around today. That they're coming in and they're shutting these games down very, very convincingly. We'll see if they can do it a second time round, see what sort of changes DGG can make. I mean, without a doubt, you yourself said, Fogged, after seeing the draft, you're already a bit concerned for DGG. So there's definitely a chance that DGG can give themselves a bit of a better shot with a different approach in the draft phase.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, opening up with SF the hero, like we said, it's already a bit of a risk because it's tough to make it work. Pure, as we said, has made it look special, but when you open with it, that does leave a lot of vulnerabilities. And then also, the Wind Ranger pick for me, I didn't really see the big reasoning why versus all this heal. But they got another game. They can switch things up, and now they can look to prioritize different things versus Nigma.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if indeed DGG is going to be able to do that, or if Nigma Galaxy can get themselves a smooth 2-0. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Nigma Galaxy currently up 1 game in this best of 3. We'll have game 2 right after the short break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. We're one game into Nigma Galaxy versus DGG. Of course, Nigma Galaxy able to take that first game within about 22 minutes. It was pretty one-sided, Fog. We're into this game too. Straight away, are we seeing changes, and are you liking it?
Yeah, definitely. I thought they'd do this the first game. That's why I said it right away. I was like, I'm surprised they gave the Death Prophet and the Chen. You have to take away at least one. They take away both. Now we'll get this Enigma for Onmi, who's looked pretty damn good on it. See what combo they want to pair it with. It used to be the traditional, like, Tiny with the Enigma a lot of times, but times have changed. I think for Enigma, they might just 1-2 Bristle. So maybe DGG might want to think about a Bristle counter, because that's kind of what we've seen versus Enigma most times from these teams. So maybe that's what you can prepare for if you want to think that they're going to Bristle already. But then, you know, they could just switch it up. So, okay, they'll go with their clock. They really like this hero.
Wow.
All right. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy want to have as their second.
Do they Bristle?
And would you be okay with them picking it this early just because of how strong it can be in that lane?
Yeah, I mean, they've never done it, but it's been the go-to for like all the top teams when they're playing versus Enigma. But it's not Enigma's style, so they probably are going to go for something totally different. And maybe they want the SF for themselves. They see them play it last game. They're like, oh, we can SF Marcy. Taking some time. They could still just Enchantress and take the Enigma Eidolons, but they'll stick with their Dawnbreaker. It looks strong.
Radiant team ban.
See if they get a ban on that Bristle. If DGG are also concerned with having to deal with those quills when you're trying to lane as an Enigma.
Well, let's see if
maybe they'll continue to look towards this sort of sustain.
I mean, again, it is going to be a crazy sustain between the draft already. Marcy and Dawnbreaker, sidekick.
I mean,
still the Guardian, Luminosity.
Radiant
she
team
banned the
ban.
sniper that we of course had from Miracle the other day.
Okay. I mean, with Marcy with any of these range carries can be pretty nutty. And they did they do it versus an Enigma as well? I think they...
It was against a Beastmaster.
It was against... Okay, it was a Beast.
Also, but in the sense that it was against those summons, right?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I'd imagine as a sniper, after a couple of levels, you're able to sort of shoot down the Eidolons.
Yeah, you just keep your distance.
Yeah.
No, it was against Enigma. Why are you lying?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, why are you lying? I go back to check. I was like, are you sure?
All right, so okay, someone else plays sniper against Beastmaster. I thought.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Because I remember he killed him like multiple. He killed him a couple. His lane was like a little rough. I remember Miracle had like 30 CS at 10 minutes or something, but I think he had like 5 kills right afterwards. So.
Okay, well there you go then.
Yeah.
There you go. That's why DGG are just no hesitation with the sniper ban.
10 seconds.
Yep, and we do see a little adaptation. So IO is taken out also. So yeah, they're definitely going to want to address a little bit of that healing.
Yep.
Targeting. They're targeting plebs better heroes now. Maybe trying to make him put him into an uncomfortable position because his troll is more. These are his more standard kind of style.
Okay. You don't think he'll go with the SF again? I just feel that teams are probably going to start really considering how they want to go about drafting this SF. I mean, for starters, right? Just the situations in which it's been coming out early in lineups, it just hasn't looked great.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly,
it hasn't looked great, and sometimes when it's come out later as well. But it
sure.
feels like it pretty much consistently hasn't looked good if it comes out early.
I feel like Nigma Galaxy might actually pick it here. They've got I mean, I see this Lena ban, so I'm
10
thinking they might just pick one of those like mid try to bully. Maybe something like a Queen of Pain or that
5
SF
seconds
potentially.
remaining.
Quap can always be nice versus Clockwork. I don't really like the SF because he's playing versus Clock, but Queen of Pain looks pretty good for Enigma if they want to go that route.
What about the Samael Wyvern?
Yeah, can work.
You know what I mean? I feel not a bad Wyvern game.
Doesn't know his matchup by any means or anything like that, but yeah, versus Enigma, versus Clock, you don't care these
It
heroes.
looked good the other day. It looked good the other day. They crushed in that game.
It's healing. It's more.
It's healing. They love healing.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I think for SF overall, though, I think maybe I know teams are probably playing it a lot in scrims and stuff, but Entity just seems to have a very clear understanding of how they want to play with it. So I think for that, like for some of the teams, definitely just go and watch Pure.
Yeah.
I think he's really just a specialist on the hero.
I mean, as well, do you think that is a large part of why
seconds
so
remaining.
many other teams are going for it, because they are seeing what Pure's doing? Is that sort of how it
5
works between the teams at this
remaining.
level, that they sort of see this player pop off and they're like, right, our carry can do that as well?
Probably. I mean, also scrims and God, who knows? Like BZM did get to play, but that was different, right? He was playing it from like the mid during the Malaysia tournament. So slight differences, but the hero's just gotten so many buffs. People always want to play that hero. He looks so cool. The swag fiend.
Dire team pick.
Disruptor.
Disruptor. Okay, so they can go for these glimpse plays onto Dawn until he has shard, and then or she has shard, and then you glimpse and Dawn Prigger clicks Q, and you don't get glimpsed. So. But can be a good way to counteract the aggression that can come out.
10 seconds remaining.
They've got good catch, good reach between Clock and Disruptor.
Yeah, good team fight.
5 seconds remaining.
Still, I always get a little worried when I
Dire
see
team
Disruptor picked in these situations, though, because it's a very aggressive lineup that can come out from Nigma, and if you do start falling behind, the hero is still the same story as it's always been. Hero's amazing when you're ahead, but when you're behind, Disruptor really struggles.
And I mean, so with Enigma Galaxy as well, who are we typically seeing play the Visage?
10 seconds remaining.
That's a very good question. Who is
5
playing the
seconds
Visage?
remaining.
I don't believe I've seen them play it ever.
I mean,
I
Kuro
think
used
maybe
to play it
once in
support, didn't
ESL. Did you see it play support in ESL? I remember seeing it
Maybe
once.
it was a while back.
MC played it once.
I feel like, yes,
ESL.
it's likely to be, what, MC or Kuro?
Okay, actually, he played it
Radiant
twice. And he,
team pick.
Okay,
Wait.
so there we go. That's going to be your supports here.
yeah, I mean, it has to be. It's gonna be mid or off lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. You know,
And they
because,
have-
of course, you can have Miracle play Dawn.
Yeah,
You know, even have,
I guess they could
even
pretty-
have Samael play Dawn.
yeah. I
10
mean, they still can be very
seconds
flexible. They
remaining.
could even run safe lane Visage because you have the Marcy, right? So the sidekick plus Visage is
5
kind of what
seconds
unlocks the
remaining.
hero a lot of times. And I think they did lose both games with it, but they did run it
Dire
twice, and it
team
was
back.
run as off lane.
Yep.
And then I believe it was played by Dreamacell, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it was going to be interesting to see what Enigma Galaxy do with it in their
Ooh.
current full roster. Pudge is going to be the carry, as you'd expect for DGG.
Maybe
10
wanting to get
seconds
this
remaining.
Pudge versus this Visage if it is an off-lane Visage, because you can just run him down, you're so
5
slow.
seconds
I mean, does
remaining.
Pudge still get burnt down pretty well by a Phoenix?
Once you get levels in the Sunray, for sure. Flesh
Radiant
Heap's nice
team
versus
back.
familiars, though. I think even level 2 familiars do 0 damage almost.
And, I see Enigma Galaxy actually expecting the Pudge to be played in the mid capacity. They'll ban Luna.
That is very interesting, actually, yeah. Wow.
Because you don't think it will be a mid Pudge? I think MTD has
10
played
seconds
mid Pudge before.
remaining.
Okay.
5 seconds
I'm not sure.
remaining.
I know MTD has a pretty big hero pool from what I remember when we were casting him during...
It wasn't MTD as well that played mid clock one game, was it?
No, I think that was only Tundra.
It was only Tundra that done mid clock in the past.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty sure that was only 9.
Yeah.
That one game when he just... I believe versus BZM too, or anyway, like Orchid, and they just dominated.
Exciting stuff for both teams here. I'm already definitely going to see DGG having a better approach this game than
For
last,
sure.
it feels. This very much feels like a lineup. So it's just going to be able to be more safe in the plays that it makes. They're not going to have to deal with as much sustain as they had to bite through and fight through in last game against Enigma Galaxy.
And they don't have to deal with as much overwhelming push that also comes out, right? Because the last one's like one fight loses, and you're losing 2 or 3 towers potentially, so... I mean, Visage can push fast, but not as fast, of course, as DP.
See if Enigma Galaxy do want to take away another one of Pleb's heroes.
Team ban.
And indeed they do. They'll ban the Jug. So very much, you know, in the eyes of Enigma Galaxy, they don't see this Pudge being Plebs.
They're defending this Phoenix egg, though. Right now, I'm not seeing any way to hit it. And they banned Jug, they banned Lina. There's limited options for sure to pick left for just straight up egg killer.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, yeah, didn't MTD used to play these other fun mids? Like, didn't he play Snap mid?
Yeah, I think he played. Right, wasn't
Snap
it?
Mid, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he also played what, like the. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Like even like Mars and stuff, right? He played a lot of the melee mid.
Yeah.
Dire
I
team.
don't know why I'm remembering him as. I'm mixing him up a little bit with Mobe at times, the two of them, because they had a little bit of a similar hero pool.
See Enigma Galaxy's final pick. Gives a bit more clarity on where all these heroes are going. I mean, what are you expecting? Whose hero are you expecting to be this last one? Do you think it's most likely? Or is it still just hard to call?
Kind of hard to call. I think it's probably Miracles.
All right.
That's what DGG thinks as well, too, looking at the 3 bans. Yeah. So the Medusa with the Marcy. It's a strong late game. How the hell do you kill Egg, Owen? There's a Deuce of Stone Gaze as well, too, if you do even have an attempt to go for it.
Okay. That's one way.
So that's
maybe.
actually...
You know, you got those fast attacks.
The thing is, this Medusa pick is like a... It hits 2 different boxes, right? Oh my god, dude, this Clockwork set. What the hell is that?
Well, what have we got?
Do you see this?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It looks so cool. It looks like a little
He's
fat
got a little
dwarf.
hammer.
All right, we'll see it once it gets in the game. You guys will get to see it. It looks really cute. But, okay, so the Ursa versus the Phoenix.
And
of course,
it was good. You know, MTD is playing the Ursa and Pleb's playing the Pudge. Is MTD going to take the Ursa mid, or are they swapping roles, swapping lanes?
I got no idea. That's interesting.
Because does a mid Ursa even do too well against the Visage?
Doesn't sound so great at all. I feel like Visage just is able to farm and even maybe bully the Ursa a little bit. I don't know. This is, okay. Big difference, but the Ursa can have 2 different big tools. Maybe he's going to go for like just constant playmaking, right? He just wants to rush the Fusel, be able to go for this Dusa, be the one to kill Egg while Pleb is the actual carry. Okay. We've seen the Ursa versus Dusas before, and it can have some success, but I think this Dusa last pick is actually a pretty good jack of all trades because, like we were mentioning, protecting the Egg, but now also, how does Own Me ever set up for any black holes as well? Medusa just runs in with Stone Gaze.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's going to be the threat of that, the threat of maybe GH being prepared with the Supernova ready to go off.
Solar Guardian pre-BKB. It's the counter to Enigma. Wherever he black holes, you just click Solar Guardian on it until he does have that BKB done. So let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Because yeah, I just really don't see anyone really to hit the Egg either, unless it's Ursa committing those Furies over that overpower onto it.
But yeah, that's the thing, right? Never feels good if you're having to use that kind of blink overpower first burst of it to go for the Egg rather than get on top of one of these heroes, get one of these other kills.
But he is he's the mid Ursa.
I mean,
so
he's
not
the mid.
the carry, so it kind of switches a little bit of things, I guess. I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to be very intrigued to see how the lane goes.
Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely one that's going to have to be proven by DGG at the very least, because it looks a little awkward.
Overall, does feel better than the last draft, but
that I can agree.
The last draft did feel pretty rough.
I feel like they have to run over with the game, though, right? Like DGG, it feels like if the game just starts to stall and stuff, like in any moments, Dusa is going to have a field day. Phoenix, the higher levels you get, the Egg will become unkillable at some point. So pace is definitely going to have to be set from DGG.
For sure. And that's not to say as well that Enigma Galaxy, if they get a lead themselves, they can't close this up early. They certainly can. You know, we've seen them before when they run around the Medusa lineup. They can close the games up, you know, sub 30 minutes if they get a good start.
Mm-hmm. If she's able to just sit in triangle, get that big 1-2 item timing, then they can just group up around her. Yeah, could definitely see the push coming out. Because they have the Marcy, they have the Visage, they have all these, the combo that we love to talk about. GH.
The battle begins.
See if they can catch anything here. Just be the Thunderstrike, Pleb. Unlikely to be able to get in range for any sort of hook.
GH will take that. Okay, they got 3 bounty runes. I thought they got 4 for a second. GH, he gets nuked, but he has Edris, so doesn't need to pop a tango. And that's why you see this build coming out from the Phoenix this game. He's playing versus Disruptor. You just counteract the harassment that's going to come out from the multi-mangoes. And yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup. I don't think we ever will again either.
Well, this mid lane, yeah. I mean, I would be very impressed if MTD can have a good time here against Sumail.
Because
it's like what about the Ursa feels good to play against? I mean, because the way it was picked as well, do you think they knew for sure that this was the matchup they were picking it into? Or did they think something else was coming from the way that Enigma Galaxy would run their heroes?
I mean, they had to know. Who else was going to go mid? Bottom. Oh. Okay, he's okay. GH. Looks like he did get hooked, but he's all right. Yeah, I'm really not too certain.
I'll see if these side lanes DGG can kind of hold back against Enigma Galaxy.
I actually want to look something. I feel like Miracle, even when Enigma has had their struggles, I feel like they almost always win when he's playing Medusa.
Yeah, there's definitely been patches, or at least periods in the past where it has felt like that.
Because he's played it from the mid a lot, even. Remember in the past when they would like swap it up even with Matu and he'd play Dusa mid carry or something like that? I feel like he's always had these really successful games. And yeah, it looks like it can just be an amazing Dusa game as game progresses. As long as the Ursa doesn't have a good game, which it doesn't look like he's going to have a good start at least.
Oh, for sure. Feels like it shouldn't be easy for him. Even pre-level 6 against the Visage, and of course once the familiars are out,
you can't lane.
To sort of see how he deals with that at all, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Once familiars are out, the lane is just impossible to stand there as MTD. He's gonna have to be active, so we'll see what he can look to make happen with that activeness. Top, they're giving up a lot of Eidolons. Miracle continuously is getting some pretty good snakes, and also might just get a kill.
Get the first one. They've got the Fairy Fire MNT.
One more.
That'll do it there. First blood for Miracle in a lane where he's already having no struggle getting the farm.
He's getting extra farm even, yeah. A couple Eidolons that he has gotten from Own Me. Hook. Tanked by MC. Not the target he wants.
MC doesn't care at all about that.
They get the creep. They get the deny on the first flag bearer. Almost these level 3s. That's where we're probably going to see a lot more action happen, especially bottom, when MC has level 2 Celestial, and Pleb also has the point of heap.
I'll make a bit of a go for Pleb here.
Even before level 3. Might be able to get him.
Pleb got him. Overkill here for Enigma Galaxy, opposite side of the map.
Ooh. And Lodin actually missed the pull as well. He was going for a pull while that action was happening. He didn't actually get it. So now the lane is in a pretty terrifying position even for Lodin to step up.
Now GH is going to be able to do some good damage there, pushing him back.
Up top.
And his side lane's going very well. The mid lane, to give credit to MTD, he is farming fine so far. 21-1 against the 22-3.
But Visage is not a hero that like dominates in lane before 6. He's a hero that can actually, most heroes can do pretty well versus in lane until that 6 comes out. So we'll see how he can withstand once it does hit.
Sure, and what we're seeing, with a lot of what the more meta mid heroes, you normally have the ability to push the Visage back away from the lane, and so that the Visage just doesn't get as simple of a start that Sumail is able to get this game.
Yeah, you usually slow down the 6 a little bit, like we saw from I mean, this was a little bit of an exception. It was Weehaw versus, I think it was I can't remember. Either way. Versus Excalibur. Sorry.
Yeah,
where
I think
he killed
against
him.
both of them, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. Where he killed him, right?
Yeah.
And he bullied him super hard in the first 4 levels. Now, this isn't the case, but MTD. On Sumail a little bit here.
See
Bottom Pleb.
Might be in trouble. Oh, the glimpse will take back.
He's getting
control. He's going to have to maybe step outside of the lane for a while. He has got the Ring of Health.
I mean, look at Lodin's inventory as well, Owen.
It's empty.
It's empty. He's just used all his mangoes. He's completely out. This bottom lane is a total disaster. He has 300 net worth on Disruptor, 1400 on Pudge.
What's his GPM?
Negative.
Negative.
Pleb dies solo. But it is negative. You start with 600. That's what consumables do to you.
Tough times. Tough times down there. I mean, tough times by that mid lane.
Whoop.
Corona trying for the setup there, but don't quite have enough damage to take down MTD.
And the 6 is there. And Kuroki playing in the area. Actually doesn't have sidekick. He has gone for the 2 points in rebound at the moment. They've got options here to jump off. MNT has to be careful. He might get gone on himself. Oop.
Kuro, quick dispose. He's hanging around for the power rune.
He needs a buddy.
Being here. GH is going to head over to help out. Samel as well, also around. They'll jump back over with the rebound over towards MTD. MTD's got to run. See Samel look to chase him out here with the familiars. He's got the stun control. MTD trying to escape the Visage. He's so low. He will manage to live. Time down bottom. Mind control.
He put a ward under tower while trying to dive.
Oh, but to try and find the kill. I mean, bottom lane, they're trying to kill Mind Control.
Oh, no
He's
way.
actually just able to outplay them. He makes his way around the trees, swings across them with the hammer, and he's actually the one to get the kill out of this.
Yeah, absorbed mid. Will die in the meantime.
And now Pleb. I mean, there's 3 heroes closing in on Pleb.
Uh-oh. He's looking in a lot of trouble. MC's got a hammer. Oh, boy.
Well, this one is looking rougher than the first one.
It actually is.
7 minutes in, 3K lead for Enigma Galaxy.
Medusa free farm, Dawnbreaker free farm, and shutting down the safe lane carry. Visage free. Oh boy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looking very smooth here today, Enigma Galaxy. Kuro, he'll offer himself up to the tower.
And as we mentioned, playing from behind. Still early, of course, to call the playing from behind kind of thing that much, but playing Disruptor from behind, it's always going to feel a bit bad. And now Dawnbreaker's already 6, so early in the game. Difficult for them to make any aggressive move. Yeah, just like last time.
And what is your mid-Ursa going to be able to do for you here?
He's behind, so he can't even look to make any of these like rotation plays that perhaps he was wanting to do with this Ursa from the mid lane.
They might try and go for him.
They just get the tower.
Another very quick tier 1 tower here in this game too that Enigma Galaxy is able to take down.
This is setting up to be an incredibly one-sided game. The lineup that scales harder, much harder, has a 4K advantage before the laning phase is even done.
Go for mind control. See if they can get him. The hook's going to be off the mark there from Pleb. I'll catch mind control in the cogs, but he's got his hammer at the ready to pull himself out. GH does get caught and left behind. They'll get something out of this move, DGG.
Having to use the glimpse on the less priority kill instead of getting the Dawnbreaker. A little bit of an unfortunate scenario for Lodine, but at least they get a kill. They have to bring numbers if they ever want to make plays at this point because they are at this deficit. They have to have the advantage of numbers. But yeah, if they are going to be doing that, Miracle, he's already going for farm route. Look at his skill build. 4 points in the split shot. Knows that he didn't even need the other stuff for laning.
He's having a flawless time. We'll get the stacks going for him in the jungle.
It's level 7. Pudge is level 5. So we're just going to watch that net worth for Miracle absolutely skyrocket. Now Sumail looking to get active himself. Does he have the drums finished? He does. Pleb might just die again here.
Yep. He's looking in a whole world of trouble.
0-4. Last game, I think he ended 0-5 on the Shadow Fiend. Wasn't able to have much of an impact at all. This one, it's going to be worse.
Nice tower. Going down as well. Enigma Galaxy. Applying this very early pressure. Very much on the same track as how fast they're able to get ahead in game 1.
This just feels way worse because it's not a big push lineup with like DP Chen and stuff. It's a lineup that's just going to get so strong as game progresses. Owned me actually going as a different build. Aether Lens Rush on the Enigma.
All right.
Don't think I've seen a lens rush. I usually see either Urn or Vessel or Wraith Pact or something.
Okay. I mean, you know, it means you can sort of like sit in the trees, make some Eidolons from a nice safe distance, push the lanes out.
Something like that. Doesn't help his team, though, because he's not going to have any auras or anything, as Lodin, a level 4 Disruptor, disintegrated. Everyone's solo level. Level 5 Pudge, level 4 Disruptor, level 4 Clockwork.
How do they make any sort of move?
I don't know, but Pleb, every time he shows,
Yeah.
I'm scared for him.
Oh, GH. Oh, about a swipe away from going down there, but we'll manage to dive in time.
Uh-oh, Pleb. He showed himself.
I mean, they'll want to dive under the tier
He's
2
dead.
for this. You know, it's
Brutal.
rough. You know, sometimes you happen to bump into Enigma Galaxy in the lower bracket when Enigma Galaxy is playing 100, you know, sort of 110%. And that's certainly what's happening today here.
No mercy. And, of course, I mean, they did end their draft with the mid or so, and
It was something different. I mean, and that's sometimes the way it goes, you know, when you're in this sort of position, one game away from being eliminated. You got to go with your gut feeling. This game was
Bottom.
MTD trying to play the mid-Ursas. So far, it's been tough. See underneath the tower, they'll get the hook onto mind control. Nice 3-man stun there from Samel, and the Familiars to hold them back. They'll still be able to continue to chase him. They'll use the black hole. Now we'll allow them to get the kill on MC. See if they can run, though, because now Enigma Galaxy, they'll be ready to turn and get some kills in return here for losing MC. They'll take down Pleb. They'll take down MTD. They'll get 2 here in return for the 1 that they lose. And Kuro, he may be even seeing if he can get more. Ready to chase down. See the cogs actually pulling Kuro closer to MNT. Double kill for Samael as Enigma Galaxy will clean up yet another fight.
meanwhile, looking at Miracle, he's having the time of his life.
He's loving
He
it.
doesn't need to do much of anything as his team decimates DGG. And DGG, they have to overcommit so hard to get the kill that they get fully turned on after. And potentially might even lose their 2-2 here to the sidekick Familiar.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They are getting so far ahead here, Enigma Galaxy, that there's a chance that Miracle might never have to leave his jungle, and they may just get the win.
Yeah.
The other 4 are just, they're kind of able to do everything right now. Miracle could go into full chill mode.
Yeah, by the time they see Miracle, he's going to come out with a Manta and an Aegis probably.
It's pretty terrifying.
10 CS a minute on him already. And just continuing to apply so much pressure on bottom. You see all of DGG down here. They do have Static Storm for once now.
Get the hook. So Samael, Static Storm down. We'll trap the 2 of them. Hook shot over from MNC. And now with the backup of MTD, they'll take out Samael. They should be able to get mind control as well here.
No.
A bit of a speed boost from Kuro, but the glimpse is at the ready. Drag him back. Take him out.
Nice try, Kuro. He's smiling. He tried to dispose and do some funny business with the glimpse or something like that. But all right. That's exactly how they have to do it. They just have to bring numbers every time. They have to have number advantage. And likely, they probably have to have these ults every single time, too. Static Storm, hook shot to catch these out of position.
Of course, they did still lose that tier 2 tower here. 13 minutes in. Only 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they didn't even clean up the Familiars either. Would have been a little bit of decent gold bounty as well.
See Kuro. He's ready to go for some solo action. The glimpse. It's there in time. Still
Birds.
there's Samel. Doesn't matter. Good hook from Pleb. Will save Lodin.
Kuro's not done.
Yeah, he
still
still
in.
wants to try and chase this.
They know how free the game is at this. Like obviously, like they know how free everything is. This Medusa is completely uncontested, level 12. So they're just looking to run around and kill heroes at this point, especially when Static Storm's on cooldown.
Are scanning.
Own me.
Mind control. He's got eyes on him, but it's a little too deep to continue this chase.
Okay, Own Me has Blink Dagger now, so maybe with the Blink and the Lens, Black Hole's up in 30.
I have Diffusal on MTD. He's got his item done.
Okay.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They're still going to need multi-hero ults to have any shot in the fights. And it might just be Roche time already.
But they will have that ult for the Roshan if they want to try and fight Enigma Galaxy. They've got Static Storm, and as you say, Black Hole right round the corner.
You have to kill Miracle pre-Stone Gaze, though, if you want to even attempt to have any of that.
They're going to try here.
It's going to be hard, let's see.
See if they
Who's
can
he
mess
get?
with Enigma Galaxy here. The hook. to mind control. Hook shot over from the side. We'll see Omi look for the perfect opportunity or sit back for now. Static Storm down on them, but the Supernova's there. Can they burst through Miracle? They're getting it very low. They'll be able to take him down. Miracle will fall. Black hole onto nobody. As they may have killed Miracle, but it's going to come at quite the cost. 3 dead, potentially more here if they're able to get their hands on Owned Me. Samel, get the first stun off with the Familiar. See Mind Control thinking about diving in, but the hammer's still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. They do kill that Medusa.
They got they did get that Static Storm on him. I wasn't sure if the Disruptor was actually going to find the angle, but I guess with the chaos that was happening, did get it on top. They got the Ursa on top of him too. So at the very least, they do get Dusa, but lose the fight and a pretty big whiffed Black Hole from Ownme. Can they get a hook with the glimpse?
Very nicely set up in times. See MTD also able to jump the back lines. He gets on top of Mind Control. Might be able to get more. Okay, no backups in for Enigma Galaxy. Samel and Miracle have turned up. DGG, they've got to run the hook shot, but it's chased down by the Soul Assumption. Still, though, 2 for 1. The better of trades the DGG's had this game.
Right now, if they can get they can maybe try to get Miracle after this Stone Gaze. Lodine's going to die, probably. Oh. Okay, yeah.
Samel's kind of just cleaning them up here one by one. Not quite being able to get on top of the Visage again.
They have to have MTD and the Pudge playing right on top of each other. So if he does land a hook, he can just get the full Fury on top. No Stone Gaze available. So massively uphill battle, but we have seen chance of the kill threat at least on the Dusa if they get him fully locked down. Kuro.
And they line up the hook.
They're scared.
Try here. They know that indeed the whole of Enigma Galaxy's there right behind Kuro.
Oh, he's got Ags now on Sumail.
They get the setup. To dispose. We'll see if Pleb's going to get any sort of help here. DGG, can they save their carry? Solar Guardian's heading over as well. Pleb, there's no saving the Pudge. Look at the glimpse back. Onto Mind Control, dragging him back towards the mid, but not too far away even at that.
No, he's happy with that. He's like, oh, thank you. Brought me to the farm that I was going to go back to. Now, maybe they can go for him.
They want to try and get him. Got Hammer up in a second, but MTD's on top of them. They'll drop the Static Storm to make sure that they can finish off this kill. See if DGG's able to get out of this. Supernova, so he can stay in position. MTD will turn in an attempt to take down the egg, but the dispose into the rebound. It is there. The egg goes off successfully. Double kill, triple kill for Miracle. DGG trying their best to throw themselves into these team fights and get something, but even there, I mean, Enigma Galaxy just coming together to make sure that GH doesn't pop.
They have to commit so much to get any of the kills, right? As soon as I see Static Storm drop on the Dawn, I'm like, oh my god, chaos is going to happen after this fight. So immediately get chased. Great backup plays from Nigma to protect the egg, the familiar stun, and then the dispose to push the Ursa away. Would have died otherwise. And now they do get that Roche.
And I hope we see this from Miracle. This was something that they used to do in the past, right? Manta, Rapier, end the game.
There was a phase when it was the Rapier which gave True Strike that a lot of players
it was
were
different.
doing that. But either way, I mean, they know that they can likely just end this game in the next few moments.
But it also makes it spicy, though. You know, if you go for this very early Rapier rush and you drop it.
I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, it's going to take quite something for DGG to slow down Enigma Galaxy in this game.
When's the last time you saw one of these carry Pudges be in this type of position? He is bottom 4 net worth. He's going to be overtaken by everybody on the side of Enigma at some point. A really rough series for Pleb. Enigma just putting all the attention onto him today. All the bans, as we said, through the draft, banning out his carry heroes, putting him into an uncomfortable position, and then the last game too, just putting all the focus onto his SF, this time the Pudge. Not letting him have much of a chance. Oh! He doesn't keep. Oh, maybe he doesn't keep it. I haven't seen the specialist array with Medusa yet. I was wondering how the split shot plus split shot interaction works. But he doesn't keep it.
Owned Me.
Oh!
It looked like he was kind of trying to bait the action in. On top of him, they will take out Kuro, but it's going to cost them the life of Owned Me. Pleb is able to grab Mind Control up on the high ground. Supernova will be there. DGG having to run from this Miracle. Stepping up to the high ground in an attempt to chase. Pleb getting held very, very low on the HP. Won't quite die. DGG expending the buyback here on Lodine in an attempt to maybe get a catch onto Enigma Galaxy as they retreat, but they won't find it.
Can't
The
even get the
Galaxy are able
glimpse.
to get back to safety. And we see here, Miracle, unfortunately, he got a bit of cold feet. Won't be getting that rapier first. He'll settle for the butterfly as his next item. He'll play it a little safer.
Yeah, why not? He doesn't.
I mean, absolutely, why not? But
doesn't
we
need
all
that.
hope to see the old school
Yeah.
rapier rush.
Butterfly will make him pretty much invulnerable versus the Ursa. Oh, they're looking to keep going. M&T, this is where you got dove before. Gotta be careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
16,000 lead. Pudge with 1/3 of the net worth of his opposing carry.
That's a painful spot to be in.
Yeah. It really is like one of the first times I'm not seeing the Pudge able to, like, you know, have an okay lane and then back up to triangle, farm Aghanims and stuff like that. Yeah, he's just never had a chance this game.
Now, here we go, 21 minutes. Enigma Galaxy
Same
ready
as
to
last
push
time.
towards the high ground. We saw them able to close up game one, 22 minutes and 37 seconds. They get a good fight here. Ooh, the hook on Miracle. See MTD try and focus him down, but has to step back as soon as the Familiar's coming on top of it.
Dire's structures
Below on mana now on Miracle. Do they have any mana boots or anything? Nope.
Radiant's top tower is
Kuro's going for the phase BKB build from the 5 position.
MTD. Jump in once more, but as soon as he's in, he has to get away. Kuro, she landing the
Got him.
rebound into the dispose. MTD, he'll go down. And there is no buyback on him. Pleb will find the hook onto mind control. And no follow-up as Enigma Galaxy, they'll take the full set of racks top. DGG losing their mid laner and not able to take anything from Enigma Galaxy in return.
He was playing with fire multiple times the way he stepped up versus Miracle.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower
1 minute on Aegis. Might just go for all 3 Raxes. Get a hook.
has fallen.
They just can't kill, they can't burn through that Aegis even.
Oh, they give him even the Dagger of Ristul. So he pops it when he's hitting Rax and then swaps back to the Aquila.
Dire's bottom tower
Can they get him the once? Aegis in 40 seconds. Kuro, he's in.
The quick dispose, mind control, follow-up damage to burst through MNT. We'll see him come in with a buyback.
30 seconds.
Still can't take him out.
He's just
for
going to
once.
charge in and die. I think he's just going to suicide. He doesn't
At
want
this
them
point,
to do some fighting.
He does want to die. He wants
Yeah,
to die.
like, he doesn't want them to kite him and then something weird happen where he dies. Yeah, look, he's going to stop hitting tower, at least for a second. He wants to die. Too much evasion. There we go.
So if he can line anything up with the respawn, Pleb, he's thinking about going for the hook. We'll be able to get it. Into the
Okay.
Static Storm. MTD in on top of the Medusa. See if they have enough damage to burst through Miracle. They're struggling. They can't quite do it. They can't quite finish off the Medusa. 4 heroes dead on DGG. As Enigma Galaxy on to the final set of racks here. 23 minutes in. As that'll be that. GG, it's cool. The end of the road here for DGG. Enigma Galaxy, though, turning up today and getting the 2 fast wins I think they expected to be able to achieve here. This was very, very convincing from them. Absolutely no hiccups at all in this one, folks.
Yeah, I think today they just completely outdrafted and outplayed versus DGG. DGG, this draft especially, looked very difficult because of that last pick Ursa, but the last one too, right? Like picking this, they just got fully counteracted and they gave Nigma their specialty. They gave the IO, the Chen, the Death Bro. They gave him everything. So yeah, this time around, sad to see for DGG. They're going to be bowing out. But for Nigma, they're moving forward and we do get that hype matchup.
We do.
Tomorrow.
We do, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you've not been keeping an eye on the bracket, we'll show it soon, or at least tell you. But yeah, first we'll check out the scoreboard of that last game, just to indeed see just how rough it did end up being, unfortunately, for DGG. 0-9-5 there, Pleb, on the safe lane. Pudge did not have a fun time today here as the carry. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, was very, very smooth across the board. They just had them completely figured out. This was not a hard game or a hard series for Enigma Galaxy. They made it look very, very easy. And indeed, moving on, as we say, as we'll see on the bracket here, Secret will be ready to go against them next. That game, of course, will be coming up tomorrow morning, in fact. First game of the day, so make sure you're up nice and early, 10 a.m., at least Central Europe time.
Oh my God, I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. for that.
You got to get up for that
my
one, folks. You got to get up for that one. At the least, we've had some pretty quick games today. So today, unless this next series is going to be some crazy, 3-4 hour one, you should be all right. But yeah, Secret versus Nigma Galaxy in the lower bracket. Well, who's going to come out on top? Who's going to be moving on for a chance to play for the last chance qualifiers, or getting that spot at TI? Is it going to be Kuro or Puppy? I mean,
who knows at this point? I mean, most people would definitely say Secret at first glance, right? Because of all this history and all this times it's happened. But Secret have been faltering quite a lot. So Nigma, if they play their best game, I think they definitely can take it from Secret, because Secret, they have a lot of ups and downs. They are not consistent.
Well, as I say, there you go, listen. Make sure you check that one out tomorrow. But of course, don't go anywhere today. We've got one more series. I know you weren't going to go anywhere anyway, because we, of course, are going to get to witness once again Team Bold Reborn. Moving on after their victory against Alliance yesterday, they're ready to step up against Into the Breach today, as we'll see how that one goes on. Into the Breach, they definitely have potential. They started off upper bracket, getting knocked down, but taking a game off Secret. They did then kind of struggle against Waterrune Enjoyers. So maybe Team Bold Reborn, they might have a chance to knock another team out here in their run in the qualifiers. We'll see very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break for Team Bold Reborn versus Into the Breach.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers here for the International 2022. We're into our final series of the day. Team Bold Reborn going up against Into the Breach. Fogged, we got to see how both of these teams performed yesterday. Both, of course, getting the wins. Some crazy series, both of them winning them on a 2-1 scoreline. What did you sort of feel? What were sort of your feelings after seeing them perform yesterday? Because overall, I feel that the win that Team Bold Reborn had against Alliance was more convincing than the win that Into the Breach had against Water Rune Joys.
I'm really looking forward to this. So this one I feel like is going to be a battle of greedy fours as well too, because we saw Pablo kind of pop off. I don't really know what to expect. I feel like this could actually be a relatively even match from how well we saw Bald play. Of course, I give Into the Breach a little bit of an advantage, but Bald, they literally are playing and getting all of these like Grandmaster heroes every single time. It seems like they're very comfortable with this patch, so hey, I think they can definitely win this series. Could be a really contested one.
So look, of course, they will get the Marcy here first. Team Bold, we did see in the couple of games yesterday, Alliance banned that out in the first phase, giving it that much respect because of how well Bold can play with it.
Yeah, Pablo is a monster on these transitioning 4-position heroes, as we saw yesterday with his Marcy as well as, of course, his Hoodwink. And we actually saw, did you see him on the camera? He wasn't even there. He's just dark. He's in the darkness today. Now we're seeing Into the Breach, but see what Milan's got planned for them.
So the second pick's going to be for Team Bold Reborn. Anything else you like yesterday that you wouldn't mind them picking up early?
They did have, I mean, there's the Pango. No, Pango's gone. Okay, so
I mean, I'm kind of down for an early Bang and Witch Doctor.
I was gonna say, if you want to rush one
Just,
of these heroes that you think is gonna get banned, like if you think the Lesh will get taken out, if you think the Witch Doctor, you could opt for one of those two if you'd like. Maybe even the Visage
that is
also.
the
These
question. Actually, yeah, how early can you get away with picking the Lesh for Excalibur and feel okay with it? Is second pick too early?
They're gonna do the Witch.
There's the bangin'. There's the bangin'.
Okay, so we're also looking, and we do see Ari. He did get his best 4-position hero in my opinion. He got his Tiny. He's been incredibly impressive on it. But the Bangin' Witch Doctor, like we said, they're going comfort all the way on Team Bald.
Of course, whatever comfort that we see from them yesterday. I mean, Gorg's CK. And I'm forgetting the fourth, because who was it? We saw the band from Alliance. It was the Pango, the Marcy, the Witch Doctor.
Marcy, yeah.
Yeah, of course, like, we did have Undying and DB Favored, and Into the Breach, they know not to mess with that one.
Yeah, and Team Bald, they don't like to play Lina, so they don't like to play versus Lina. They banned it all 3 games yesterday. We'll have the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, the other ban was that Lesh from Lesh against Excalibur, which is still there, and I think a high chance that he may just pick that in the second phase if it's left in, but also likely that Into the Breach may just ban it. I mean, actually, if you're Into the Breach, what would you rather ban from Excalibur? Would you ban the Visage or the Lesh?
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe
Visage,
the Visage I think
Visage
Visage
a bit more
game
meta,
might be more threatening.
But maybe you could argue that Excalibur's a bit more comfortable on the Lesh.
Yeah, I mean, I like the bans that they're targeting on Gork right now, because he actually popped off quite a bit yesterday.
I think he had some insane scoreline in that last game. I think it was like 17-2-14, something around there on his Ursa game.
His Ursa super popped off, so I can't blame them for banning that. They're also looking to ban out these bursting heroes that work well with Marcy, so I'm fine with that. I mean, I think Visage is actually really nice. I think Excalibur, sure, his lane, it's going to be a little rough that we saw like yesterday, but the mid game that they were able to do, what they were able to do with it was really good.
Yeah, I mean, it very much worked in their dynamic because if Excalibur falls behind, one of these supports is probably going to be able to pick up the slack and step into that position where they're taking more of the farm on the map and having that impact whilst Excalibur recovers and is able to play sort of a more utility role as the Visage if he has a tough start.
The other one, Alliance, did ban out in, I think, all of the drafts where it's Lone Druid. That's another one that Team Ball does like to play around. It does work really nicely with Marcy, too. This could be something they opt to look at.
Let's have a look. Will it be another Gorg hero, or will they take one away from Excalibur?
10 seconds
So far, Excalibur being completely ignored in the bans.
I like
Into the breach.
I like this ban from Ball, though. They're banning the Beastmaster, right? So now I feel like they're tempting into the breach to do what happened yesterday, where they run the Death Prophet off. It worked, but sometimes you can lack like these initiators. They have Tiny, so of course when you have Blink Dagger on Tiny, you'll have it. But Jebe looked very good on the Beastmaster yesterday, the way that they were able to play with it.
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Okay, stick with CM. Really like this hero.
Again, you know, Excalibur's got a pretty free choice of what he wants to go with.
Some squishy CM. It's where Visage can thrive on these guys, but let's see what it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if indeed he does just take the Lone Druid when it has been left in the draft.
Yep, that's the other one. They'll take Pudge. That's likely to be Mr. Gork. We saw how much kill threat was potential. Even when he misses hook, he hits heroes.
Yeah. No, it was very solid in that sort of CM.
It's a very aggressive lane again. It's not a CM, not as much, but Witch Doctor has a pretty hefty mana pool to constantly spam early.
A bit trickier of a setup for the chase down, but much more impactful in terms of the amount of damage you can just unleash on someone with the Maledict and the consistent DPS from the Pudge getting on top of someone. So we will see the Visage get in.
I liked it better.
Banned out before in the previous draft against Team Bold.
Especially if you're going to go with Pudge, you want someone that's going to utilize the sidekick. Right now, it's just Marcy. So Visage, the birds, they're going to utilize it. Pudge, he'll never really use sidekick. So I like that they go for this pick instead.
Yeah. And do you like that they're giving Zip Zapper that final pick? Hey, we're going to see some Bristle.
Oh, wow. We haven't gotten to see much of it at all. It is into the Maledict, which could be
that can be a bit of a tank buster ability.
And then also now for Zip Zapper, I'm wondering what he's going to go for. Do you go for something that wants to counteract Bristle? Do you get Legion?
Breaks.
Like either breaks or like Legion, because I did see it earlier, right, from Pure.
Or Mars.
Or Mars. Mars can work because you can turn him. So a couple options. Perhaps they could go
Or, I mean, it's obviously fallen out of favor a lot, but you could run the Marcy Viper.
Oh, yeah, you definitely still can. I think they could definitely look to pick. I think you can also, I mean, this one is a little risky, but the Necrophos, it's like the hard counter to Bristle. No one's doing it. It's getting banned in most situations when they pick the Bristle. Don't know how much he's going to go outside the box, though, right? These players, they tend to stick on their guns.
Let's see what a Team Bold want to take away from. I mean, at the moment, is there still any indication? Like, will they just put? They'll probably put the DP mid against the Visage, right? They do ban that Viper to prevent the Viper Marcy duo.
I think they should ban the break.
I'm playing that lane.
And then let's see if they do ban out the Necro, because those are the two harder counters that people have always conceptualized versus the Bristle.
I'll be a little surprised, because honestly, I feel like we just don't see Necro.
We just don't see him. Yeah.
But you're right. It's still obviously very, very strong at taking down those beefy heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
So if they want to throw another ban here, the way of the offlane, the way of Jibet.
Mars and Legion, like we said, still in the pool, so could still look for that. For if they want to just play for the counteracting of the Bristle, having that. Or, ready?
What we got?
They run Marcy as a 3. They pick the Hoodwink for Pablo, and then they have the break.
I mean, that was the thing, right? Do they want to slip in that Hoodwink? Because Pablo had an insane game in
That's
that
what I'm
game
thinking. It could be possible, because then it gives them built-in break, gives them burst for death profit. It could be a cool little swip up.
It could work. Yeah.
I just don't know if how much does he play with Marcy, right? Because like we said, they don't like to go outside too much of the comfort.
Let's see what they reckon with this final ban. Will they take away this Necro or one of the more standard offlaners of the meta, the Mars?
It's probably more likely the Mars. It's a more comfort hero on Zip Zapper as well too. But hey, we'll see.
Or maybe indeed considering the potential for Team Ball to switch things around and just banning the Hoodwink.
Definitely true. Maybe discussing that.
Team pick.
They'll ban Necro. Okay. I mean, you gotta.
You bang on.
You gotta.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in case. It's really good versus DP as well too. You get DP half HP dead. So.
And let's see if we have any sort of change up.
So yeah, it's Legion. It's Mars or something bizarre. They're gonna do the
Pablo. They're gonna do the Pablo switch up.
Okay, I'm actually quite glad they did this, because right when I saw that Hoodwink was still in the pool, I was like, they can actually still switch things up a little bit.
I mean, he had such a good game, yesterday.
Yeah, this looks pretty strong.
10 seconds
and it's definitely something that maybe Into the Breach didn't expect.
5 seconds.
Yeah, maybe.
They may have felt that things were sort of set in stone and Team Bob wouldn't have the flexibility to still get the Hoodwink in as the last pick.
I'm glad they do. So now the answer from Shibe.
Yeah, because this Death Prophet definitely going to the mid, right?
Yes,
there's no need to take it away from that lane. You put it against the Visage, you'll do fine.
Yes, I mean, this is where you ask each of the players, like, which one, like, do you want to take this DP mid, or do you want to take something else that you can bully? Like, it really comes down to which.
I mean, can you throw the Bat Rider into the? Oh no, sorry, Bat's banned.
It's banned.
It's banned very early.
Because they're thinking they're going to move, right? Like, look at Team Ball. They banned the Invoker. So they're thinking this DP is going to go off lane and they're going to
They are.
For Supreme.
But we have seen DPs just do very well in the lane against Visage.
Yeah.
So it's not something that Into the Breach need to change unless they feel that the DP is going to have a particularly strong time at zoning in the side lanes.
They might want more playmaking coming out of Supreme, and then they might throw it to Jibe in the off lane because of that.
Sure. Well, what type of heroes left in for Supreme if they want to do that sort of approach?
Plays like all the spirits, so he does want to opt for one of those. Running low on time. Team Ball got everything they wanted, I imagine. So.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay, so what's going on here, Fog?
Okay, Supreme Wyvern. So we've seen the Wyvern versus Visage in the past. You curse the Visage next to his birds and he kills himself in a lot of situations. So can be pretty interesting as a counteracting thing. It's also percent damage versus that core Pudge.
True. And yeah, what we had Samael play it the other day. Very, very strong in the mid. Okay.
Playmaking a bit limited on Into the Breach besides like Ari on the Tiny and Kadaro. It's going to take them a little time, but okay. I got to be honest, I kind of like what Team Bald's got again. I mean, just because they have all their comfort heroes and because of what we got to see from them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Bengen had a smashing time on the. I kind of feel the supports they stand out the most. You know, in terms of what they get away with, like in comparison to kind of what you expect from someone in that position. You know, these two just kind of they become these extra carries.
I feel like they can be a lot more active on the map. They don't have as great of tower pressure early on until Visage is able to turn up. But I feel like they can be a little bit more active around the map while Into the Breach. It's going to rely a lot more around how Supreme's game is and how Ari is able to do, how his timing on his Blink Dagger and stuff like that. He's impressed a lot, so it's not acting too much from Into the Breach. But yeah, Team Bald, I mean, they got everything they wanted. So you have to imagine they're very comfortable. And I do really like the switch up they did at the end with the Hoodwink. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see just sort of how much of an issue that creates for Into the Breach. And you say, you know, Supreme on the mid Wyvern. You say you do sort of like that as an answer to the Visage in this meta. It's, you know, you're going to do well in the lane. Do you have the potential to make the lane difficult for the Visage to farm into?
No, I don't think you can. I think the lane's going to be okay for Visage. It's just, yeah, in mid-game, the cursing on the Visage, the familiars kind of kill him himself. It's until Visage gets, like, Aghanims or some type of, like, silence, like Orchid maybe, perhaps. I've seen, like, the Aghs Orchid build a couple times on those mids, and then you can flank and find the Wyvern constantly. But, yeah, Excalibur, he has to just be careful where he keeps his familiars constantly inside fights. And, yeah, let's see how this one goes. I'm really looking forward to this match.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic lineups here to clash against each other. Into the Breach versus Team Bold Reborn, of course, lower bracket. Loser of the series, that is that. The winner will get to go on and play against the Goon Squad in the next stage of the lower bracket.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I feel like Excalibur should do just fine, because you have a pretty decent base damage advantage, too. You can constantly slow. Wyvern still farms, of course, with the spam from Splinter, but Excalibur should have a pretty good time. And let's see what Mr. Gork's going to be able to do, because looking at the Aghanims potential for this game, it's quite good. Versus Death Prophet, versus Wyvern, versus Bristle, reduce that healing, of course, on them. Could definitely be very nice once he gets it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing, right? On paper, Team Bold, they've got a pretty good combination of ways to deal with the Bristleback.
Yeah, they've got the good burst. They've got the Witch Doctor. They've got the break. So they're gonna have BKB piercing disable from Gork and the heal reduction, of course. So yeah, let's see.
See if we get any action here around this bounty room.
He got it.
Yeah,
Otaker takes it.
He was able to click it before he gets pulled back in by the hook. So
Gork does get his mana restored still from the hook.
Oh, they're gonna get all 4.
Oh boy.
Unless Bangan can put a stop to this. Yeah, he doesn't want him to get it. Get the deny. Yeah, okay,
Nice.
There we go. Bangan able to save themselves from being 4 bounty ruined at the start. We'll deny one of them.
And yeah, let's see how these lanes all do play out. They both already have Styx bottom playing versus the Bristle. They can opt for sidekick relatively early to try to sustain versus the spam that's going to come out. They might actually have to, because it is a lot of spam that comes from these two.
And top. I mean, how much do you rate the kill potential of Gorg plus Bang in this game against the two of Into the Breach?
It's very high. I think it's, of course, Siphon. Once the level 2 Siphon comes out, they probably can't go for Jibe, but before that, they definitely can kill at level 1 and 2. First wave's looking good for Into the Breach. Bristle able to get 7 of the 8. And Supreme doing good in that mid matchup to start out. All right, hook under tower. No rot to follow. Still level 1s. Now they are 2 at least on Pudge. Ari has a tree grab, so could potentially, maybe if they get a grab on someone, it is a kill. But Into the Breach playing careful. And bottom, I like the way they're playing this lane though. They're just shoving it under the tower. They don't care that they're pushing the lane out at all.
See. And now in the mid with the level 3. Let's see how much, Supreme is able to push back against Excalibur with the Arctic Burn. Top banging. Slightly low. It's good harassment here from Into the Breach. Keeping both Bangin and Gorg rather low in this top lane.
These side lanes have massive kill potential on both sides. If Jibe hits 3 and he has 2 points in Siphon, they probably can't ever commit for kills even with Maledict. Unless they get him under tower or something crazy, but so might not actually get that window to go for any kills up there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Slow CS for Gorg up top.
Yeah.
It's not having an easy time stepping up.
Ooh, they almost missed the flag creep.
Close to the level 3s. And we might see them try and push for an attempt.
Jibe did only put the 1 in Siphon, so. They could still perhaps go for the kill with level 2 Maledict since he does not have. They don't know that he doesn't have level 2 Siphon though. Until he nukes.
On bottom, Zip Zapper and Pablo.
Ooh.
Getting very, very low to the quill spray spam. And Taker still with 2 mangoes to play with in this lane. He's consistently got the ability to just throw out this damage and keep Zip Zapper and Pablo at bay.
It's such a strong lane with the 2 of them here. He's just constantly, every time CM uses those spells, gives a little bit extra.
Getting in underneath the tower now, Taker. Notices there's not too much that Zip Zapper and Pablo can really do aggressively against him.
Oh, they do get this bushwhack, but tower's on the creep.
He's going to try and jump in. With the sidekick heal. Keeping the 2 of them alive, but only Jest. Still so low down here, Pablo and Zip Zapper.
Oh, Taker's really just abusing the CM aura. The fact that it's 2x when he's 1200. Just pushing the limits of how much he can spam onto them. But Zip Zapper is able to at least farm these under the tower. But yeah, free farm for all 3 lanes at the moment. Quiet start, even though there is so much kill threat on those side lanes. Oh, top. Ari.
Got the setup. Cast. With a hook.
He's looking to go for a kill. Ari's turning it.
Trying to get the toss back onto Bengen. Looks like Bengen in a whole world of trouble. That'll be the first blood for Into the Breach. Ari to claim it.
Ooh, ideal. Ari gets it, so he's kind of the main one that I was looking for to be active in playmaking. He's gonna have super early boots to be able to move around. Could even look to set up onto mid. As we said, it's eyes on the curse when it comes out, and where the familiar is gonna be.
Bottom lane, just the free farm continuing here for Otaker. Just haven't been able to do enough to slow down the Bristle here in the laning stage into the breach. Getting a very nice safe lane setup.
That's just, it is crazy. Like that 1 point CM aura, 1.2 mana regen. He's just really able to harass the 2 of them too much. Pablo now looking to make moves. Maybe trying to time it with Excalibur's level 6. Supreme does get it first though. Toss back top.
Nice hook from Gorg. Keeps banging safe.
See who gets what. If the rune does spawn, I mean, either way, there's no one checking it for Supreme. So, yeah, Team Ball doesn't get that one easily. Arcane rune top, Excalibur just kills it. Bottom. He's got no friend, no one to jump off of.
Yep, this time round, Taker's definitely going to keep chasing this. They've got the frostbite. They'll catch Zip Zapper, take him out. Now
Vanguard already. They're bullying so much down here.
Being able to pick up these kills in the lane.
Oh!
Also losing Courier top lane. Gorg. Oh my goodness, he's lucky to get out of that one. The tree toss nearly killing him.
I cannot believe that he actually survives. Yeah, so low, but they might still go. They do have another set of combo on the Tiny. He has a Mango at the ready.
There might be some backup to come in. They'll put the Maledict off. Bengen. It's a good cast. It's a very, very good cast there. Bounces will allow them to get the kill, the heal as well. Bengen, he's keeping Gorg alive, or at least trying his best. It's not enough though. The siphon from Zibe finishes the kill. So at the same time, an attempt being made onto a Taker. They've got the rebound, they've got the kill. They'll actually be able to take him out on the other side of the map. So both side lanes losing their carry, and meanwhile in the mid lane,
solo kill.
Supreme goes down. I can't imagine this was sort of around the level 6.
So you saw the tip happen when the bottom dive was happening?
Yeah.
That's because Supreme cursed Excalibur with the birds on him. Excalibur was just fine. And then Supreme wasn't careful. He stepped up versus the Visage.
That's a big play for Excalibur in the mid.
I mean, massive, really.
Yeah.
And now they can even maybe get another
They've got
Supreme.
the rotation. And he's got to step back. Soul Assumption keeping him low.
Bot tower. Looks like they're trying to just finish this one up. Ari's even playing around here. Zip Zapper. He's got creeps to rebound off after, so it should be okay, but the tower's gone. 7 minutes, 50 seconds in.
Still in terms of the farm game, it's going to be a bit of a catch-up needed from Gorg. He's had the roughest time in CS here in the laning stage.
Yeah, he's got only the one hard camp, I believe, stacked and a small camp. While on the other side, the Bristleback has heavy stacks that have been coming out from the Crystal Maiden. That Ancient on the Radiant side is like 3x or 4x. So Bristle going to be well and truly enabled while Gork is going to be on the recovery. The two supports, though, as we've seen from Team Bald, incredibly active in their previous series, likely to do similar to try to bail this out. But Into the Breach, very similar with their two supports. They're bringing a +1. Zip Zapper's here.
Team Bald, they've got a lot. They've got a lot here to ready to try and take this fight. With the Bushwhack over onto the Death Prophet, they're trying to go for Jibbe. Jibbe's already got the siphons off. They're focusing him down. Zip Zapper will fall. Do they have the damage to kill Jibbe? They do not. With the ghosts out, Jibbe takes out the two of them. Looking to chase for more. Gets a third here as he kills off Pablo underneath the tower. Team Bot, they try and turn up for a fight, but it becomes an easy one for Into the Breach to turn around. You know, just teaming up around the incredibly strong Death Prophet. Jibbe cleaning up the kills. Also able to get some damage here onto this tier 1 top. Might just be able to push over towards the edge. Fortification does come out. There's a huge amount of gold XP there going towards Jibbe.
They're able to distance them off of Jibbe. He gets a couple siphons, and then there's just no way they kill him. Excalibur even losing a bird now as he attempts to go for the CM. Gork, he's still level 5 was the other thing, too. Doesn't even have the bite to be able to contribute into that fight. And that was Bald. They had the number advantage and still couldn't go for it.
They did that. They're going to try and go again, Team Bald.
Yeah, he's still got 2 siphon charges ready.
He's going to get the setup there, Pablo. Ari, avalanche onto the 3 of them, making space here for Jibbe to back off. Can't quite get the catch there, Team Bald.
And he's pretty much going to have Aether Lens done, so breaking that siphon's going to be even harder than it already was. Huge play for Into the Breach. 3K lead. Look at these stacks. Holy moly. This Bristol's going to get an Aghanims very quickly once he gets to that triangle. Team Bald, they got to get something kind of going their way. They're starting to fall really, really far behind on the 2 cores.
Finally have the 6 here, Gorg.
Just a bit too much pressure coming out from Into the Breach, and it's all pressure that it's just making so much space for Otaker. Set up for success. They do already see bottom. This ward that they have placed deep in the lane. Actually, 2 wards. They even see Pablo rotating in. Always on the hunt, Ari. 3 CS on this Tiny. He's always looking to make plays. And Kadaro, again, as we said, another stack. So like 5x Ancient stack. Team Bald, they can't really go into that triangle and contest either because of how these lanes have gone. It's a bit awkward for them. They're going to need some type of successful fight with the 2 supports in the mid to take the tower if they want to even attempt to go into that Ancient area versus Bristle.
Making a move on Jibbe seems pretty impossible. The Exorcism's back online.
Don't recommend it. With Lens as well, like,
yeah.
He's just going to stick on you with siphons. Unless they 100-0 him before anything else turns up. Which, I mean, they do have a possibility with Hoodwinkled.
They're going to try and fight Team Bald.
Let's see.
Ending up here with the 4 of them, Ari.
He's banging.
Trying to start things, but does kind of split off to the side. They've got the Maledict in along with the hit. Should be a fair bit of damage. Not
Should
enough to kill him, though. We'll just keep him low.
Unless Gork lands the hook.
Oh.
Oh.
He actually wants to get out of here. They don't want to fight this Team Bald. They want to just leave this area, let the tier 1 go.
Yeah,
get gold farm elsewhere.
Get me away from Death Prophet is what that sounded like. But now, again, they sweep back up.
I mean, the 2 supports, they're ready to go for some action, and they will find it. They'll pick off Ari. Banging and Pablo.
They do reveal the ward, but they even get another kill. Mid lane,
Zip Zapper.
Can maybe turn this into the tower push, too, that they do need. No, they can't. Now Bristle, Otaker, is going to work on those stacks, so he's going to be able to finish them up before Team Bald contests.
There's another time though, Supreme getting caught in this mid area.
Yep.
And sort of keeping his game held back and on par with Excalibur. Both mids getting just the same amount out of the game so far in net worth.
Look at this smoke from the supports.
Oh, that's Bengen and Pablo. They're ready to create quite a nuisance here.
Uh-oh. Things are awkward now.
But now can they get out? Kadaro's going to head for them. Bengen's going to lay down the ward. Bengen's just going to straight up kill Kadaro. Pablo does die. The supports, they do both fall.
I mean, they're bold. You know, I like the bold move of them just running in and attempting with 2 supports, but yeah, quickly get turned on. Jibbe still has Exorcism active, too. Might be able to turn it into a slight push mid for a second. He's a little scared, though. Marcy Visage. Look at the sidekick bird.
Ari's wrapping around for the side. He's going to get the toss on to Excalibur. Excalibur falls. They just cannot kill Jibe quick enough. The curse being used to hold Zip Zapper in position. Pablo throws out a bushwhack to hold back Otake Gorg with the hook. Doing his best to get Zip Zapper back to safety.
Ari with the flank, beautifully done. You can see the damage from the familiar with the sidekick was adding up on DP, but Ari, yeah, just closes the gap, gets him right on top of him. 5K lead. This Tiny having a phenomenal game. Always in the right place at the right time. Halfway to Aghanims on Otaker too, so we haven't even seen the Bristle really show up yet, and it's been pretty dominant for Into the Breach.
I mean, for Team Bold, what should they sort of be looking towards? You know, anything coming up soon?
They can still look to play around the Visage. He's got the Vlad's done, and they always have these sidekicks. Maybe wait for the 12, I guess, on the familiar, so they're a little bit stronger. They're far from any other real item timings. The BKBs are super far away. Gork very far from his Aghanims if he wants to.
See if they can catch Excalibur here. Ari trying to get the setup. Good stuns come out with the familiar to hold back his attempts. And Team Bold are starting to swing down here. See, Zip Zapper for the setup. Gets on top of Supreme. Supreme will try and save himself here with a cold embrace. But there's going to be just a free setup for the hit to come in from the Hoodwink. We'll see Kadara stand his ground with the ultimate. Take out Zip Zapper. Maybe look for more as Ari looks to chase. On top of Excalibur. See if Pablo can hold them back, but Ari avalanche onto the two of them. Siphon onto Excalibur, but he's still got the movement speed to step back far enough. Pablo seeing if he can get the setup in return to attempt to turn this. Gorg's going to opt to dismember Otaker for now, but Otaker's very tanky. Gorg turns with a hook to Kadaro. But Gorg in trouble as Otaker on top of him takes him out. The Soul Assumption does finish Kadaro, but Team Bold, they'll lose a third heroes into the breach. Overall, just proving to be a bit too beefy to punch through. Otaker certainly proving to be a real struggle to deal with as the Bristle at this point. 8K net worth on him.
Nice dodge there from Jibe. That's them attempting to fight because I guess like Exorcism's down, so they're really trying to push the issue to find something there, and they can't find much at all. They get turned on. And now Exo's back up, and Otaker, after showing up to that fight, after these Ancients, Aghanims is going to be done, so he'll be in every single one of the fights upcoming. Team Bald.
He's huge.
Starting to look pretty difficult for them to have any recovery. They have recovered before in these type of positions, but Gork in a very difficult position to catch up. Sure, he's farming up this Aghanims and all that. It's going to take some time, but he still is going to have no armor. He's going to be a Pudge with like 2 armor at bottom.
Excalibur getting caught a little too far out on his own this time.
Yeah. Road to recovery will be incredibly difficult. Like we said, yeah, Gork, sure, even if he gets his Ags, I'm still super worried because of his armor. He's just going to get hit for 200, 300 plus damage from this Bristleback each time. 3 armor Pudge, doesn't matter how tanky you are in HP.
A very solid play so far from Into the Breach. All 3 cores becoming quite the nightmare to deal with. You know, Supreme, we've seen him be caught a few times. But outside of that, you know, Jibe and Otaker, you know, Jibe not dying at all, Otaker only dying the once. Very, very tough heroes for Team Bold to take down.
Yeah, and in the Breach, this top lane in particular just dominated so hard, right? Ari near Blink Dagger with phase boots. Jibe, we've already talked about how excellent his game has been. And now, yeah, they have that big item timing. So Team Bald, relatively close to at least the 1 BKB on the Marcy. But does feel like any of these upcoming fights, or even just a Roche that they force on Into the Breach, might be unable to contest from Team Bald.
Let's have a look. Smoke up here as they're on the hunt. See if they can get this sort of setup onto Pablo, but Pablo, he'll be out of the way in time.
Setting up the area for Roche, though. Bristle plus Exorcism, they can easily bring this one down, and they have good ways to catch outside of it. Just need some vision. Team Bald, though, they seem to know that that might be happening. Smoking up.
Pick up with the smoke.
Can't catch anything here. The hook. Okay.
Oh, this is a solid way to start it. They get the bushwhack off as well, but the curse is out. It's going to catch the three of them. Silver, sharp shot, not going to quite connect. Goes through the midst of them all. Gorg trying to stay up on top of Jibbe, but Jibbe protected by the cold embrace. Gorg goes down as well as Zip Zapper. Team Bold, they're having to run, but Ari, Otaka, Supreme, and Jibbe, they're in with the chase on top of Excalibur.
Oh, what a curse, Supreme. They almost have the burst, but the curse comes out, and I don't believe Pablo can release the sharpshooter because he's taunted. So can't even go for it onto Jibbe. Perfect setup, and it's right around Roche. The dream for Into the Breach.
Very, very smooth so far. Again, this fight, they try and deal with the Death Prophet in time, but they just can't.
Yeah, look at the curse. Look at Pablo. He just can't move. Maybe could have gotten Jibbe at the least if they do get the connection, but yeah, Supreme. Beautifully done. 9K lead. The three cores of Team Bald looking quite fragile at the moment, especially Gork. Uh-oh. Gork.
Well, gonna show himself on the mid-wave. Immediate toss back there from Ari. He needs help. He needs it now. Zip Zapper tries to jump in to help out, but Gorg goes down. Zip Zapper, there's no way out for him either.
It's looking rough.
Two more dead. Into the breach. Continuing to roll ahead here. 10K lead, just 19 minutes in.
Winning all the fights, even without the Exorcism. Winning the fights with Exorcism. Team Bald can't get anything going their way. They're even going to lose the little stack that they do have. Going to get taken away. As Bristle soon approaching a BKB as well. He is about to have double the net worth of the Pudge.
No, he's massive. How on earth do they deal with Otaka at this point? Pablo is trying to sneak around in the trees, but Supreme is on the hunt. Bushwhack, though, holds Supreme back in time to allow Pablo to TP away.
I guess now for Team Bald, it's just like you kind of have to split push and avoid fights for quite some time. But even then, yeah, I don't know what they're gonna, even when they get the Aghanim Pudge, as I was mentioning, it's like he's still gonna be so squishy, so fragile in fights. Zip Zapper is gonna have to do so much as this like level 12 Marcy when he has BKB. Because yeah, Gork just gonna really struggle to have much of an impact. And they're playing fast. They still have this ward down. Ari, always on the hunt.
They just can't get anywhere near Otaka and Jibbe.
Top, they might be able to get Supreme here. They actually
He's
have
on
all
his
three
own.
heroes. He is very... Oh!
Try and guess for his positioning. He's a little
They got
further up
Bird.
the tree line.
But
Excalibur
into the breach.
should
The
be able to
squad's
find
coming.
him. And deep backup's on its way for Supreme. As Supreme turns, holds back Zip Zapper with the curse, and yeah, Team Bolt, they know they have to bail on this one. Not able to take the kill quick enough. So we catch Ari with the bushwhack. Maybe they can get the tiny in return, but that also looks like it's going to be too much of a challenge for them. They won't be able to kill Ari. They'll lose Gorg as well. Otaka cleaning up both of them. As Team Bolt, the rest of the three have to continue to run. No
Ari
fight
wants
to
more.
be had here. And he'll find it. Ari in with the avalanche toss on towards Pablo. Otaka runs him down. Triple kill for the carry Bristle.
Not much damage he's able to do. Each hit was chunking over 200 HP of that Pudge because of that low armor. And yeah, I mean, it was the small window they had to potentially get the Wyvern, but that tier 1's still up. All three tier 1s actually still up. Further side of Into the Breach.
This is looking very solid so far from Into the Breach.
Look at Otaka. He is not afraid at all
He just
anymore,
goes
by
where he
himself.
wants. He is massive. Absolutely massive hit. They may have some sort of abilities to kind of threaten the Bristle, but with this sort of a lead, with this amount of farm, I don't know if there's enough sort of abilities under the sun to take down the Bristle back at this stage when he's this far ahead of you.
No, definitely. And they have other core issues as well, of course. The Wyvern and the Death Prophet have been total menaces. Supreme is about to have Aghanims too, so he's about to hit his peak timing. Just watching Bengen down here, I'm like, is he going to go for an attempt on like a solo? I mean, they're definitely probably feeling pretty desperate, so... Taker just confidently charging through by himself. sweeping through these jungles. Look at bottom. They still keep trying for Supreme.
Well, they know that he's been around here sometimes on his own. He'll drop the curse to stop Bang and getting out. And Kadara might see if he can find Pablo along the tree line. He's got the ward out on him. See Pablo try to sort of project himself to safety with the ultimate, but Kadaro, he'll simply drop his own, take out Pablo, both supports dead on Team Bold.
And they get mid tower with the exorcism. Into the breach. Full stride hit.
Very few mistakes being made for them here. Yep. Full ags on Supreme. 24 minutes in, 16k lead. Getting everything done necessary here so far. And Team Bold just struggling to slow it down in any way.
They're getting everything done, and they're just massively slowing down Team Bold. Again, the Pudge, we saw last game Pleb, he struggled. Of course, quite a bit more than Gork did, but kind of a similar story. Gork 1-6 after that laning phase, after they just unable to kill that Death Prophet a couple times. The game just becomes totally impossible for them. Alright, looks like they're going to smoke up. What item timing? I guess it was the BKB on the Marcy that they got. And he has Brigand's Blade. So high damage from this level 12 Marcy. But incredibly underleveled. I think the supports on the side of Into the Breach are probably soon level 12. Yeah, 17k gold lead, but the experience lead is actually far more substantial. Ooh.
I'll find Excalibur.
Farewell.
We're getting back to the base for him. Very much getting to a point where if you step outside of the base into the breach, will find you and kill you.
Wyvern will just solo kill anybody he does find if he gets a curse on them. Zip Zapper.
He might find Zip, yeah. He's going to find Zip Zapper here. Supreme.
I mean, he can keep hunting. Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. Doesn't keep going.
He's going to live another day here, Zip Zapper.
Another day of pain. 18 Bristleback now. Max Warpath. Even more damage. Gork, though, he's got the Ags. Now he just desperately needs some armor. By the Wraithband.
Maybe they can play for some sort of high ground hook. But even then, it's, you look at Into the Breach's heroes. They're not heroes that mind being sort of finding themselves beyond the tier 3s. Especially Shibe and Oteka. They'll happily take the fight right into the base of Team Bold with the amount of farm they have.
Oteka would love to be hooked.
Yeah, he'll just charge in.
His team will just follow up immediately with Blink Daggers and with Wyvern flying in, so. Yeah, the level's really telling the tale as well as that gold lead. The CM level 12. Gork has just hit level 12 as well, too. No mercy from Into the Breach today. The gem even picked up a few moments ago. Octarine finished on Shibe. Not giving pretty much any opportunity for Team Bold to have any vision to catch any of these heroes that are by themselves.
Maybe a slightly longer Roshan respawn, 2 minutes.
Oh, and look, this Bristle has an SNY and a Cloak of Flames now. He is going to just
unkillable.
literally kill everybody and, yeah, be unkillable. He's just going to walk right through him.
Team Bold's trying to go for a fight here. Around the pit, but Jibe pops the BKB, same for Oteka. They'll go straight towards the squishies first, take out Bengen. Look towards Zip Zapper. Zip Zapper trying to stay on top of Ari and get the kill. They will get it, but they're losing so many in return.
Oh,
the
boy.
3-man curse there from Supreme, locking them down. Gork will fall. They'll call it. They've had enough. GG. As this game one, not close at all. Into the breach. They turn up. They're a team, as we've heard in the past, very confident in their own abilities. They do not expect to be given any struggle here today against Team Bold. And in this game one, that was certainly the case. It was certainly, there was no... Yeah, they knew that this was good. This was smooth. This is what they expect to be being able to achieve. If they want to have a chance of going deep here in the lower bracket run, it's these sort of wins.
Yeah, it's their bread and butter. Maybe now you opt as Team Bold to maybe get rid of Ari's Tiny. It's something they're just so comfortable with, how much he's able to dictate the pace of early games. So maybe they look to snatch it up and it's something like that, maybe some adjustments. But phenomenal game into the breach.
Yep.
They've done this so many times with this like Tiny, with Jibbe playing one of these dominators, and it looks near perfect. Supreme, a couple of these deaths maybe unnecessary, especially when he goes for like the solo kill onto Excalibur and then gets turned on. But besides that, the game was quite flawless.
Yeah, it didn't matter in the end. Yeah, Supreme, excellent curses in those last few fights. Yeah, you just get that sense that it's going to be a tough game too for Team Bold. You know, the group of lads, you know, that they always turn up, they want to have some fun. But of course, into the breach, a very, very serious squad here, and they know their potential, they have the ability. I believe I was, watching Gorg say before this match as well, in terms of sort of straight up rank of the players. I think into the breach is majority top 100 players. Team Bod, they don't currently have someone in the top 100. So just sort of the difference in MMR. Which can show, especially when you're sort of playing as a stack like Team Bold do. They don't necessarily scrim. They turn up, they have a bit of fun. You do expect a team like Into the Breach to be able to walk over them like this.
Yeah, sure. And especially like you see like an opening when they open with like Marcy Witch Doctor, right? Like you would never see most other teams. This is Marcy,
this is a Team
but
Bold
the Witch
thing,
Doctor, this is just straight Team Bold. So they want to play their heroes. This time didn't work around. The draft, it didn't look that bad, but things quickly fell apart when they didn't get the kills onto Death Prophet. So congratulations Into the Breach. On to the next one, and let's see what Team Bold adjusts with.
Yeah. As I say, Into the Breach, they don't just expect one win in this sort of fashion. They expect to get the clean series. They expect both games to be like this. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Get the 2-0 very cleanly done against Team Bold. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Or unless Team Bold maybe come in with something a bit different, maybe shake it up and surprise us all. We'll see. I know you'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break for Game 2 between Team Bold Reborn and Into the Breach.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe Qualifiers. MOD Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for this Game 2 now of Into the Breach versus Team Bold Reborn. We did just, of course, have a very convincing win from Into the Breach in that first game. So Game 2, Fogged, what are we going to see different? I mean, already, quite the change up from really what Team Bold Reborn's been doing so far. Right, we're getting Lina as the first pick. They'll open with it this time.
Yeah, they haven't really been, I mean, they banned it all the games yesterday, so they didn't get to play it. They didn't want to play versus it. And in the Breach, they get Ariana's Marcy instead of the Tiny this time around because it's given the opportunity to, and they're going to quickly snatch up the Visage. So this could probably just be the off lane. They could still flex things around, but similar, of course, the same kind of style picks of like what Team Bald had. And Team Bald, they're going to actually go for the pistol back themselves this time.
All right, I mean, of course, it's one of Gorg's favorites.
Yep.
But indeed, coming out very early.
They could ban out all those counters, right? They can ban out the
They
Viper.
can in the next phase, yeah.
Ban out the Necro. But if they forget about one of them, then it could cause some issues for Gork. But Into the Breach, they seemed on another tier, really, in comparison. You could clearly see the difference in comparison to at least versus Bald.
Radiant team ban.
And there we go. Yeah, we see the Omni ban. They're making sure that this Bristle's not out of control. And they're going to, yeah, Team Bald's going to start banning those counters.
I mean, interesting, because, of course, you would imagine, right, this is Team Bold's 1 and 2, right? Gorg, Bristle, Excalibur, Lina.
Yeah, you can't really flex these much.
Yeah,
I guess you could put a Lina as a 4 for Pablo, just because Pablo, but it's unlikely, like incredibly unlikely.
So ending with the 3-4-5 in their draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, you know, from the performances, it's definitely not going to be rough. You know, giving someone like maybe Pablo again that last pick.
Yeah, it definitely could be a cool option. You just have to be careful of like the pressure lineup that Into the Breach could draft. Because this Visage, like you said, flexible. They could still go for a very push-oriented draft, getting like Beastmaster and stuff like that. Because we saw how fast they can dictate pace.
Dire team ban.
So I mean, I see NS. I'm thinking Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think it's very likely. So now it's a question if they want to ban Beastmaster or if they want to continue to just ban the heroes that Bristol doesn't like to deal with.
Yeah, it's like Necro. I mean, you have to.
10
So
seconds
it's
remaining.
up to what you got to do. Got to take what you get. Yeah, let's see if Into the Breach does want to go for the Beast. They looked really strong, especially when they played for those push. And the Visage is flexible. They can even run it as a 1, as we've seen, you know, Dahak in particular. Never be afraid to do it, especially when you have Marcy. I feel like he just unlocks the hero a lot more. So they'll take out Wyvern. So Necro is in the pool. Not the most common pick, of course, but have to be careful when you run Bristle for that.
Sure. And it was, you know, was clearly one that's in the minds of Into the Breach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they themselves,
Remaining.
you know, they did have, you know,
5
came up in the
seconds
bans
remaining.
last game.
Yeah, maybe Team Bald thinks
So-
they have, you know, because they have the heavy burst from Lina versus Necrophos. If they do go for it, they can actually maybe withstand it. Maybe something along those lines.
I don't know. I think you're right. I think they're going to be tempted Into the Breach.
Yeah, I think so too.
Radiant
Then you can run
team
like
pick.
Visage is mid, you run like Necro offlane,
Dire
some things
team
along these lines. We'll see.
Crystal Maiden.
They'll stick with their CM. It's worked for them so many times. They utilize the CM aura excellent. And maybe also even taking it away, because Team Bald might have been looking at that one for the Bristle.
They may have. We saw Bengen have a really nice game
Yeah.
with it the other day. Some big plays were made.
10 seconds
It just
remaining.
synergizes so damn well with Bristol and lane. Like, you just get this double regen.
5
Even the 1
seconds
point to that
remaining.
CMR is super value.
And what's Excalibur going to play? You know, is it definitely Lilina? Because Team Bolt, they made that move last time around with their heroes. You think there's definitely a non-zero chance that they could try something different with the Lina?
I'll give it a 90% chance. 95%
95
for Excalibur,
this is
5% for
sure.
Pablo, of him
Yeah.
like switching something up. But
It should be.
Zip Zapper?
It could be one of the supports, but indeed we
Could be
saw
both.
Zip Zapper play it yesterday in the core position. He ended up the game getting a rampage.
He did.
You don't see that often.
I did hear. I tried to tune into hear what the players were saying afterwards about like the thing. They did say that
10
he's not the most
seconds
comfortable, or he
remaining.
doesn't play the most of the Tusk. He does play it a lot, but not the most.
I mean,
So
the man
still
got a
feels flexible.
rampage, though, you know.
He did get
if
a
he's
rampage.
doing that when he's
Very
not
appropriate.
comfortable on the Tusk, you know, give this
Well-
lad some more Tusk games.
I mean, that fight was also complete chaos, and I think the Radiance tick RNG got him.
I mean,
out of
sure,
those
sure, but he's a Tusk and he's getting a rampage. I mean,
It's true. It's true. It's
this
true.
literally never happens.
Yeah, I'm quoting, you know, what they'd said.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, it's even more so impressive that he's
Radiant team
you know, having such a close-up on a game like that. We'll see the Snapfire grabbed.
Okay.
So imagine will that be the lane then? Or do you think is the Snap going to go with the Bristle? Like which way? Who do you want with the Bristle? Out of these heroes,
Usually a
10
different support,
seconds
usually a different
remaining.
5 position than a Snap, to be honest with you.
like, well, could you run the 5 Tusk?
seconds remaining.
I don't like that. No, I'd
No.
rather have him have somebody that just backs up a Witch
Sure.
Doctor. I mean, just so he has a bang hero, right? That's a nice Slark pick. Kisses can be problematic. Lina spells can be a little annoying, but versus Tusk and Bristle can be very obnoxious.
Mm-hmm.
And they're likely, I mean, they're
10
still
seconds
able to
remaining.
put these
Seconds
into the
remaining.
breach. I mean, they could still even put Visage mid, Marcy off lane, and then pick another 4. So they have a lot of different things they can go for. I don't think they will. I think it's 99% chance of Marcy, Ari. But
Sure. I mean, we have seen because this is the question of taking the Visage away from the mid because we have seen Visage have sometimes a bit of a tough time against the Lina. Right?
Exactly.
Lina is a hero that can really bully the Visage out of the lane and end up in a situation where the Lina's doubling the CS.
I think they'll probably just do CM Slark, Visage Marcy, and then pick another one for that Lina. But at the same time too, then you put the Visage in a matchup versus Bristle that can be a little scary.
Okay.
That we've seen sometimes. You just get run down because you're really slow, but you also have really good burst to keep Bristle a little low as well. So
That's fair.
Radiant team ban.
yeah, they're thinking same. So they're banning out those Lina, the heroes that do well versus Lina, which is pretty limited at least. Invoker being one of the few.
Dire team ban.
And they're still expecting that 5. Looks like.
I mean, yeah, what 5s would be a solid ending to the draft here? Like,
10 seconds remaining.
what do you imagine Gorg wants to pair up with in the lane?
5 seconds remaining.
They definitely want more for the Slark. I'm trying to think what can be the option though. Which 5 that's left? Do they have enough setup for? I mean, if you want to do something crazy, I don't like it. Never. I'm not gonna suggest it. I'm not gonna suggest it. I was gonna say you go crazy, go AA. Good luck, Slark, but no, it's
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
I feel like they won't want to go AA because I don't think Gorg has really had very.
Oh,
that's not one of his favorites, is it? To lane
no.
with.
You're right.
He doesn't want an AA with him, I don't think.
No, it doesn't want to yell at one of his teammates. Oh god, I feel bad.
No, they'll ban the Banging Witch Doctor. He won't be getting that one as his last one here.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Oh man, what's supports that can
I mean,
do
do
okay
you want a
versus Slark?
Bane? Is that doing any good here?
10 seconds remaining.
Do you want to go for some team fight? Do you want to just slam down a Warlock? Someone's going to give a bit of sustain for the Bristle.
The sack.
No.
Okay, they're
It's a
going with
5.
Excalibur.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be Zip Zapper Tusk.
It is the
And
Forlina, isn't it?
It's going to be Forlina for Pablo. Yeah.
I don't know why I saw it. I felt like this would happen when I said the 95-5.
Yeah,
At least I threw the 5
they
in,
always
though.
had this opportunity. I mean, it obviously caught, it wasn't what Into the Breach were expecting.
It's smart because now they have the Slark counter. Instead of looking for a support hero that can counter Slark, now they have the core, the Leshrac, which can make a really hard matchup for Otaker.
But the difficulty now, how well can Lina perform as a support, right? Because that's the concern.
I mean, it's pretty good versus like a Slark in lane. You have super far reach. You have these stuns every time he walks up for CS, so it looks pretty good.
I'll see what they want to grab here. I know the matchup in the mid now is going to be the Lesh. So see what that does for how they want to play this Visage. They still want to take it to the side lane for Jibe, get something else for Supreme.
So yeah, does he want a different matchup versus the Lesh?
Choose your hero.
He's gonna go with the Ember.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. The Slark lane does not look the easiest. I have to be honest with you. CM's gonna have to do a lot of work.
Pressure on him.
Yeah, I think they can actually do quite a lot here.
I mean,
again, happy to see Pablo playing like one of these.
yeah, I mean, I'm hyped for this. He's, as I said in the games yesterday, Pablo was popping off from the force. So if anyone's going to be able to make a bit of a greedy Lina support work out, Pablo would be the lad to do so.
Yeah, lanes look pretty good for Team Bald this time around. Into the Breach last time they had, I would give them the superior lanes. This time I do like Team Bald. It's a pretty decent amount. The safe lane definitely can be the risk versus this Visage and Marcy.
Okay.
Because they have the Snapfire, but Bristleback can run down Visage as well too. I mean, Into the Breach is definitely their leaps and bounds. They have a big step ahead, of course.
Yeah, they played very well on game one. Yeah.
But I mean, again, Team Bald's draft looks pretty cool. Like the way they counteract the Slark. It's not bad versus the Ember in lane. They have this Tusk Lina that can pressure Slark early too. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, no, we wanted something a bit different from Team Bob Reborn. We're certainly getting that. Excalibur is going to feel very good about ending up with this 5th pick Leshrac. As we say, into one of the core matchups that Leshrac's going to feel pretty good until that BKB really comes online for the Slark. Makes it a bit difficult for Otaker to commit to the team fights with how much AoE damage Leshrac's going to be kicking out, Shadow Dance or not, on the Slark. So maybe with a bit of a better shot here with the draft results here for Team Bob Reborn in this game too, after a very tough game one.
They are lacking a little bit of early setup for all these stuns. They do have the stuns, but landing these can be a little complicated pre-Yule Scepter. If they don't have it on like Lina or on Lash, the Tusk has to be the one that just gets the charge going. Landing a Lina stun, landing a Lash stun on some of these heroes can be very difficult. Ember, Slark. But if they do get a setup initially, they should overall have damage.
All right, well,
let's see if they
find
can do
out.
it.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Into the Breach versus Team Bold Reborn. Into the Breach having a very, very quick victory. 28 minutes in, getting that 30-11 win in Game 1. See if they can do it again, or Team Bold Reborn's going to be able to give them a bit more trouble this time.
Yeah, let's see if they can handle the fast-paced draft that Into the Breach has also gone for. No ulti reliance on this lineup. Gork.
Oh!
He's got to be careful.
Going to try and lead in here with a rebound. Some quick cookie to try and separate Gork from the chase down him Into the Breach.
No luck.
Should be able to stay on top of him, and indeed Jibbe manages to finish him off with the Soul Assumption. First blood for Jibbe.
So much damage between this. Even 5 sticks for how many people? 5 sticks for Jibbe, 5 sticks for Ari, 5 sticks for Otaker, 4 sticks for Kadaro. All right, so they get the first blood, and they're going to be good on the mana in the lane. Looking for another one too, still lingering in the area. All right, let's see.
The battle begins.
Of course, last game, Otaker did have a pretty free time in his lane. I mean,
he did.
As you say, you know, considering the matchups, you feel there's definitely potential that he'll be feeling a bit more heat this game too.
He should be feeling a lot more heat. Last one, they literally just shoved the wave out constantly, and this Marcy couldn't really do anything with the Hood one. This one, Pablo should be able to dish out way more harassment. Let's see how this mid matchup goes. Excalibur should do quite well versus Supreme. But to Supreme with the Flame Guard, should be able to hold his own. Okay.
Now, will we see Excalibur go a specific way with the skill build because of this this matchup that he's in?
Kadaro.
He's on top of him.
Up.
The Fairy Fire.
He'll be okay.
Stick charges will keep him safe.
Sorry, I got distracted. I didn't hear what you were saying. I'm sorry about that.
As a mid lane, Excalibur, like playing against an Ember Spirit, do you go sort of a certain way with the build as Lesh to punish this melee hero?
As far as I've seen, most people still just do the same stuff. You go like 1, 0, 2 sometimes, and then you just max Edict because you want to be able to have the push early. But maybe he does switch things up because he wants to break Flame Guard. Not sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Shall see.
Top lane.
They've got so many stick charges. Another nuke. Not going to connect Jibbe now. Maybe in an awkward position. These side lanes have so much kill threat. I'm just like swinging my camera back and forth between the two of them. Oh, Taker's just
someone's
constantly
gonna die.
He's constantly putting like 200 HP from the right clicks from Lina. But so far, he is CSing very well. Zip Zapper, he's got 3, but he's got a full creep wave under his tower, so should be able to catch up to like 7.
I'm looking at the build already. I mean, would you imagine, is this sort of the just becoming the exclusive way to play Slark, the Mage Slayer into Ags?
I think since you're playing versus Lash, absolutely. Yep. Like
this
Lash and Bristle and stuff like that, yeah, it's too good. You're reducing their damage, you're getting mana regen, you're getting pretty much everything you want on the hero. And you're countering the counters of yourself, which is the Lash. So you've seen all throughout history versus the Slark. So far, Supreme holding his own nicely. Can't quite break that Flame Guard, as we said.
Incredibly even on the CS here between the two of them.
Yeah, dead even.
Dead even.
Up top. Gork.
Trying to get aggressive on Gorg. And again with the rebound, but he has stick charges. Same to be said for Ari, and a follow-up Soul Assumption will take Gorg down. He'll get his courier as well.
This is the scary lane that we have to watch out for. Ari, whenever him and Jibbe are able to take control of pacing of the game early, it usually proves to be pretty excellent for Into the Breach. And so far, so good. Bristle, 13 CS, and they kill him. Visage having a phenomenal time. You always have mana. That's the thing. In this matchup, you always will have mana for the Soul Assumptions because of those constant cool spams. Taker doing a little better than I actually thought that he was going to do. I thought he'd be under a bit more pressure. Still being slowed down a tiny bit, but not as much as the Bristleback is. And Excalibur did put the second point in stun at the least for now.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe 2-0-2 and then 4 points Edict. Of course, having ult at 6, but... All right, level 3s have come out. This is usually where those power spikes do happen, at least in some of these side lanes. Up top, Ari.
Yeah, they're going to go for him straight away. Gorg. And on top of him, the damage to take him out. I'll turn towards Jibe, but not interested in diving the 0-1. And getting themselves the first kill on the board, Team Bold. That play top.
Kadaro is actually just left bottom lane. I think maybe he's thinking he can't actually help out Taker. He's just like jungling. Maybe like stealing potential of like this jungle farm from Bristle too at some point. Also probably wanted to scout if they were gonna maybe start getting some stacks going, but it is very early. That was an interesting move. Closest hard camp, I guess, to him to get the level 3. But yeah, look at Taker. Now it's starting to be that struggle for him. Lina has hit level 3, so Pablo does have the fiery soul stacks that are constantly going to be up.
I mean, just look at this damage they're able to trade. Taker. He's got the stick charges, but he's still really pushing his hero to the limit. He'll jump away just in time.
Pablo might just turn on Kadaro. You see these right clicks, the fiery soul, it's maxed up.
The shards. And the last right click, the salve will save him.
But look at how low these two are.
They're playing it well here.
He reaches. Oh, he might Kadaro. He might get him.
Is he going to still get him? He's got the stun. Frostbite. He's not going to quite be able to get in the diving under the tower here. Zip Zapper trying to help finish them off as Taker will fall. Team Bold Reborn, this bottom duo, it's working out. It's working very nicely.
They're pushing the limits, really. Pablo especially, he's still looking for Kadaro. Kadaro only lives because of Raindrop. They're still hunting for him.
They might still find him. Even
now
if they don't.
Slark's respawning. Now they don't want to give up any feed kills to that. Mid lane.
So if they can catch Excalibur. A lot of damage coming out from him. He's actually going to be the one to take out the kill.
And that means he's going to get the rune, maybe, too.
He is. Yes,
Oh. What?
I guess he was concerned about him swinging in with the remnant.
Thing? The slight steal or the remnant steal, but okay. Whoops. Zip Zapper bottom. This time they'll get him.
You never felt more shiv, did you?
Jibe left alone for a moment. They do have the early point in Goo, so they should have enough to run him down.
All right, well, there we go. So far, you know, definitely in these first 6 minutes, this game, it's not going to quickly fall as one-sided as Game 1 did at all. A very, very close start this time round.
Yeah, Gork having a much better start. I really like the fact that he put the point in the Viscous Nasal Goo. Sometimes you see people not do it, but when he's versus Viscous, such a slow hero.
At bottom lane, they've killed Taker. Excalibur comes in to offer up the extra firepower. They take him out of the lane again.
This is going to be a tough recovery for Slark and a tough game overall, as we did say, versus the Lesh. He's already just countered. Team Bald looking good in this one in the lanes. The 4-position Lina is working out at the moment.
It really isn't something that, you know, from the way they were drafting, the way they were banning into the breach, we're not expecting to see.
No. We 5% expected it. It's Pablo sitting near mid. Just wanting to soak that XP. Excalibur did put the 3rd point in Lightning, so it doesn't actually have the 2nd point in Edict for good tower push, so can't actually pressure this tower too hard down here. It looks like Pablo is going to start getting some stacks ready for Gork to enable that Bristle to get good timing. The breach, I don't know if they want to give up this tower this early. Might have to make heavy rotations. They'll have a haste on Supreme. So they definitely look to fight down there. Yeah, he's pinging it.
As TP's coming in for Team Bold, though.
He's running through double ward vision, so they're 100% sure this Ember is coming down here.
And with that in mind, Team Bold, they won't give the chance for Supreme to get the jump on them.
Nope. Now they might even try to re-go. There is
now
vision,
that they've seen him back away.
The vision is here, though, on the side that was placed earlier. But Otaker has to be incredibly careful.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And during this Gork, he's under no threat with the move that they're making. They're forcing this reaction.
Dire's middle tower.
Great move from Team Bald so far. But here comes the Ember. It's through a TP.
Let's see what they can do to punish this push for Team Bob. Jump forward, get the chains onto the two of them. Further TP's coming into play. Zip Zapper heads over with the snowball, the punch up. Not enough to take down Ari. Zip Zapper, he'll get left behind. As the rest of Team Bob reborn, they'll work on the retreat.
Kind of gives his life for his team there, just snowballing, incredibly aggressive. 5 heroes, though, brought down from Into the Breach. They're going to have to start moving things around so they don't get out-resourced. Otaker goes top. That's a better lane for him to be in.
There's still no threat for Gorg right now. Very, very safe and comfortable in this top area of the map. He's going to have a much easier time getting the farm this game in comparison to the struggle that he had in game 1.
Yeah, he not only has stacks being prepped, but he also has a team that's able to apply pressure this time around, unlike last time. The Familiars,
they're going to get
both cleaned up. 200.
That was the resummon.
It was. They got to ditch this tower full.
100 seconds, no Familiars.
I wonder if they know that was a resummon too, because they could look to play pretty aggressive off of that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're swinging toward mid. Might look to collapse on this rune.
They get the opening stun. They get the light strike. Into the split earth. If they got enough damage, not quite. Well, it was close. Very close there.
If Pablo is 6, it's a kill, but not quite there for the Laguna just yet, because he did get that death earlier. Seeing stacks being prepped, though, also on the side of Into the Breach. Kadaro, he's been getting those ready. But they don't have a hero like Bristle to clear these out.
No,
they actually don't have it at all. They might have to use like the ult from CM to maybe clear it.
I think they might.
I think they actually are. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I was about to say, they don't have anyone to kill this. This is their best option.
And even at that, it's not going to be too quick at taking them down.
Not bad.
I guess you're right, yeah. That ult is pretty insane.
Yep.
Interval
There we go.
damage throughout the whole duration.
Acquires the team some neutral items, too, that they were lacking. Little Seeds of Serenity for Otaker to heal up. I was looking, I'm like, he was about to triple stack, and I was like, wait, who the hell is going to clear the triple? It's going to get stolen. So good on him. And he does go for that clear. And yeah, looking at the other side, we do see that massive stack that's ready for Gork. Mid tower. Team Bald.
Coming in with the TPs, they want to try and get something out of this. Supreme, he'll still be able to step in, get the last hit on the tower.
Yeah, they were a little late on the attempt for the defense. Maybe now they can attempt if Supreme's not careful. He's careful. Supreme.
See Ari getting him very aggressive here, but the cookie from Bang keeps Zip Zapper safe.
He's trying to do as much as possible with the sidekick and these slight spams to push them back. He's keeping them low. Pablo runs into Ari, doesn't have enough damage. But they have to, yeah, they have to have 4 or 5 heroes here on the side of Team Bald. Have to protect this ancient area.
What?
Nice shards.
The shards into the kisses. It's going to be a very dead Crystal Maiden. Of course, Supreme did have the Remnant ready to jump back.
But he doesn't get the rune now because of them trying to get that aggression in. Excalibur's actually the one able to take it away. 3 points in Edict. And Bristol's able to finish up his stacks.
Gorg's getting massive.
Otaker slowly is recovering, though. Pretty close to that Lesh net worth. Not too bad after a very rough laning phase. And they'll actually just fill Supreme's bottle because he didn't get the rune. Okay. They want to keep him on map. They want to keep looking to be aggressive. Match the movements of Team Bald at the moment. Ari's still level 5. Something you don't see too often.
I'll take that.
Oh. Those, okay. Triple bounty rune picked up from Otaker in the Dire jungle. It's fortunate. The Breach will take that. They need all the gold they can get after that little bit of a tough laning start. And things are almost equaled out now, actually.
Otaker, as you said, just having a very nice recovery ever since he made the move to play the top half.
Nice try, Supreme. Let's get some nice chains coming in. Yeah, he's getting all the space to recover, though, which is pretty huge. Team Bald. How are they going to look to continue this pressure?
I mean, and how much do they need to? You know, are either of these lineups on a bit of a timer?
I mean, Team Bald can definitely run into some issues if they do get too big on the Slark and Ember, where the Lash just doesn't do anything because of Mage Slayer. So I'd say, yeah, Team Bald probably wants to accelerate things a little bit. They want to just have a bigger advantage going into like mid-game team fights versus Slark, because they do have those hero counters. They just, you know, have to utilize them early until the Slark gets too big for it to matter, because the Mage Slayer is going to cause big problems for Leshrac. Again.
Supreme. Looking tempted to look for a play. Has an arcane rune here.
Uh-oh. Supreme.
Yeah, he's just gets blown up. He got baited in there. I mean, he sort of baited himself in, wanting to push forward with the arcane rune popped. And Team Bald, they just turn and kill him.
They'll take that. Now they can do that acceleration that we're looking for. Straight to mid. It's going to die quick with Edict, too. They're going to pop the glyph. That is the tier 2 glyph, though.
Yeah,
so
they'll stick around.
If they can go fast in the next 5 minutes, they could even emphasize for a tier 2 without that glyph available.
I mean, that was just straight up lack of respect for the amount of control that Team Bald do have there from Supreme. Ari's also going to get found beyond the tower. I mean, Jibbe, he steps up, he gets caught in the cookie. Light Strike Array will miss. They'll continue to try and run him down. He'll use the resummon to hold back the entirety of Team Bald. As Team Bald, they're starting to look for the kills. And they're not finding kills, but they are finding the familiars. Both familiars taken down. Again, another period where there'll be 2 minutes without any familiars for Jibbe.
Yeah, huge moves. I mean, they showed their face into the breach. They just tried to walk up versus this Team Bald massive burst lineup. I mean, look at their heroes. It's max shards, max dragons, like almost max dragon slave stun, nukes. Everyone has heavy burst.
And now in the mid, Supreme. Oh.
No respect being given.
I mean, absolutely not. He goes for that play on Team Bald Reborn's half of the map, and then as soon as he's back up, he just goes straight to farm the mid wave. Team Bald's still there. That's 2 times back-to-back. The Supreme's taken down in less than a minute. More so, it's sort of in a matter of seconds, dying twice.
Those are big deaths back-to-back. Now they have the lens on Lina. I mean, they have easier ways to set up any of these stuns potentially, too. Oh, boy.
And this is not going to be smooth sailing at all for Into the Breach in this game, too far from it. In fact, they're down 3K.
Excalibur, very far, but there is no familiars, so they can't actually punish him. Yeah, this is going to be quite a tough showing for Otaker to recover. When he's playing versus the counter, as we mentioned, of course, a million times, versus the Lesh, and his Ember now did kind of just give away 2 big kills. That pretty much is going to guarantee, Gork's going to have the Aghanims done. And now they're going to likely be able to force more objectives around the map, forcing Roche, forcing tier 2s, etc. on Team Bald.
Yeah, I mean, and other than the Slark, obviously being able to build up essence shift stacks, hitting the Bristle, there's not really the best options in terms of dealing with the farm Bristle, right? When you look at Into the Breach's heroes. They do not kill a farm Bristle back easily at all.
No, they'll have to wait until the Slark, maybe the next item, right? The Aghanims and then like a Silver Edge, something along those lines.
That's going to take time.
It's going to take quite a bit of time. And that's all the space in the world for Team Bald to dominate the map, get Roche, and look to keep pressing forward that advantage. So yeah, very good start.
Into the Breach looking much rustier than they did in Game 1. Game 1 looked very, very tidy, but here, Team Bald able to break them down.
Look at top
now
again,
having
too.
control of the game here. 3K lead, 10-5.
They saw him use Dark Pact. It's back up now. Can't get him. But Otaker is farming very well. He actually is about to have Aghanims himself, too.
The group up from Team Bald, though, at this point just seems very, very strong.
Yeah,
they kind of go around as a team. Now, the sort of dynamic that we saw do so well for them against Alliance, where they just got to this point where they were just very, very good at playing around one another. And when they have this lead in any sort of five-man situations that they can bring, it's kind of difficult for Into the Breach to punish. They don't really have the best sort of team fight to deal with Team Bold when Team Bold is grouped up and ready to go like this?
No, they're all about just speed with their draft at the moment on the side of Into the Breach. They had a CM ult, but that's kind of their biggest one.
That's kind of it, yeah. See around the
Redstone.
pit. Oh, he's going to look
Kadaro?
to jump in. Oh, here's the CMO. It's a big one, but the snowball's there, and they'll be able to take Kadaro down. Zip Zapper does get nuked by the Soul Assumption. Supreme will be able to chase down and finish off Excalibur. So they can find more here into the breach. They can. Bengen gets caught. That's the sort of damage they need there. Freezing field from the side. Supreme coming in with a DD rune. That will hurt there for Team Bold. They'll lose the opportunity for Roshan as into the breach will grab it. Aegis into the hands of Otaka.
That's huge comeback here as Pablo can't get out. The DD slight finishes him too. Exactly what Into the Breach needed to come back. I mean, Kadaro salvaged the game completely. Literally has his shard. I don't think they expected a CM to be moving at that point with his ulti, but gets pretty damn good connection with the explosions.
Yeah, the one big team fight ult that you mentioned that can really hurt Team Bold when they're holding each other's hands around the Roshan pit. And it certainly did there.
He just waltzed in as well, too. It was the funniest looking thing I've seen, honestly, from a CM in a while. Just walked kind of past the pit and then just started ulting. That hurts a lot when you are the team. It does feel like you're on a little bit of a timer. You're now giving this Aegis away to the Slark, who's completely recovered.
Top net worth.
And also at Ember, very close to BKB, so should be a lot safer in these upcoming fights also versus the Chain Lockdown. That was a big blunder.
Ready to go for more into the breach. Supreme has a haste.
Taker's just in.
I guess the jump over towards Pablo. Snowball has a little bit of safety, but still, there's so many of Into the Breach here surrounding them. The kisses will start to come in from the side, but Team Bolt, they've lost Zip Zapper, they've lost Pablo.
Into the Breach. They found their timing and they're hitting hard. With this Slark now, he's just super confident to jump in. Doesn't feel any risk, even versus the Leshrac, because he is tanky. Ari, he's on the hunt. He's also getting close to BKB on this Marcy. Looking at the farm of Zip Zapper, he is pretty much a support now on this Tusk.
Oh, and they get the jump. Now to try and get on top of Gorg. We'll see if they can kill him.
Excalibur?
Some by the tier 3s. Taker trying to come in to take out Excalibur, but they haven't quite got the damage. Excalibur will be fine. Supreme backs out with a Remnant. See Gorg look to try and chase them down. So what's Jibe? The Familiars will momentarily hold Gorg back. Gives enough space for Jibe to break away from this. See Zip Zapper. Has managed to get the catch on a Kadaro to the side, and with the trap of the shards, there's nowhere for Kadaro to run. Team Bolt will be able to push back into the breach, taking 2 kills.
This time again into the breach. Perhaps a little bit of that disrespect that we saw from earlier, diving into the tier 3s. A bit over-aggressive, they get punished. Double 4 steps we see from the 2 supports on the side of Team Bald. Definitely appropriate versus the Slark, trying to find a solution to deal with him, pouncing in on their heroes. They need the BKB though, especially for Excalibur, so he can actually hold his ground and feel like he's able to counteract the Slark. So Taker's starting to get too much momentum. And in the breach, they know. They're still looking to be confident. Maybe not dive onto tier 3s again this time around, but they're feeling their strength.
Smoke time. Ready to try and get a catch here around the mid. Taker looking for the angle. Will be able to find it with the second pounce. Quick force to the side there, Bengen. See if he can break himself away from this. He can't. Slight change comes in from a distance from Supreme.
Pablo tried to get the 4-step, but actually pushes Bengen into them because he turned for a sec. Into the breach. Still with this Aegis, just really pushing the advantage with it. DD in the bottle of Supreme too. And they're even starting to deny the farm of the Ancient area from the Bristleback Gork. Unable to step forward. Okay, BKB done for Zip Zapper, so he can at least be that one to lead the charge a little bit better, but significant damage in these last few moments from Into the Breach. All right, they're smoked.
This will be at a moment where the Aegis is still there, but of course they know that Otaker's left for the top lane.
I think they have the BKB coming out on the courier for Lash too, so they do have a little bit of a timing with double BKBs.
Radiant are scanning.
Into the breach, grouped up here around their own tier 2. They'll come out with the smoke themselves. So Taker leading the way. You'll know that they can see him. He's going to pounce straight up to the high ground. Looks to get in on top of Excalibur. Excalibur trying to get away here from the Slark. The staying on top of him. The BKB gets delivered. Excalibur continues to run, but gets finished off by the Slider Fist. As he goes down, Pablo gets jumped as well by Otaka. It's 2 dead on Team Bold. Make that 3 as Otaka will find Bengen. Ari chasing down more as Gorg will be able to escape. Zip Zapper might not quite be as fortunate. He has got BKB ready to pop, but he'll use it here. Snowball over towards the side. That'll actually get him out to safety for now.
Nice
Gets
shards.
over towards Ari. Will get the kill, and Zip Zapper will manage to walk out alive.
Ooh. But seeing the Slark, he didn't even have to, they didn't even get the Aegis popped. He just full commits, finds the Lesh, sticks on him. And the BKB, it actually delivered when I believe Excalibur was already 30% HP.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have saved him anyway, but either way, he's the one who gets caught. Probably the worst hero that could get snagged on first for Team Bald.
Yeah, good target priority from Otaka in these fights.
Yeah, and Supreme with the DD to finish it up.
Building up these stacks, so take up out to 10 permanent on the Essence shift. He's having a very, very good time. Again, as you said, after what was not an easy lane for him. He's heavily pressured, died a couple of times down there against the dual lane of Team Bold Reborn. But now at this point, starting to look to take over the game already.
Yeah, and he's looking like he doesn't, he's like, I don't even actually need the Silver Edge for Bristle. We have ways to probably counteract him. I'm just going to go Scotty versus these BKBs to chase versus the Lesh. It's going to be really nice. And yeah, Ari, as we mentioned, he's also getting close to his BKB, and he's level 12, so a secondary carry from that 4 position too. Team Bald have to get stuff together. They have to get a winning fight in these next few moments, or it feels like it's just going to completely fall out of any chances for them.
The Aegis gone. Maybe Team Bold will try and make another play into the breach. They have BKB on Gorg.
Yeah, the triple BKB that I got a hit before Scotty on Slark. It's getting close for Otaker. See if they can kill somebody before the fight begins. There is the shard on Visage.
Jibe.
He's scouting. He seems to know.
He's playing
a little
very
bit.
cautiously.
Oh.
Won't be able to find the Visage.
Nicely done from Jibe. Very good map awareness.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now they see the BKB, so they know. They're like, okay, triple BKB's online. Finish up the item, Otaker. Before this next fight, he's 18 now, so is Supreme. Supreme's also, I mean, they're going to get 2 really big item times. The Ags on the Ember and the full Scotty on the Slark will be coming out in just a few moments. And, I mean, it might also synergize with the Ari BKB too, so. Team Bald, that next fight, looking pretty difficult if they do get those timings under the breach.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Have to somehow catch, I don't know, catch this Ember pre-BKB, kill him so they at least have that taken out. The Supreme is going to cause a lot of problems onto the 2 supports.
Still looking for Jibe.
Okay. It's deep if they dive for this,
Yeah,
though.
they're hesitant to get behind this tier 2.
Let's see.
They're going to try.
He can just stone form.
Remember the initial stun. The stone form there before the Light Strike Array connects. And Supreme will go straight over towards Pablo. We'll be able to cookie him to the side, avoid the initial burst of the Remnants. Pablo tries to turn, finally goes down though. And now the rest of Into the Breach are ready to move in. Getting on top of Gorg, Snowball buys a bit of safety. Good Kisses coming in from the side, fire it over the way towards Otaker, as Otaker will have to back off for now. See Supreme still continue to try and poke back in on this. We'll get the chains off onto Zip Zapper.
Gorg.
They're ready to collapse back in on them into the breach. This is a double kill for Supreme. Team Bold having to retreat. Gorg gets left behind. Triple kill for Supreme.
Oh, I'm surprised they go for this play, I gotta be honest. It
was a huge risk.
Visage. Like the snowball, it's very slow. He has so much time to just click the Gravekeepers, and they have more than enough time to just get in there. Team Bald, the retreat, it started to look kind of okay because of those kisses, but then quickly into the breach get on top of them. Even Ari able to pop off there with the BKB, sticking on some targets. And yeah, I think Supreme is doing exactly what he needs to do this game. As soon as he sees that Lina, as soon as he sees these 2 squishy supports, he just jumps right into their face. And another DD given for Supreme as well to reward him.
Radiant's top tower is under
And that was even before the Scotty at least was done, so. likely going to look to be even more difficult in the upcoming fight.
Absolutely, yeah. Once Otake gets on top of you, it's going to be a real nightmare to escape the chase of this Slark.
Oh, and Rush, it's on the menu. Who doesn't have the shard? I guess the Marcy at this point. Ember just bought it. A little bit of maybe a slip up there from Supreme, but whatever. At least I'm seeing cores buy their shards, which makes me happy rather than being greedy.
Team Bolt, they're starting to head over towards this area, but not going to be able to get here in time.
These upcoming fights just look so damn difficult with these timings. Supreme, DD, they're ready to go.
I mean, they're ready to try and catch it. There's the jump forward. Otaker is already in onto Bangham. Bangham will fall. And they could go for more. Auric in with the jump, catches Gorg. Gorg pops the BKB. Same to be said for Excalibur. They'll try and run.
They
They're
can't.
focusing down Excalibur. Snowball will come out. It's going to buy a little longer for Excalibur, but as the snowball comes to an end, Excalibur goes down. They're ready to dive here, up past the tier 3s, and Team Bolt,
GG.
they'll tap out. GG is called into the breach, will take this series 2-0, knocking Team Bolt out of the runnings here in the qualifiers.
Could definitely see the separation of team understanding and just overall team aspect for sure this one. Team Bald, a very good early game this time around.
Yeah, much better this time.
Things quickly faltered. Into the breach, they understand how to play around this timing kind of thing. They see these triple BKBs, they kind of kite things out, and they just wait for the recovery, right? The Slark, after that tough lane, he does not come into a fight until he feels comfortable, until he has Mage Slayer +1.
Yeah.
And then,
No.
yeah, they get that Roche fight, and that's kind of where everything goes perfect for them.
Yeah, very, very well played this game from Otaker. And to be, to Supreme as well. It kind of happened to him in the other game. He has kind of these couple of deaths that look a little awkward, gets caught out on his own. This time was pretty rough, so the back-to-back. But then after that, there was no more messing around. No more dying, no more feeding from the lad. 12-2-8 ends up very well on the scoreboard. And even Jibe, many familiars were lost that game, but overall, it didn't matter. 7-1-12 on the Visage. But there we have it. That, as I say, will be the end of the road here for Team Bold Reborn. They came here to play. They came here to have fun. I think they'll be a little bit more content, as you say, with what they're able to do in this game too. They were able to make it a bit competitive towards the start. And they'll overall, I'm sure they'll be happy. Of course, getting that win yesterday against Alliance will still feel very, very good for Team Bold. I'm sure we'll see more from the boys in the future. But for now, in this qualifiers, as you can see, the teams moving on. We've got them all listed here. Tomorrow, we'll be starting off down in the lower bracket. We're going to have that Secret versus Enigma Galaxy. That'll be the first game of the day, to be followed by, of course, Goon Squad playing against the winner of the one we just had, playing against Into the Breach. So with Into the Breach performing as they did today, that one, I mean, both of those series, honestly, they should be very competitive, Fogged.
Those should be absolute bangers, yeah. I mean, they're storylines are excellent as well, too, for both of them. Could be Into the Breach's first time, of course, making it all the way through. Goon Squad could be making this long road after a tough year, for sure, to make it to. And then, yeah, the Secret, the Puppy versus the Kuro. That should be really exciting. This is a really, really exciting series that we've had, and very exciting kind of whole entire regional qualifiers for these teams, just proving themselves. And yeah, Team Balt, like you said, they should feel pretty happy because they at least knock out Alliance. So
exactly, yeah, they came in to have some fun and indeed entertain the viewers. And I'm sure, at the end of the day, the viewers certainly entertained. And as I say, we will definitely be seeing more from the squad in future seasons and stuff. I'm sure, they have a lot of fun. The viewers, the fans have a lot of fun. They'll be back. But yeah, indeed, tomorrow it's going to be a crazy day. It's going to be crazy. Today was a very quick day. Yesterday we had one of the longest of days. I think we ended about 2 a.m. Europe time. Today, here we are ending about over 7 hours earlier, if my math is correct. Yeah.
Yesterday we also had, it was all 2-1s.
All 2-1s yesterday.
But we also had how many 60-minute, like two at least 60-minute games. Today we had 3 20-minute games, maybe 4 20-minute games. It was literally complete opposite, but
it really was.
Yeah, what a difference.
I mean, yeah, can't wait. I feel like tomorrow could be a long day. We might get back to the long days tomorrow. As I said, Secret versus Enigma, and then Goon Squad versus Into the Breach. Will be the 2 series starting you off. They'll be covered by Gareth and Sheepstick, and then myself and Fold will be coming in later in the day to start with Liquid versus Entity in that upper bracket match. As you know, you're not here.
I will not be here. I
Fogged
have
isn't
to
here.
unfortunately miss the last 2
So
days.
you can say goodbye to Fog, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a different special guest coming in tomorrow. I don't think it's much of a secret. I'll let you know what it is. I will be casting with the one and only Kezu. So look out for me and Kezu tomorrow. We'll be taking you through the Western Europe qualifiers. As I say, we'll be here for Liquid versus Entity. And then the loser of that game... No, that's not correct. The winner of the first 2 series. So the winner of Secret versus Enigma against the winner of Into the Breach versus Goon Squad will have that game as the last series of the day tomorrow. Either way, you know what there's going to be. There's going to be more Dota. It's going to be amazing. Don't miss it. I know you won't. Join me and Kezu for it tomorrow. We'll see you then. Have a lovely day. Thanks for tuning in. We love you all. We'll see you all about. Have a great night.